2nd, 2023. I call this meeting to order of the Board of Licensure and Medicine. My name is Dr. Meryl Nass. I'm the current chair of the board. Before we go any further, I'm requesting that Assistant Executive Director Tim Terranova explain the circumstances under which we are holding this meeting and explain some ground rules for how we will be conducting this meeting. Mr. Terranova?
Thank you. Good morning. In accordance with the board member remote participation policy adopted by the board on January 10th, 2023, the board chair directed that the March 2nd, 2023 meeting of the board be conducted through remote participation of all board members pursuant to Section 2A of that policy. The board posted notices of this virtual meeting on its website and on the legislative calendar. In addition, the board posted a copy of the agenda for today's meeting on its website. It is the board's sincere hope that all those interested in the subject matter of today's meeting have received notice of the meeting and how to observe electronically. There is no physical location where this meeting is taking place. It is taking place only virtually. I am the electronic operator and host clerk of this virtual meeting and will perform the duties of the meeting organizer, such as muting, unmuting speakers, and controlling who will be displayed visually as directed by the board chair or hearing officer. Before turning the meeting over to the chair, I would like to go over some ground rules for this meeting. Board staff have established the Zoom meeting by allowing participation by board members and board staff only. The Zoom meeting is available for public observation only. The board meeting will be conducted with board members displayed visually and unmuted. The use of the chat function will not be used. To the extent possible, that function has been disabled for the meeting. For board members and board staff who are participating in the meeting, here are some helpful hints. All cell phones should be on mute at this time. If the board votes on any matter, Ms. Lathrop will conduct a roll call vote as required by law. If anyone requires a bathroom break, please speak up and request a break in the meeting. We will be conducting a half-hour lunch break during the meeting, commencing at 12 p.m. The meeting will remain live during that time. However, all lines will be muted and board members should turn off their cameras. The meeting today will follow, as best as possible, the agenda, which will consist of an adjudicatory hearing and adjournment. I will now take a roll call of board members and then identify staff present. We need to assure that we have a quorum, so I will be conducting the roll call of board members who are participating in the virtual meeting. When I call your name, please indicate if you are present. Meryl Nass, MD, Chair.
Present.
Holly Fanjoy, MD.
Present.
Renee Fay LeBlanc, MD.
Present.
Gregory Jamison, RPH.
Present.
Brad Waddell, MD.
Present.
Lynn Weinstein, Public Member.
Present.
Staff members present are Executive Director Dennis Smith, Assistant Executive Director Tim Terranova, Complaint Coordinator Kelly McLaughlin, Consumer Assistance Specialist Savannah Okoronkwo, Investigative Secretary Faith McLaughlin, Administrative Assistant Maureen Lathrop, Licensure Specialist Tracy Morrison, Licensure Specialist Lisa Rennie, Secretary Nathan Fitz. Also present are Assistant Attorney General Timothy Steigelman, Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis, and Assistant Attorney General Lisa Wilson. I count 6 members virtually present, which constitutes a quorum of the board. The quorum is 6. Board members, please advise if you need to leave the meeting at any time. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Gleaton.
Okay, so I'm going to turn the meeting over to Rebecca Smith, our hearing officer, to start off the hearing.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start recording.
Recording in progress.
And okay, great.
Just a point of order, Madam Hearing Officer.
Yes.
I just want to note for the record that Dr. Nessen, who has been present at the 3 previous hearing days, is absent today.
Yes.
We had 7 members, now we have 6, and you have directed board staff and counsel for Dr. Nass to file briefs with respect to whether a Zoom review would be sufficient for a board member who misses a day. So I just wanted to make sure that was noted on the record.
Yes, and that will be in the conference order from the pre-hearing conference, but Assistant Attorneys General have requested leave to file a motion to permit Dr. Nesson to potentially participate in future days of hearing. And so we've set a scheduling deadline for that, and your response, and I will make a ruling on that in due course. And I think for now we can open the hearing. I'm going to call the hearing to order. Today is March 2nd, 2023. The time is 9:09. The Maine Board of Licensure and Medicine is assembled for an adjudicatory hearing in the matter of Dr. Meryl Nass, complaint numbers CR 21-191, CR 21-210, and CR 22-4. This is the fourth day of hearing. I note for the record that the following three, 188B, and 190 to 205, as well as the court reporter's transcript from the third day of hearing. You may reference those materials during the hearing. I'm going to confirm by roll call vote that board members have those exhibits as well as the hearing transcripts available to them. So, Dr. Gleaton, do you have those materials available to you?
Yes.
And Dr. Fanjoy?
Yes.
Dr. Fay LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mr. Jameson?
Yes.
Dr. Waddell?
Yes.
And Ms. Weinstein?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to do a conflict check. I also did this on the first day of hearing, but there was one witness who I did not, I didn't have the name of at that time. And so we're going to do a conflict check for just that one witness. And that person is Angela Balos, who is the wife of a patient of Dr. Nass's. Does any board member have any personal knowledge of, or have you had any financial dealings with Ms. Balos? Oh, I'm sorry. And so I'm going to ask you these questions. If your answer is no, you can remain silent. If your answer is yes, please verbalize that, and I will ask you a series of follow-up questions. So starting over, does any board member have any personal knowledge of, or have you had any financial dealings with Ms. Balos? Are any of you related to Ms. Balos? Do you have, or have you had in the past any personal relationship with Ms. Balos beyond casual acquaintance? Do you presently have, or have you had in the past any business dealings or business relationship with Ms. Balos? Do you or any person to whom you're related have any personal or financial interest in the outcome of this proceeding? Has Ms. Balos ever served on any committee established by the board, or has the board ever contracted with Ms. Balos for any services to the best of your knowledge? Okay, so I'm hearing none. I'm going to do a roll call vote to confirm that all board members answered no to those questions related to Ms. Balos. Dr. Gleaton, I'm confirming you answered no to those conflict check questions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Dr. Fanjoy, I'm confirming that you answered no to those conflict check questions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Dr. Fay LeBlanc, I'm confirming that you answered no to those conflict check questions. Is that correct?
The call right now. Can I call you back?
That's correct.
Bye.
Mr. Jameson, I'm confirming you answered no to those conflict check questions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Dr. Waddell, I'm confirming that you answered no to those conflict check questions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Weinstein, I'm confirming that you answered no to the conflict check questions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Assistant Attorneys General, I'm assuming, but please clarify for the record if there's any objection to the participation of a board member based on the answers to those questions.
Board staff has no objections.
And Attorney Libby.
No.
Okay, thank you. On the first day of hearing, which was October 11, 2022, the licensee testified after being called as a witness by board staff's counsel. On the second day of hearing, which was October 25, 2022, the licensee's testimony was completed and board staff began its examination of expert witness Dr. Thomas Courtney. On the third day of hearing, which was January 31st, 2023, the testimony of Dr. Courtney was completed and board staff began its examination of expert witness Dr. Jeremy Faust. Dr. Faust is here to complete his testimony this morning. We will continue with questions from the Assistant Attorney General, followed by cross-examination from licensee's counsel, and then questions from board members, followed by a brief opportunity for follow-up from each party. Dr. Faust, I swore you in as a witness on the last day of the hearing. Do you remember taking the oath?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember the instructions about testifying?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay, so we can resume your questions from Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, Dr. Faust.
Morning.
I'm going to be asking you about 3 sets of exhibits and just want to confirm that you have them open and can access them.
Sure.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You're a little soft-spoken for me right now.
Okay.
Could you speak or turn your volume up a little?
I'm turning my volume up. Is that better?
About the same.
Okay.
Oh, let me turn mine up. Maybe that will help.
I did notice that as well, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Okay, thank you. I think we're...
Is that better?
Let me try again. How's that volume?
That sounds better.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, sure.
So the first set of exhibits, Dr. Faust, will be board staff's main exhibits, which are in a PDF called 2022-1006, board staff's second amended exhibits, exhibit list with exhibits. Do you have that open?
Yeah.
And then the second will be your expert exhibits, which are available to you in a PDF called 2022.10.06, board staff's expert exhibit with list, paren, Faust, and paren. Do you have that?
Yep.
And the final one.
Can I ask that we use the exhibit numbers that are contained on the exhibit list? I do not have PDF numbers.
So I think for this, she's just clarifying that he has the board staff exhibits available to him. When she gets to the direct questions, I anticipate she will use specific exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
That is my intent, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay.
And then third and finally is a PDF of the licensee's expert exhibits, which we have provided for you in a single PDF called 151A-151 or 156G combined. Do you see that and have that open?
Let me see here. That one, I'm not sure I have that one, but I think, sorry, what is that one called again?
Madam Hearing Officer, may I take a moment to speak to my colleague and just have them email this directly to Dr. Faust to make sure that he has it?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Thank
of
you.
course.
All right, we are working on getting that exhibit.
Can you just tell me the name of that file again?
151A-156G combined.
Okay, hold on. There's multiple versions of these things, so that's why. I just want to make sure I have the right one.
And we'll send you by email.
No, okay, now I got it. I got
Okay.
it.
Okay.
This one. Fine.
Thank you very much. And this morning, I'd like to now talk with you about the available evidence in the scientific literature on ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19. First, Dr. Faust, in general terms, how much scientific research has been done on the efficacy of ivermectin to treat COVID-19?
There's been a substantial amount of research on this question.
And in your opinion, how has the volume of that research affected the validity of the evidence-based conclusions about ivermectin's efficacy to treat COVID-19?
Well, I'm not sure that the volume of the literature has any impact. There's certainly a large spectrum as to the quality, so it might make it difficult for some people to sift through all of that. In some state, at the extreme, it's not possible to have read every single paper, but there certainly is, because there is such a large amount of literature, and a great deal of it is not what we would consider high quality based on some of the features we discussed at the last hearing. It might tend to make it difficult for the common casual observer to work their way through it. That being said, there have been a number of higher quality studies that I think have helped establish the standard of care about this topic.
And Dr. Faust, medical science changes and there can be disagreements among medical professionals about that science. Is ivermectin, in your opinion, as a treatment for COVID-19 simply one of those areas where reasonable practitioners can disagree?
No, I don't think it's an area where reasonable practitioners can disagree, especially as stated by many of the exponents of the treatment. So, I don't think that in the in mainstream medicine, so to speak, there is an abiding belief that ivermectin has an important impact on COVID-19 or COVID-19 outcomes.
In your expert report, which is Board Staff Exhibit 32 in the Maine exhibits, which is at PDF page 2111 and Board Staff Exhibit page 2117, you noted that there were major, well-conducted studies that refute ivermectin's usefulness for treatment of COVID-19. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the first of these studies is admitted into evidence in the Faust sub-exhibits as Exhibit 32-34. If you could please turn to those sub-exhibits.
Okay, I've got that.
To 32-34. At page 91 of the PDF. And this is the first page of that document.
Yeah, this is the JAMA effect of ivermectin on time to resolution of symptoms.
And who's the first author of this study?
The first author of this study is Eduardo Lopez Medina.
And is this study generally referred to as the Lopez Medina study?
Some people refer to that, yes.
And where was this study, this trial published?
This study was published in JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association.
And what is your opinion about the reputability of this publication in the medical community?
JAMA is one of the most prestigious medical journals in the world.
And when was this particular article published?
This it appears that this was published in March of 2021.
And what, in your opinion, makes the Lopez Medina trial a high-quality study?
The Lopez Medina study and manuscript reflects many of the features that we've discussed in the previous hearing that one looks for when assessing the quality, the high quality of a medical investigation or medical study. It was double-blinded, meaning that the participants and the investigators did not know who was receiving placebo and who was not. And it had good randomization, meaning that it was able to be done in a way so that the two groups that were being compared were genuinely similar and appropriately randomized. It had, again, it announced its outcomes ahead of time. The study was powered to design. It was powered, in other words, they recruited the right number of patients so that they could realistically expect that they would be able to tell a statistical difference between the two groups if there was one. And it had other good features, including information about the patients, the primary outcomes. It listed its secondary outcomes or announced them ahead of time, which are outcomes, as we've discussed, which while not being the reason for the study, are important ones to get information about. So it, I'm getting some crosstalk. Someone is sorry.
Madam Hearing Officer, you're muted.
Yeah, Attorney Libby, if you're able to mute until it's your turn to speak, or if you want to stay unmuted in order to make objections, then you can not have talking in the background. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Nass is going to excuse herself to speak with my paralegal, but we can continue.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
So anyway, to summarize, it just has most of the features of a high-quality study.
And what did Lopez Medina study? What did they set out to study?
So their the primary outcome in Lopez Medina was, just looking here, time to resolution of symptoms during a 21-day follow-up period.
And what did this trial conclude about that?
This trial concluded that ivermectin did not have any impact on time to resolution of symptoms. So it did not find a favorable outcome for the primary outcome of the study.
And could you explain whether or not a reasonably prudent practitioner could conclude from this study that ivermectin is an effective COVID-19 treatment to be administered to patients? Yeah,
a reasonably prudent consumer of this paper would not conclude that ivermectin has any impact on the question that was being asked. And so therefore, another piece of evidence in a long list of evidence that ivermectin does not have a significant role in treating COVID-19.
And you noted another high quality study in your expert report, which is available as Faust Subexhibit 32-35 at page 101 of the PDF of those subexhibits. Let me know when you're there.
Yeah, sorry, that's fine. I just wanted to note that that Dr. Nass submitted this like PDF of outcomes, and that the Lopez Medina trial, I believe, was included in that.
It's unresponsive to the question.
Yeah, we'll get there, Dr. Faust.
Okay. Sorry.
So if we could turn now to your expert subexhibit 32-35, which is at PDF page 101 of those subexhibits.
Yeah.
And this, where was this study published?
This is efficacy of ivermectin treatment on disease progression, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is published in JAMA Internal Medicine, which is the Journal of the American Medical Association's imprint, and so JAMA Internal Medicine.
And what is the reputation of this publication, in your opinion, in the medical community?
It's a very highly regarded, prestigious publication.
And what made this study high quality, in your opinion, Dr. Faust?
So again, this is this was designed, let's see, this is a randomized trial. I'm going to refer to my notes briefly, sorry. I'm looking at it. Yeah, so it's a randomized trial. It was open label, which is not quite as good as having blinding. So that means that the patients and the investigators would know what the patients were receiving. That can sometimes favor the intervention, although sometimes not. So it was an open label, but it was a randomized trial. The randomization was done very well in a very transparent way. Like many good studies, we get a lot of information about who was included, who was excluded. There's a very, very good table telling us about the patients after randomization, so that we know that we can compare these two groups, very transparently done. So that way, when we get to the results later in the paper, we know we have good comparison groups. Very nicely displayed readouts of the primary outcome, as well as some other analyses.
And what was studied?
So looking back, the primary outcome was looking at progression to severe disease among patients who have higher risks for developing severe COVID-19.
And what did the study conclude about that primary outcome?
So this study concluded that for patients who already had mild or moderate COVID, ivermectin given early in illness did not prevent progression to severe disease.
And could you explain, in your opinion, doctor, whether or not a reasonably prudent practitioner could conclude from this study that ivermectin is an effective COVID-19 treatment to be administered to patients?
I think that a consumer of this paper would reasonably conclude that this does not add any evidence that ivermectin is useful. It certainly tends to imply the opposite, which is that there is not a role for ivermectin for helping patients who meet the description of this paper progress to severe disease. So I don't think anyone would read this paper and conclude that they should use ivermectin for this set of patients.
And you also cited an opinion piece from the British Medical Journal critical of the in vitro findings about ivermectin in your expert report. And that British Medical Journal is admitted into evidence as Faust sub-exhibit 3226, which is at page 5 of that combined PDF.
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain for us what the in vitro findings about ivermectin were that prompted this piece?
Sure. In vitro investigations or scientific studies refer to studies that were not done in live humans. They're done in the laboratory, in the petri dish, so to speak, not literally, but under microscopic biochemical conditions, looking to see, for example, if certain compounds might inhibit a virus or might kill a virus or might have some impact on a biochemical pathway that would be interesting and important that would then be studied in humans. So there are many compounds which have in vitro action against a virus, and that's an important place to start in many cases. So the fact that there is some evidence that ivermectin has an effect in vitro cells and outside of living organisms like us, humans, is certainly a reasonable starting point, but that doesn't necessarily, nor does it usually mean that the compound being discussed in that literature is guaranteed or even likely to work in humans.
And what did this British Medical Journal piece say about those in vitro findings for ivermectin related to the treatment of COVID-19?
Well, for one thing, I think that this paper was concerned with the idea that some of the doses that would be required to get the antiviral effects being observed would be potentially toxic. So in other words, even though this might work in vitro in a laboratory, it would be very difficult to scale that into a human, because to make it so that the concentration of the drug in blood or in the body would be high enough that would be dangerous.
And what did this piece conclude about continuing to study ivermectin as a COVID-19 treatment?
I would have to recall what they concluded. It's been a while since I looked at this. We can look at that. There certainly this document also pointed out in it, which is referenced in the conclusions, that some of the clinical research that had come out of this was of methodological concern, low certainty evidence, and other problems. So I think that this was a call for high quality evidence, like the two papers we just discussed.
And when was this piece published?
March of 2021.
And if you could please go to page 6 of the PDF, which is page 2 of sub-exhibit 3226. In the left-hand column, there's a paragraph that starts with different websites, about halfway down the page. What concerns did this piece raise about data being posted on the internet about ivermectin?
this paragraph, starting different websites, mentions ivmmeta.com and C19ivermectin.com and a couple of others. And it refers to the fact that some of the exhibits on those websites, forest plots in particular, were published and disseminated widely on social media, even though there are methodologic flaws that render them impossible to use. They raise concerns about the fact that there's no information about the methodology behind how those were created. And they point out some of the problems that we discussed in the last hearing, which is that it's important to have a transparent review process and to report different kinds of biases and to be very clear about the inclusion and exclusion criteria for what is and not included in these documents. And so as a result, these authors, and I share their concerns, are concerned that these websites propagate information which looks to be very impressive for a treatment, but in fact is unreliable.
And Dr. Faust, by the fall of 2021, what was the medical consensus about the efficacy of ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19 patients?
Objection to the form of the question. There's no possible way, and there's no evidence of a medical consensus on the treatment of COVID-19. That would be pure speculation. As a proponent of vaccination, it's clear the information that we're going to hear.
Okay, so
we have not established that Dr. Faust is a proponent of vaccination, but
well, I certainly will.
okay, and that's not part of the topic for hearing. So, Assistant Attorney General Willis, can you lay some foundation for how Dr. Faust reached any conclusion that he has reached regarding what the medical consensus was, please?
I believe yes, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Faust, you in your practice as an ER practitioner, and as we discussed on the first day of hearing, as a person who was regularly reviewing COVID-19 data, were you familiar with the medical consensus related to treating COVID-19 with ivermectin in 2021?
Object to the form of the question. There's simply no foundation to answer this question. There are 31 states that allow doctors to treat with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. 28 of those states have laws that protect doctors who prescribe these medications. There's simply no possible way for this witness to testify on the evidence that's been presented, which is a few cherry-picked journal studies.
So is your objection to the form of the question?
My objection is the foundation.
Okay,
no
so foundation. So
to him to answer the question.
She's trying to lay foundation with these questions. So I'm going to allow the question. Do you need it repeated, Dr. Faust?
Yes, please.
Through your practice as an ER practitioner treating COVID-19 patients and through your work reviewing COVID-19 information throughout the pandemic, were you familiar with the medical consensus about ivermectin in 2021?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what was the medical consensus in the fall of 2021 about the efficacy of ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19 patients?
Objection, foundation.
Okay, so the objection is noted and overruled. You can answer the question, Dr. Faust.
I think in the fall of 2021, the consensus was that ivermectin had not been shown to be important in treating COVID-19, specifically with respect to the outcomes we've already discussed.
Let's turn back to the board staff main exhibits, your expert report, exhibit 32. at PDF page 2108, board staff exhibit page 2114. Here at the bottom of this page, well, I'll wait until you get there. My apologies. Let me know when you're.
Could you repeat the board sub-exhibit number, please?
Yes, so this is board staff exhibit 32. And I am at the printed board staff exhibit page number 2114, which is the PDF page 2108. And Dr. Faust, let me know when you are there.
Is this the paragraph?
108.
It is PDF page 2108, which I believe you you have indicated you want the printed page number. Is that correct? You want the printed page number? Attorney Libby?
Yes.
The printed page number is board staff exhibit 2114 in the bottom right-hand corner there. And Dr. Faust, here at the bottom of this page, the last paragraph of your expert report refers to, quote, 2 forest plots, end quote, that Dr. Nass provided to the board. Do you see that?
Yes.
And your specific criticisms of the putative forest plots Dr. Nass submitted to the board are included in your expert report from PDF pages 2108 to 2109 and board staff printed exhibit pages 2114 to 2115. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in your opinion, I'm
not following where the questions are directed to. Most of 2107 and 08 and 09 have been redacted.
So those are the PDF page numbers. The printed page numbers are 2114 and 2115. So in the bottom right-hand corner of your printed exhibits.
I have it, thank you.
And Dr. Faust, in your opinion, were these graphics, these forest plots submitted by Dr. Nass the kind of misleading or low quality data the British Medical Journal article we just looked at warned about?
Yes, they were.
And I'm going to direct you now to, within these same exhibits, to board staff exhibit 87. Which is for your reference, Dr. Faust, at PDF page 2422, and the printed page number is board staff exhibit 2443.
This is the forest plot from the all 29 Ivermectin COVID-19 early treatment studies.
Yes, and I'm going to have you scroll back one page to the page that's marked Exhibit 87. You see that that's an email. This is at PDF page 2422.
Sorry. I'm going between documents, so it's just because I have notes. Here we go. Yeah.
And this is an email from Dr. Nass to Savannah Okoronkwo dated January 10, 2022.
Yes.
And the subject line is, here is the evidence of benefit from 29 early treatment studies using ivermectin for COVID, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's scroll now to
28.
that graphic, which is board staff exhibit printed page 2444 and PDF page 2423. And is this the purported forest plot for the ivermectin studies that you referred to in your expert report, Doctor?
Yes.
And what does this graphic in Exhibit 87 purport to be?
Well, I'm going to object. There's nothing in Dr. Nass's email that says anything about forest plots. It says here are 29 studies that all are positive to ivermectin use. This forest plot is simply extraction from the core content of the studies. And the studies are what Dr. Faust reviewed, not the forest plots.
Okay. Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Dr. Faust did review the graphic because the studies and the graphic are both parts of the representation that's made by this list of studies.
No, I disagree. Dr. Nass's email was clear. She said, here are 29 studies. And she provided 29 studies by author, and some of those studies Dr. Faust has reviewed, but she didn't say, here is a forest plot that will show you anything. She referred to studies.
Okay, so can you rephrase the question, Assistant Attorney General Willis, to avoid this problem?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Faust, in reviewing this document, you reviewed a subset of the referenced studies. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you choose from this list of 29 studies, which studies to review in detail?
I chose to primarily study to spend time with the studies that were listed as randomized controlled trials. And in the interest of just time, I assessed the first 5 from on the top of the image that was submitted by Dr. Nass.
And why did you pick that type of study rather than a different type of study from this list?
Sure. As we discussed in the last hearing, randomized controlled trials are generally the gold standard for evidence. They're frequently the best look at the efficacy of a treatment. So I just wanted to look at the ones that would have the highest likelihood of being informative.
And for the record, the 5 studies that you reviewed, Dr. Faust, are contained in Faust sub-exhibits 32-36 through 32-40. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we could begin. So let's switch over to those sub-exhibits, please. And beginning with the first study that's listed in Exhibit 87 that you reviewed, Chowdhury, RCT, available at Faust sub-exhibit 3236. What did this study compare Ivermectin, the treatment with Ivermectin, to?
This study actually compared Ivermectin with doxycycline, which is an antibiotic, to hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin.
And how does that methodology or framework of the study affect the study's quality, in your opinion?
It's not a great comparator. It's not. You'd like to see a ivermectin, for example, against placebo or against standard care. So this is just 2 drugs versus 2 drugs. It's very difficult to know what to make of that.
And Dr. Faust, was this study constructed in a way that is likely to yield meaningful results to a reasonably prudent practitioner, in your opinion?
No, it's not. It's got that problem that I mentioned, and it also had some other problems as well.
Could you elaborate on those additional issues?
Mm-hmm. As we discussed before, there are, when you're looking for a high quality study that can inform or educate your practice or change how you look at something, you're looking for evidence that in a randomized trial that the randomization was transparent and done well, and we understand who was included and who was excluded, and that those decisions made sense. In this case, the study excluded a number of patients who were very interested in knowing about because of their risks for COVID-19. For example, patients with uncontrolled diabetes were excluded, immune compromised patients were excluded. patients with emphysema and ischemic heart disease. So this made it very difficult to really learn anything, both from the design and the exclusion criteria.
And so what is your professional opinion about the conclusions drawn by this study?
Well, the study concludes that ivermectin and doxycycline was superior to hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. My opinion is that doesn't change anything about whether ivermectin is an effective treatment against COVID-19 overall.
And in your opinion, Dr. Faust, what conclusion, if any, should a reasonably prudent medical practitioner have reached about whether or not this study supported treating patients infected with COVID-19 with ivermectin?
I don't think this study could be reasonably interpreted in a way that would change anything. So I don't think that a reasonably prudent consumer practitioner can read this paper and conclude that the drug is better, worse, or the same as not using the drug.
And looking back at Exhibit 87 from the Maine exhibits, the second study that you studied is the fourth one listed there with the first author name of Mahmood. And this study is identified as DB-RCT. Can you just confirm what that stands for?
Sure. DB-RCT is double-blind randomized control trial.
And the graphic here.
What board exhibit number, please?
We are on board Exhibit 87.
Thank you.
And this document submitted by Dr. Nass here cites this study for the finding of death. What type of outcome was that in this study?
In this study, death was not the primary outcome. It was a secondary outcome or an ad hoc finding.
And in your opinion, doctor, what issues arise when relying on a study's secondary rather than primary outcome?
As we've discussed, when you look at a study, the primary outcome is really where the important information mostly lies. That's because the study ostensibly is designed and statistically powered to be able to assess that. When you look at secondary outcomes, it's generally, the problem can generally be that there aren't enough patients who experience that outcome for it to be a meaningful finding. And so it's hard to distinguish it from statistical noise. So the other problem is that in many cases, authors don't announce ahead of time what their secondary outcomes are going to be. And when that occurs, there's a high level of concern that the authors will selectively report one out of 100 or 500 secondary findings that they happen to like. And so it's very important that the authors announce ahead of time what they're going to study and that we do not overinterpret secondary findings.
And in your opinion, doctor, how much weight should a reasonably prudent practitioner put on a study's secondary outcomes when making treatment decisions?
Oh, for treatment decisions, very little weight should be based on secondary findings. I think that, as we've discussed, secondary findings are often referred to as hypothesis generating, meaning that if there's something in a secondary outcome that looks interesting potentially, then that indicates that a future study that is designed to study that particular outcome should be done or could be done.
And this study is in the Faust sub-exhibits as 3237. And Dr. Faust, in your opinion, what conclusion should a reasonably prudent medical practitioner have reached about whether or not this study supported treating patients infected with COVID-19 with ivermectin?
This study had some methodological problems that make it such that I don't think anyone can conclude anything about ivermectin and its use in COVID-19. There are problems with the differences between the groups. The placebo group was actually younger overall, but on the other hand, it seemed to also be enriched with people who are much older as well. So there's a strange distribution. Because of that issue, which we've discussed before, you really can't compare the groups very well. So I think that as a result of that, this particular study, I don't think moves the needle for any reasonable practitioner looking at it.
And moving on, Dr. Faust, to the third study you reviewed from Dr. Nass's Ivermectin graphic or list. On the seventh line down, you reviewed the study with the primary author name of Ahmed, and this study is available at Faust Subexhibit 3238, which is PDF page 130. Following, again, the author's name, there's a notation, paren RCT DB. Can you just quickly verify what that means, Doctor?
Yep, that's a double-blind randomized controlled trial.
And this study listed in Exhibit 87 was listed for the result of symptom resolution. What did the study authors find about symptom resolution in this study?
I guess in this symptoms, let's see, I'm trying to refresh myself because the primary outcome on this study was, time for clearance of the virus and remission of fever and cough. So looking at the exhibit, sorry, I need to get the page up again because I looked at 87. Allow me to review this for a second, what they said. The authors conclude based on symptoms that ivermectin is effective in decreasing symptoms.
And did this study have negative findings?
I believe it did, but let me refer to my report on this because I think that's where I noted that, and there are many of these. If that's okay. Right. In my report to the board, which is, I guess, your exhibit 32, I mentioned some of the answers to your questions. I'll just read from that. Other negative findings were omitted from, in this case, from the list from the IVM.com, which we're looking at.
This is not responsive to the question. The question is dealing with the study, and what you're reading from deals with the forest plots.
So, yeah, okay. So the answer to the question is there were negative findings in that study, including mean duration of hospitalization was shorter in the placebo group than in the ivermectin group.
And did this study make any findings of no significant difference between the two groups?
Let me refresh on that.
Hey, Dr. Frost, I just want to clarify for the record that you're using your own report to refresh your recollection. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Any objection to that, Attorney Libby?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm bouncing between my report and then the actual exhibit itself, so I'm sorry for the delay.
That's no problem. Thank you.
This is the exhibit.
Study is sub-exhibit 3238.
Thank you. Up and down back to that. Well, looking at the results which is in 3238, there are a handful of results that are reported without much statistical analysis. So it's difficult to say, but certainly it looks like there are some areas where there was no difference.
And in your opinion, Dr. Faust, what weight should a reasonably prudent practitioner have given this study in making determinations about treating patients with ivermectin for COVID-19 infections?
I don't think that this study moves the needle at all. And again, this would be related to some of the issues we've discussed before in terms of how the randomization was done. Again, you look for transparency on that. We don't really see that. The way that the randomization was both done and also maintained is something that's often described in a high quality paper, which is apparently absent from this paper. So when you look at those types of problems, it makes it such that it's impossible to glean really reliable information from a study like this.
And moving on to the fourth study from Dr. Nass's graphic that you reviewed, which is at line 8 and has the first author name of Shakur, CHACCOUR, which is available at Admitted Faust Subexhibit 3239. What does, on Exhibit 87, what does the 96% symptoms for the Shakur study supposedly mean on this list?
Looking at 87, Shakur, 96%, correct?
Yeah, and then refers to symptoms.
Symptoms, right. So this purports to say that ivermectin would be associated or would be responsible for a 96% improvement on symptoms.
And in your opinion, doctor, does that accurately reflect the findings of the Shakur study?
Certainly that is a secondary finding. There are certain, in the Shakur study, there were some findings in the secondary outcomes that had evidence of symptom improvement. Again, we've discussed the problem with secondary outcomes. They're hypothesis generating. The primary outcome, here is looking at detectable RNA. So this is viral clearance. And so with respect to that, there was no finding in the primary outcome. But again, in the secondary outcomes, there were these some signals of symptom reduction, which is hypothesis generating.
And you noted in your expert report that this study did include a finding of reduction of anosmia and hyposmia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what significance, in any, should a reasonably prudent physician assign to that apparent result from this study in making treatment decisions?
Well, in treatment decisions, I don't think it has an impact. But what I would say is this is a nice example of a hypothesis generating finding. This is, as I mentioned, a study that was primarily designed to look at the proportion of patients with detectable RNA a week after treatment, either with ivermectin or not. That's the primary outcome. The secondary outcomes can be hypothesis generating. So what I would take this to mean is that in a vacuum, that it would be worth future study of this intervention to look at symptom control. So the correct interpretation here, I think, would be for researchers to look at those secondary findings, and then if there's something promising and interesting to study, designing a future study that is properly assembled to study that particular question. So on the clinical prudence question, I don't think that a clinician, to answer your question, can look at that data and say, oh, I should therefore use ivermectin. But I think that researchers could look at that and say, this is something that should be studied further.
And looking at this study as a whole, what weight in your opinion, should a reasonably prudent practitioner give this study in making treatment decisions about using ivermectin to treat?
Jackie's already answered the question that it would have no impact on treatment decisions.
This question was specifically about the symptom finding about anosmia and hyposmia.
Okay, I'm going to allow the question. You can answer, Dr. Faust.
Thank you. So in terms of the primary outcome, which is looking at detectable RNA, which is the viral genetic material, this study is set up in a way that answers that question reasonably well, which is that there was no statistical significant finding in using ivermectin to decrease viral load in patients with COVID. So I think that if someone were to look at this paper and say, look at its primary outcome and say, should I use ivermectin in an effort to decrease the number of patients who have a detectable RNA at 1 week, a reasonably prudent interpretation of that would be no, because this study was adequately set up to study that question and did not find a favorable outcome for ivermectin.
And Dr. Faust, the last study you reviewed that was referenced in Dr. Nass's list/graphic that was provided to the board in Exhibit 87, the last study that you reviewed was the Babalola study at line 10, is that correct?
Yeah.
And this study is admitted as Faust subexhibit 32-40 at page 140 of the PDF of those subexhibits.
Okay.
And in your expert report, you noted that the quality of this study is highly questionable. What was the basis of that conclusion, doctor?
Well, there were some problems here that just some of which are just sort of superficial, and it just, there's the data are presented with like screenshots from telephones. It's a little bit I suppose that doesn't discount it, but it doesn't tend to lend a lot of confidence in how well and seriously this was conducted. But there are also material problems with the study, including when the testing was done for the patients. Inconsistent. It seems like some patients were tested at certain earlier parts in the study versus others who were tested later. There's a lot of there are a lot of problems with the study with how it proceeded. Patients were dropped kind of for unclear reasons, and basically it's kind of a mess.
And on line 10 of Exhibit 87, this study is cited for the finding that viral load was reduced. Which findings from the Babalola study were not included in that Exhibit 87?
Well, an example of that, something that was not included for example, changes in symptoms. So that's something that would be interesting. Again, if it was a primary outcome, but even a secondary outcome could be hypothesis generating. And the authors found no changes in symptoms among patients who took ivermectin.
And in your expert opinion, what conclusion should a reasonably prudent physician have concluded about treating patients with ivermectin for COVID-19 infection based on this study?
Well, this study didn't really move the needle for me. I don't think it would move the needle for most reasonable practitioners. I
don't know what move the needle means.
Okay, sure. What I mean is that it doesn't change my interpretation of how likely it is that ivermectin is effective or ineffective or harmful in the treatment of COVID-19.
And Dr. Faust, we've also already spoken about another study that's listed here. The Lopez Medina study is listed at line 16 in Exhibit 87. And on Exhibit 87 at line 16, that study is cited for a specific finding of death. And was that a primary finding of the Lopez Medina study?
No, it was not.
Can I ask what you're looking at?
I'm looking at Exhibit 87, referencing the Lopez Medina.
Are you looking at the forest plot? Is that what you're questioning?
Yes, and then referring to the Lopez Medina study, which we have already discussed and is one of Dr. Faust's sub-exhibits.
Well, again, Dr. Nass submitted the studies. She didn't submit the forest plot, and her email said, here are the studies.
And I'm going to talk about the connection between the two. So again, Dr. Faust, death was not a primary finding of the Lopez Medina study, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have a reason to look into the Lopez Medina finding related to death, doctor?
Well, of the list of 29 studies provided, Lopez Medina was just one of the studies that I had already spent some time with because, as you mentioned, it's something that is in our exhibits. So it did give me an opportunity to just kind of to look through that and to see how just to assess how that study was used in this list of studies provided by Dr. Nass.
And did you specifically have a reason to look into the Lopez Medina finding related to death?
Well, I was interested in how reliable that finding would be. So yeah, I did look in. I was interested in how reliable that finding is.
And you did look into it further, is that correct?
Yeah, I looked into this. So this was actually concerning to me because when you have this small number of events, which is one death in the control group and 0 deaths in the treatment group, this is obviously one piece of secondary data, but I wanted to understand the context for it. So I spent some time looking through the appendix where this information is found in the paper, and what I found was that at the end of the study, there were 2 patients who were still on breathing machines, and both of those were in the treatment group. So these are patients who are in a medically induced coma and being maintained. And at the end of this short study period, which is 21 days, it's highly concerning that those patients would have eventually died. And so I was.
Well, let me object here. Is any of this in your report?
I don't know. Is it?
No, it's not.
So, Assistant Attorney General Wells, would you like to respond?
Yes, this is just looking further into the document that's been provided as Exhibit 87 and the study's findings.
Okay.
It wasn't even a study that is contained in Dr. Faust's report.
It was one.
The study.
Yes, he did. And it is one of the exhibits that we provided. It is sub-exhibit 3234.
No, I'm not talking about what exhibits you provided. I'm talking about in his report, which is what I have notice of to prepare my cross-examination, there is no reference to Lopez Medina.
Can you respond to that, Assistant Attorney General Wells?
Yes, the report specifically cites the Lopez Medina study, and we did provide it as an exhibit.
Well, can you give me a reference in the report?
Yes, if you will give me just one moment, I can find the page number. It is board staff exhibit printed page number, Attorney Libby, for your reference, 2117. It is the first study listed under the header Ivermectin on that page. And that is exhibit 3234.
Can you give me the PDF page? Sorry.
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay.
I have to just jump over to those exhibits myself.
We don't have it.
I don't see any reference in.
Okay, give me a minute. Give me a minute, please. I want to look at it on the PDF, which is the version I'm using.
And Madam Hearing Officer, apologies. I'm just scrolling to
That's
the
okay.
page number.
Or can you say the paper page
Yes.
number again?
So the printed page number is 2117 and the PDF page number is 2111. So 2111. Under the header Ivermectin, there is a link, the first link listed there is the Lopez Medina study, which we also provided as an exhibit in the sub-exhibits for Dr. Faust as exhibit 3234.
To answer my point,
Not that.
Lopez Medina was not one of the studies that Dr. Faust evaluated. He evaluated 5 studies. We reviewed those 5 studies.
He cited it as one major important study from March of 2021 that found no benefit from early treatment, and then lists the site. And we have reviewed in his expert testimony
But
his
he did-
evaluation of that study.
My point is that I don't have any notice that he's reviewing this study for this testimony that we've just heard about death and the scary conclusion he reaches that it could have killed somebody.
Okay, so I have the objection on the record, and I understand board staff's response. I think there's sufficient notice provided in the report that this study was going to be the subject of testimony. Every detail does not need to be covered in that report. And so you can go ahead and please repeat the question, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Dr. Faust, did you have reason to look into the Lopez Medina finding related to death? And if you could please explain why and what you discovered, Dr. Faust.
Yeah, the reason was that we had submitted this as evidence that ivermectin does not have a role in the treatment it's for COVID-19, and Dr. Nass had submitted this same study as evidence that it does. And so I wanted to explore that apparent discrepancy. And so I looked at the outcome that was highlighted in Dr. Nass's submission, which is death. And in doing that, I discovered that at the end of the study, there were still 2 patients on ventilators in the ivermectin group who I was wondering how they turned out. And so I emailed the authors, and they provided me the outcomes of those patients.
Oh, he emailed the authors.
And so from this Exhibit 87 list that Dr. Nass provided to the board, what does your review of the 6 higher quality studies listed there tell you about the deficiencies of that list from a scientific perspective?
Sorry, I wasn't quite done with the previous thing, but
would you like me to repeat the question?
The previous question about the death finding, I wasn't quite finished.
Okay, you can go ahead and finish your answer, Dr. Faust.
Anyway, in resolving that discrepancy, I asked the authors what happened to those 2 patients who remained on ventilators, and both of whom were in the ivermectin group. Both died, and there were no other deaths in the end of the study. So just to resolve the discrepancy, in fact, more patients who took ivermectin in that study died than patients who took placebo. That's just to show how fragile the secondary outcomes can be. So if this list of exhibits were to reflect what actually happened, you would have seen more deaths in the ivermectin group than in the placebo group. That being said, that to me sort of resolves any discrepancy. I still continue to think that study, which we put forth, does not indicate any benefit of ivermectin. And I think that it's an example of how incorrectly using secondary outcomes could make it appear that something has a benefit when in fact there's not.
So Dr. Faust, just to summarize, you've reviewed 6 of the higher quality studies listed in this graphic or list that Dr. Nass provided. What does your review of those studies tell you about the deficiencies of this list from a scientific perspective?
I want to understand the question. The deficiencies in list, does that mean all 29 studies? Or does it mean the 5 studies or 6 he's reviewed?
Can you please clarify, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Certainly. I am asking him the more general question. He is more generally familiar with the information. So I will rephrase. In having reviewed 6 of the higher quality studies from this list, Dr. Faust, what conclusions, if any, can you draw about the overall quality of the aggregation of this data here in this document of Exhibit 87.
Objection. We're now asking the witness what conclusions he can draw from 23 studies that he hasn't read and he hasn't evaluated. That's
I didn't understand that to be the question. Is that the intent of your question, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
No,
well,
that is not the intent
if
of
you
my
repeat it, I
question.
object to the form.
If the court reporter could read it back.
Yes, give me a minute to scroll back, please. Question. So I will rephrase. In having reviewed 6 of the higher quality studies on this list, Dr. Faust, what conclusions, if any, can you draw about the overall quality of the aggregation of this data here in this document of Exhibit 87?
If the aggregation refers to the 6 studies, I withdraw my objection. If the aggregation refers to all 29, I will stand on my objection.
She addressed your objection by limiting it to the previously reviewed study. So
if that's the question he's answering, I will withdraw my objection.
we've established that. Dr. Faust, you can go ahead and answer the question.
I believe that the way that those studies that we're referring to are characterized in Exhibit 87 is misleading.
And in addition, in addition to the 6 studies that you reviewed in detail, Doctor, are you more generally aware of the state of available research about the efficacy of ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19 patients?
I'm generally aware of the state of the literature, yes.
And how are you generally aware of that literature, just to refresh the board?
Well, as a treating clinician on the front line, I try to keep up with evidence-based medicine for the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's very important to do so. So I read a lot of journals, and I just in general try to stay apprised of important new emerging research.
And given your scholarly work on COVID-19 and as an ER practitioner, would you likely be aware of any high-quality study finding ivermectin effective?
Objection. Form of the question, if it's understandable.
Okay, Dr. Faust, did you understand the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Given your scholarly work on COVID-19 and your work as an ER practitioner, would you likely be aware of high-quality studies finding ivermectin effective as treatment for COVID-19?
I'm going to allow the question, unless you have a question about it, Dr. Faust. Go ahead and answer, please.
I think it's likely that I would know about a high-quality study that that changed the general consensus and conclusions about ivermectin, yes.
And Doctor, are you aware of any high-quality study that has found ivermectin sufficiently effective to support a practitioner's treating a COVID-19 patient with ivermectin?
I have not.
And as we discussed previously, Dr. Nass has designated a number of experts in this case, including a doctor named Harvey Reich. And I will direct your attention now to Licensee Expert Exhibit 151A regarding ivermectin. And I'll give you a moment to get there.
Okay. This is ivermectin-based prophylaxis in the risk of COVID-19?
Correct. And have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit previously, Dr. Faust?
Yes.
And what does this exhibit purport to be?
This is a summary of some literature about ivermectin.
And based on your review of this document, does it amount to a properly conducted meta-analysis?
No.
And why not?
As we've discussed, a properly conducted meta-analysis combines a number of studies that have similar enough characteristics that that they measure the same kind of question. And so that a meta-analysis combines data from multiple studies to try to make to try to see if there's a statistically relevant outcome from studies that were not large enough to find a statistically relevant outcome or statistically significant outcome. This is not that. This is, again, a collection of papers that are selected to show, it seems that, to advance a certain viewpoint on ivermectin.
And if I could draw your attention to page 4 of this document, which is headed capital B, studies adequately bearing upon prophylactic IVM use and the risk of symptomatic COVID-19. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the studies listed there?
Carvalho and colleagues?
Yes. And have you had an opportunity to review these studies, Doctor?
Yeah, I've looked at some of these studies. There's a lot of studies listed in this document. I've looked at this one.
And of the 9 studies listed here, if you could just review the names quickly.
Well, there's
of those 9 listed studies. So on page 4, 5, and 6.
Mm-hmm.
If you could just refamiliarize yourself. And I'm not asking you a question at this point. I'm just asking you to take a look quickly at the authors' names there.
Okay.
If you would just let me know when you've looked over the list.
Okay.
And Dr. Faust, you've reviewed 8 of these 9 studies. Is that correct? And more
But I
detail?
object to the leading. The witness can answer the question how many studies he's reviewed.
I'm going to allow it. We need to keep the hearing moving, and that's a benign question. So you can go ahead and answer, Dr. Faust.
I have notes on most of them. I'm not sure if it's 8 or 9 of them.
And in your opinion, Dr. Faust, are any of those 8 studies high quality studies?
I'm just reviewing each of them briefly. I don't think that there's certainly. I don't believe they're like randomized controlled trials here. I just have to refamiliarize myself. Well, some of them were, but they have problems. I mean, it's very heterogeneous. It's kind of all over.
And Dr. Faust, if you at any point need a moment to review your notes or your report or the studies you're being asked about, please feel free to ask for that.
Thank you.
And looking specifically at page 4 of this document, the 3rd study, so after the number 3, there's a study by Schumann et al. On that page. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
And what does this document by Dr. Reich claim about this study's findings?
So this claims that, let's see, basically that there was an improvement in the relative risk of COVID-19 infection was lower in patients who took ivermectin compared to those who did not.
And you reviewed that study in detail, correct, Dr. Faust?
I have reviewed that study, yes.
And what did you discover about that study's methodology in doing your review?
Yeah, this study had some problems that make it impossible to interpret. The most glaring one is that we're not really given enough information about why and when participants in the study were and were not tested for COVID-19. And so it looks like a large number of participants were actually not tested. And so you really, when you have that problem, you really can't make a conclusion about the relative risk of infection when in fact a large number of the participants in the study did not get tested for infection.
And how does the fact that most participants were not tested specifically impact the supposed findings that Dr. Reich claims to rely on related to this study?
It just makes it impossible to reach that conclusion. Again, when I look at this paper, there's nothing in it that that makes it so that I can interpret whether their findings or whether their conclusions are meaningful. And so it doesn't. It may be true, it may not be true. It's impossible to know from a study like this.
And if you could just review, going back to study one and reviewing these studies individually, what other sorts of issues did you discover about these studies? Let's start with Carvalho.
Yeah, with Carvalho, my notes here on Carvalho are that you have problems with some of the let's see my notes here. So let me refresh myself here. Well, one problem is that you've got, I think, I'm not looking at the paper itself, I'm looking at my notes, but that there's actually differences in the baseline groups. So again, it's hard to interpret finding when there are differences in the baseline of groups. You just don't know what this means. There are other concerns about the ages of this group, but generally a major problem with this in my notes. I'm just looking here. Is that there are problems like that in the intervention arm, which is the group that got ivermectin, that a lot of them are younger than the average age. So that the actual mean age of this actually may not actually reflect who is in it. It may or may not just be typos, but it's just looking at this study, it was hard for me to look at the groups and know that we can interpret anything significant from this.
And when you talk about there being differences in baseline groups or differences in ages, how does that influence the ability to evaluate the data specifically?
Well, I'll have that paper in front of me. I'm looking just at the exhibits here. So I'd have to go back to look at the specific paper to answer that question. But in general, when you're concerned that the demographic tables have problems, it's such a fundamental issue that it makes any further information you get you're trying to glean from a study colored by that, hard to interpret.
And when reviewing the remainder of these 8 studies, what other sorts of deficiencies did you find?
So I'm just looking one by one here in my notes. Let's see. One thing that I think is just kind of in general problematic is that there's sort of a
Can I object? If he's going to critique Dr. Reich's studies, please indicate which study he's referring to.
Okay, I'll allow that request.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I can look through for a moment and just try to see if there are particular ones that will make a point that would be useful. Let me look. So I'll just give a couple of examples. For one thing, this study, let's see, where is it? In bullet 6, for example, this is looking at ivermectin and a nasal spray.
Can you please identify the author of the study?
Sure. It's Chawla et al.
number 6
Thank you.
in this subcategory.
So this is a study of healthcare workers who received a nasal spray. And again, when I look at a study like this, it's hard for me to know like how that is relevant to the case, because nasal sprays aren't offered to patients in this country, as far as I know. So it just doesn't, again, when I look at this, I don't know why it's included, because that's just not something that is even discussed in this case. So that's one place. There are other methodological problems. I mean, some of these aren't necessarily problems, but they're just not, they're not ideal. Like in number 8, which is Morgenstern, these are, it's a retrospective analysis. It's not a randomized controlled trial. That doesn't discount that it doesn't have hypothesis generating findings, but it's just not a high quality piece of evidence in comparison to some of the exhibits that we've already discussed, which are randomized controlled trials looking at these kinds of questions. There are problems with, in number 9, for example, I have notes here on my document on Kerr et al. That, for example, a conflict of interest was identified in this paper, such that the people who took money from companies who promote ivermectin were actually involved in this study. So it's hard to interpret a study when it's basically being conducted by people whose job it is to promote something. That makes it, that would call into question sort of whether the best research practices are being used, and therefore whether you can really interpret much about it. I don't know if that's sufficient.
If I could just ask you a follow-up question on a retrospective analysis versus a randomized controlled trial. You were making a point there. If you could just expand on the differences in terms of evidence-based practice between those two kinds of studies. If you could explain that a little bit more.
Sure. A randomized controlled trial studies an intervention going forward prospectively, meaning that patients are recruited and enrolled into a study and then are followed going into the future. And in a randomized controlled trial, an intervention, in this case ivermectin, will be compared to some kind of control, either the standard of care or a placebo. And so that's a perspective moving forward. The outcomes of for every patient is not known at the time when they are recruited to participate in the study. And that's a high quality feature because it's not already ordained how the patients fared. And therefore there's no risk that they were selected simply because of how they fared on either direction. In a retrospective study or a cohort study, you are looking at the charts, the medical charts of cases whose outcomes are known. Now, there are ways to try to make it so that the investigators don't know that necessarily. They're blinded to that when they're doing the analysis. But in general, it can be very difficult to assess some of the differences between the groups because they are extracted from a database based on features that are in that database, rather than at the time when the actual intervention or control was actually being was taken. So retrospective analyses certainly have important impacts on generating hypotheses. There are certain kinds of studies that can never be done in a randomized controlled trial. And so retrospective cohort studies can provide important information. But generally, there are biases in retrospective cohorts studies that randomized controlled trials very frequently are able to overcome.
Assistant Attorney General Willis, if you see a good point for a break, please let me know.
Madam Hearing Officer, we could take a break now. I have probably 10 more questions.
Okay. why don't we take a break because it has been over an hour and a half. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:48. And before we go, Chair Gleaton, I noticed that when Mr. Terranova made his introductory remarks, he said we were going to take a half-hour break at noon for lunch. I don't know if that was just a standardized piece of information or if the board intended that for today specifically.
I think we can be a little more flexible with agreement of the other board's members, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
I didn't.
I just have to touch.
You do. It doesn't work like computer.
There you go.
Nope, it's back.
Attorney Libby, just so you know, you're unmuted.
Yes, we just unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Somehow I got removed from the hearing while we were on break. So let me start my recording. Tim, if you want me to record as a backup, you have to give me permission. Okay. So Tim, because I was removed, if you want me to record, you have to actually stop your recording. If you don't feel you need my recording for a backup, that's fine. Just let me know.
Hold on, I'll stop the recording and let you start it and then restart mine.
Okay, thank you.
Does that work? I paused it. Do I need to stop it completely?
Yeah, you do. Okay, I'm recording. Tim, are you all set? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you for that, for your patience while we figured that out. And Assistant Attorney General Willis, you may resume your questions.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I would just like to double check. I tried to make a volume adjustment over the break and just want to confirm with the court reporter that is this any better?
Yes, you're great.
It is a little better. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone's patience with that technical difficulty. Dr. Faust, just to reorient you, we are still talking about licensees Exhibit 151A. And I would direct your attention now to the bottom of page 7, where it indicates conclusions.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And could you tell us what were Dr. Reich's conclusions here?
The document states, just reading, that, quote, every one of the 9 studies of IVM prophylactic use against COVID-19 has shown risk reduction for subsequent infection.
And what is your professional opinion about these conclusions?
I think it's very hard to reach that conclusion definitively. I think that the 9 studies were chosen. It's unclear why those 9 studies were chosen and others weren't, and others were excluded. And I think that there are methodological problems with at least some of them that make that conclusion hard to agree with.
And Dr. Faust, in your opinion, does Dr. Reich's methodology of aggregating these particular studies lead to a valid conclusion a reasonably prudent practitioner could rely on in making treatment decisions?
No, because we need to know that the aggregation reflects the medical literature overall. And I don't think there's any, there's no way to know in this document on this question what was included and what was excluded. There's certainly some earlier in the document, some studies mentioned that are not included, and reasons for that are advanced. But this, in my view, we don't have enough information on inclusion criteria and about the biases and about a number of features for a high quality meta-analysis that would help me be confident in this interpretation.
And Dr. Faust, could you explain to the board whether or not, in your professional opinion, the studies listed in Exhibit 87 as the basis, pardon me, let me start again. Dr. Faust, could you explain to the board whether or not, in your professional opinion, Dr. Nass's decision to treat patients infected with COVID-19 with ivermectin, based on the studies listed in Exhibit 87, evidences a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duty she owed to patients in this case?
Yes, but mainly because it was done and in the context of not referring patients to an appropriate level of other care.
Objection. That wasn't the question.
Well, he answered the question with a caveat, so we're going to allow the next question.
Well, are we allowing experts now to comment on multiple subjects? Because he just commented on patient care.
I think within context, it's fine. He's not being asked directly questions about that, but he's qualified his answer. Otherwise, his answer wouldn't be complete. So let's go to the next question.
Could the court reporter read back the answer, please?
I've overruled the objection. Can we move to the next question, please?
Well, I didn't hear the full answer. I'd like to understand the answer.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
It'll give me a minute to look back.
Yes.
Certainly.
Answer, yes, but mainly because it was done in the context of not referring patients to an appropriate level of other care.
Okay, next question, please.
Dr. Faust, could you explain whether or not, in your professional opinion, Dr. Nass's treatment of patients with ivermectin, based on the scientific studies listed in Exhibit 87, evidences a lack of knowledge or inability to apply principles and skills necessary to carry out the practice of medicine?
Yes, and I'll caveat this by saying because Dr. Nass submitted this as rationale for treatment decisions, and one of the important things that a physician does is to integrate medical research into clinical decision making, and so this evidences an inability or unwillingness to do that.
And Dr. Faust, since the time you submitted your expert report, have you seen or become aware of any scientific evidence that has changed your conclusions about Dr. Nass's conduct in this case?
I have not.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. I have nothing further at this time.
Okay, Attorney Libby, cross-examination.
Dr. Nass, my name is Gene Libby. I represent, Dr. Faust. My name is Gene Libby. I represent Dr. Nass. It's nice to meet you.
Likewise.
I want to ask you a number of questions about your qualifications for a number of the opinions that you have provided in this hearing. Are you board certified?
Yes.
In what?
Emergency medicine.
Anything else?
Nope.
Now, you're not board certified in epidemiology?
I'm board certified in emergency medicine only.
Okay. So you're not certified in epidemiology, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by certified in epidemiology.
Well, do you have any credentials in epidemiology? Have you performed epidemiological studies?
I have performed epidemiological studies, yes.
Tell me what they are.
Well, I could refer you to my CV. Would you like to look through it?
No, you can look through it, but I want you to tell me what epidemiological studies you have conducted.
Sure. Give me a moment to grab my CV.
Certainly.
That's exhibit, let me give you the board staff exhibit.
33.
Thank you. When you're ready to respond, Dr. Faust, could you just give me a page number on the lower right-hand corner?
I see. Sorry, I'm looking at, let's see, which this is going to, well, in mine, it's, in the document I'm looking at, it's exhibit 33, page 22 and 23 on my documents. But if you're asking for the board staff things, I'd have to go to another document to find that.
I can give them that number. It's board staff exhibit 2147 and 2148.
So under report of scholarship research investigations, this is not up to date, but for example, study number 8, number 9, 10, 11, and 12 are all published epidemiological studies, public health epidemiology.
So number 8 is comparison of estimated excess deaths in New York City during COVID-19 and the 1918 influenza pandemics, correct?
That's right.
Number 9 is all-cause excess mortality and COVID-19 related mortality among U.S. adults aged 25 to 44, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, SARS-CoV-2 infection hospitalization rate and infection fatality rate among the non-congregant population in Connecticut, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And number 12, suicide trends in the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic.
You missed 11, but yes.
Oh, did you say 11 as well?
8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay. And 11 is suicide deaths during the COVID-19 stay-at-home advisory in Massachusetts.
That's true. I would just add that since this was filed, I've published several more studies of all-cause excess mortality, which are public health epidemiology studies.
So it would appear that your focus has been on excess mortality and suicide.
Excess mortality and subtopics within that, of which suicide has been one of the places we've published, yes.
And none of your purported epidemiological studies deal with COVID treatment with ivermectin, correct?
That's correct.
None of them deal with treatment of COVID with hydroxychloroquine.
That is correct.
So, Dr. Reich, have you looked at his CV?
Are you asking me if I've looked at your expert's CV?
Yes.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So you don't know that he has a BS in biology and mathematics?
I did not know that.
What is your BA in?
My BA is in music.
Dr. Reich has a PhD in biomathematics. You have a master's. What is your master's in?
Biomedical sciences.
Your master's?
I have 2 master's degrees. I'm sorry. I have a MS in biomedical sciences, which was an infectious disease and immunology laboratory where I worked. And I also have a master's of arts in music.
Okay. Music theory and appreciation.
That's no music theory and composition.
Excuse me. Dr. Reich is a postdoctoral fellow in epidemiology. Do you have any such credentials?
I'm not a postdoctoral fellow, or I have not done a postdoctoral fellowship in epidemiology.
Write it down so I can hear it. What courses have you taken in epidemiology?
There were courses in medical school. There were courses in graduate school. I don't recall the names.
Okay. Have you taken courses in biomathematics?
Biomathematics. Could you be more specific at what curriculum you're referring to? Because there are different curricula with different names.
Well, mathematics is related to epidemiological studies.
Yeah, well, generally in medical school and in graduate school, those types of topics will be integrated into the coursework as you go. However, there are also biostatistics courses, which would, I think, probably cover biomathematics.
Okay.
And so, yes, I have taken those courses.
Okay. What is a multivariate analysis of mortality adjusted for sex? Do you know?
Do I know?
Yeah.
What a multivariate, so can you repeat the question?
What is a multivariate analysis of mortality adjusted for sex?
So multivariate refers to taking a number of different characteristics of a population, and a multivariate analysis would therefore be looking at what variables might have an impact on a particular topic. And in this case, you're saying dividing it up by sex. So
have you done a multivariate analysis?
Have I done multivariate analysis?
Yes.
I haven't published multivariable analysis, but in the context of training and as a student, I may have done that. I don't recall.
You don't recall. So you haven't published a multivariate analysis, correct?
Not where I was the primary author, no.
Have you ever done a multivariate analysis adjusted for sex, age, use of oxygen therapy, and detection modality?
I have not.
Have you ever done a matched retrospective cohort study?
Actually, that's technically difficult. I have a study that I have just completed that did something like that. It's in review at a journal, but
I didn't ask you if you've done something like that. I asked you if you've done a matched retrospective cohort study. It's a yes or no question.
But let me think about the methodologies of a couple of papers that I have in process right now for just a moment, without violating any other agreements that I've made elsewhere about confidentiality. You're saying a matched cohort?
A matched retrospective cohort study.
Yes, I have done that.
Okay. When?
Recently.
Has it been published?
It's in review at a journal currently.
Okay. Are you the lead author?
Yes.
Investigator?
Yeah.
And what was
one of the co-lead investigators, yes.
And what was the primary outcome that you were looking at?
I'm trying to decide. I need to think about whether agreements that I've signed on confidentiality apply here. So I need to think about this for a second, because I wasn't being expected to be asked about studies that are currently under embargo. So let me if you just give me a second to think about what I can say, if that's okay.
That's fine. And if you need a minute to review a document as well, feel free to ask for that.
Well, but the documents I'd have to review to know that would be, in, submission systems of journals that I don't have it right here. Let me just think about this. Counselor, you're putting me in a difficult situation because I don't want to violate agreements that I've made elsewhere.
So, Dr. Faust, it's fine to say you're not able to reveal that information due to confidentiality. You're not required to compromise any confidentiality commitments in this proceeding.
All right, thank you. That's what I would prefer to stick to out of caution.
Okay.
Have you ever conducted a randomized control trial?
No.
Have you ever conducted a double-blind randomized control trial?
No.
What is heterogeneity?
Heterogeneity.
Geneity.
Can you repeat the question, please?
What is heterogeneity?
Heterogeneity is a concept that refers to how similar or how different certain things are.
Is that a concept that is important in epidemiological studies?
It often is, yes.
Why?
Well, it depends on the study and what the study design is. So your question is a little vague.
Well, as a methodology, do epidemiologists review heterogeneity in their studies?
Sometimes.
Okay. Why do they review it?
It depends on what is being studied.
Have you ever treated a patient on an outpatient basis with hydroxychloroquine?
Outpatient basis. Well, I work in an emergency department, so it depends on how you define that. Some police people and some organizations define emergency departments as outpatient and others define it as inpatient. So I work in an emergency department. Is that what you're asking about?
In the same manner as Dr. Nass treated patients.
I don't think that I work in the same way that Dr. Nass does. I don't. So I work in an emergency department where I see patients in person and treat them immediately.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed for COVID-19 ivermectin?
I have not prescribed ivermectin for COVID-19.
Do you know what the half-life of hydroxychloroquine is?
I would have to look that up.
Okay. Do you know the half-life in blood?
I would have to look that up.
Do you know the half-life in tissue?
I would have to look that up.
Are you aware that the half-life of hydroxychloroquine is 30 days in tissue, which is why it has such an antiviral effect?
That's possible. I would have to look that up.
You don't know. Do you know it remains in tissue for as long as a month?
I would have to look that up.
Do you recognize that hydroxychloroquine has been one of the safest drugs in use for over the last 50 years?
I don't know what you mean by one of the safest drugs over the last 50 years. Could you clarify that?
Sure. You're aware of the registry for adverse events from medications?
Yes.
What is that called?
Are you talking about? Well, it depends. There are different registries. There are a variety of things. So maybe you could be specific as to which one you're asking about.
Are you aware that in the last 50 years, there has only been 6,000 adverse events reported for hydroxychloroquine over billions and billions and billions of doses taken?
That sounds reasonably true. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but if you say so, that sounds possible.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization recognizes ivermectin as one of the essential drugs?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Are you aware that ivermectin, with respect to adverse events, has less than 4,000 over 50 years of use and billions and billions and billions of prescriptions?
That sounds very possible. No reason to disagree with that.
Dr. Faust, have you ever testified in court?
No.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in any field?
Well, I haven't been called in court, so that's it.
Have you ever testified before a board, a disciplinary board like the Board of Licensure Medicine in Maine?
No.
So this would be the first testimony under oath for you as an expert in the field in any field.
That's correct.
The Board of Licensure in Medicine provided you their expert guide when you were retained. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you review that?
At the time I did read it, yes.
Okay. And one of the criteria for experts is that you have been engaged in clinical practice in the same area of practice as the physician being investigated for 2 years prior to review. Now, am I correct that you don't meet that qualification?
Well, I think that the qualification would probably, in that instance, be referring to the treatment of COVID-19 patients.
Okay. Let me read the question again. Have you been engaged in clinical practice in the same area of practice as Dr. Nass for at least 2 years prior to your review? Were you engaged in practice similar to Dr. Nass?
Well, what do you mean by practice similar to? I just need to know what.
Treating patients outpatient, like Dr. Nass was.
Yeah, I have treated. Yes, I treated outpatients for COVID-19, just as Dr. Nass has.
Well, what do you mean you treated them? What did you do with them?
Well,
refer them to be treated by the other physicians in the hospital?
No, well, that is one of the things I do. When you work in an emergency department, you have certain patients that you see who are not admitted to the hospital. Those will be considered outpatients for these purposes. In those cases, I treat them myself if needed. And then in other cases, as you suggest, I need to admit them to the hospital, and then they will be treated at that time by teams that are based in the inpatient wards of that hospital. So to the extent that...
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
So I believe your question is centered on the idea of have I treated COVID-19 patients in the last 2 years, just as Dr. Nass has treated COVID-19 patients in the last 2 years? The answer is yes, we have both treated COVID-19 patients in the last 2 years.
So how do you treat COVID-19 patients when they present to the emergency room?
That depends on their clinical condition, and it also changes over time.
But you don't treat any of them as Dr. Nass treated her patients with either ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, correct?
I have not prescribed ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine to my patients.
Now, you're aware that the standards for medicine vary from state to state, correct?
Yes.
And the standard of care, if we can use that term, in Maine is the standard of care applicable, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Now, what are the standards of care in a pandemic in Maine?
Could you be more specific?
Well, as I understand your testimony, when the pandemic struck in March, everybody was caught short, correct?
Meaning this was a much larger problem and threat than had been anticipated. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And there were no effective outpatient treatments for COVID-19. when the pandemic struck, correct?
That is correct.
And there were no protocols in hospitals for the treatment of COVID-19 patients.
Well, that is not quite right. There were no specific COVID-19 treatments and protocols. However, COVID-19 is an infectious pathogen. We knew that it causes pneumonia and other problems associated with infectious diseases. And so hospitals certainly could offer critical care or supportive care just as we would for other viruses. So we had a lot to offer in terms of helping patients and saving their lives. But at that time in March, which is, I believe, what you're asking about, of 2020, there was not yet any high quality data about COVID-19 specifically.
Okay. Now, talking about the standard of care and high quality data, can you direct me where I would go to find a standard that says physicians can only consult high quality data? Can you direct me to that standard?
Well, I think, are you asking me if it's okay for physicians to also consult low quality data?
No, listen to the question. You've referred to ad nauseum high quality journals.
Okay, Attorney Libby, I'm going to ask you to refrain from editorial comments in your questions and ask only sincere questions.
This is a sincere question. It seems to be the question that is most at issue.
Okay, but ad nauseum is an editorial comment, so I'm asking you to refrain from those kinds of terms.
So, Dr. Faust, my question is, for the hundreds of thousands of physicians in America and the millions of physicians around the world, is there a standard reference that you could point me to that says physicians shall only consider high quality journals in their treatment decisions?
Your use of the word only makes it very easy to answer that no, there's nothing to say that they should only do that.
Okay. So this high quality journal is something that you've constructed for your interpretation of the data with respect to treatment of COVID with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. Is that right?
I'm not sure that I've constructed anything. I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Well, as I understand your testimony, it's I'm not going to look at low quality evidence. I'm only going to look at high quality evidence. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I would use the word only.
Okay. What word would you use?
I prefer high quality evidence, and I prefer to spend what time I have when I'm looking at a question about medical evidence to spend my time looking at high quality evidence.
Now, high quality evidence to you may be low quality evidence to another physician who's looking at the information with a different lens, correct?
It could be.
Yeah. Now, you're being paid $500 an hour for your testimony?
That's correct.
And you're aware that the board guidelines provide for only $125 an hour for preparation and $175 for testimony.
I was aware of that at the time that they reached out to me.
So, did the Board of Licensure in Medicine retain you? Do you have a written document?
I'm not sure if I know what you mean. I was asked to serve as an expert in this case, okay. and I informed the board as to what my hourly rate was, and they asked me to continue to help with their case.
Is there any correspondence memorializing what the terms of your engagement are with the Board of Licensure in Medicine?
I do not remember how that was all determined. I'm not sure if there were. I don't know the answer to that. There's obviously it's written somewhere, or we had a phone call or something. But at some point, I told them what my rates were and how long I thought it would take me to do this, and we proceeded.
Do you have licensee exhibit 224 in front of you, Dr. Nass? Dr. Faust.
Licensee exhibit 224?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to find that. So,
May I provide the witness with a little bit of guidance here?
Certainly.
Yes, these are the exhibits that were recently provided that are not admitted into evidence, correct?
Correct.
So to the extent board members are looking for this exhibit, you do not have it. It has not yet been admitted into evidence. It's my understanding, Assistant Attorney General Willis, you recently provided these to Dr. Faust, but feel free to give him additional guidance.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. So within the link that I provided you, Dr. Faust, these will be, this exhibit will be in the folder marked 5 period LE. That's how it begins, and it's a folder, and then within that folder you should find exhibit 224. And that was
well, let me see if I can find this.
okay.
5 LE 224.
Yeah, so within that folder there should be a series of exhibits, and exhibit 224 should be one of those.
Invoice for services to Maine Board of Licensure and Medicine, this one?
Yes.
Okay.
So am I correct that on May 16th, 2022, you billed the Board of Licensure and Medicine $10,500 for your services?
This document says that I billed $10,500 and the date was May 17th, 2022.
Thank you. Now, if you could turn to this, it's in the same exhibit, invoice for services. This one is dated November 16th, 2022.
What page are you on?
Yeah.
Is it within the same exhibit, Attorney Willis?
I also am lost. I apologize, Attorney Libby. I'm not sure which page of this exhibit you're on. We have a 6-page document.
Excuse me, it's page 5.
Yeah.
So on November 16th, 2022, you billed the Board of Licensure and Medicine $9,750.
Yeah.
Now, how do you keep your time for projects such as these?
I generally just take a look at what day it is and keep a spreadsheet. And generally I write down when I started and when I finished and what I did.
Okay. And do you still have those?
Yeah, I'm sure I have them somewhere.
Okay. Now, at the bottom of page 5 of licensee exhibit 224, there is an itemization of your time. Do you see that, Dr. Faust?
Sure.
I don't see on page 1 of exhibit 224 any itemization of your time.
You're talking about the previous?
Yes, we're talking about page 1.
Okay.
But did you submit an itemization of your time to the board?
I don't recall. I may have, I might not have.
So do you have your report available to you?
Are you talking about the report that's in evidence?
Yes, exhibit 32.
Yeah.
Board exhibit 32.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. And the report is dated February 24th, 2022.
Yes.
And the report, I believe, contains 18 pages.
Yeah.
And 5 of the pages involve your review of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, correct?
I haven't counted them, but that's possible.
And the rest of your report, the other 13 pages, deal with whether Dr. Nass engaged in misinformation involving COVID-19, correct?
Are you talking about the sections that are redacted?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether we're supposed to discuss redacted material, but
Well, there's no problem in discussing redacted material. The question is, were the other 13 pages of your report dealing with misinformation?
Okay, so hold on. He's raised a question, and I'm going to answer it as the hearing officer. And I do want a better understanding of why you are asking him to refer to redacted materials. They were redacted for a reason, because this is not an issue before the board. So what is the purpose?
I am trying to establish how much time he spent on that portion of his report that is admissible.
Okay, but we don't need to get into the substance of what was redacted. You can ask him those questions without.
Well, I'm not going to get into substance. I just asked him if it concerned misinformation.
Right.
That's not a confidential term in this hearing.
No, but you're getting into the substance of what was redacted. It was redacted for a reason. You can simply ask him what portion of his time he spent on material that was subsequently redacted. Would you like to ask him that question?
That's the same question I just asked him. Sure. What portion of your time did you spend on the material that was redacted? If you know.
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay. So the first invoice covers preparation of your report, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at the 21 hours that you billed, are you with me?
Yes, I'm listening.
If we simply do the calculation of what percentage of the report was excluded times your hours, that was 73%, then 14.6 hours of the 21 was spent on topics that aren't at issue in the hearing at this time, correct?
Objection. This calls for speculation, and you've already asked, and he has already answered that he does not recall the number of hours that he spent on the redacted subjects.
He hasn't answered this question.
Well, it's the same. It's a different question that builds on a question he could already not answer. So why don't you move to another question?
I'd like an answer to the question.
Well, I'm sustaining the objection that this question asks him to speculate further on in a topic that he's already indicated he doesn't have the answer to.
What do you mean calls on him to speculate? He spent 21 hours preparing a report, and I'm trying to find out how many hours he spent on the 5 pages of the report that have been deemed admissible.
And he's indicated he doesn't have a recollection of how the time was broken apart. He's already answered that question.
So could we say less than 5 hours?
So you can ask that question. Do you need the question clarified, Dr. Faust?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So I'm looking only at the ivermectin and the hydroxychloroquine portions of your report, which you discussed with Assistant Attorney General Willis. How much time did you take in preparing that portion of your report? 5 pages.
Objection asked and answered.
You don't know. How much time did you...
So Attorney Libby, I'm getting concerned that you're really not observing the process appropriately. There was clearly an objection. You need to let me answer the objection before you move into the next question. So the objection is sustained. Please go to the next question.
You have no recollection of how much time you spent. Is that your answer?
That's not my answer.
What is your answer?
What? First of all, I believe. Can I ask a point of to the hearing officer? I think he's asking a question that was just objected to, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so let's have a repeat of the question, please.
The court reporter, could you please read it back?
Yes, give me a minute to go back and switch. Question, you have no recollection of how much time was spent. Is that your answer?
So you can answer that, Dr. Faust, and then let's move to another topic because you're asking him repeat questions that he can't answer. So Dr. Faust, you can go ahead and answer that question.
The breakdown of the 21 hours for which I billed I don't remember the exact breakdown of the 21 hours with respect to this document in terms of what remains unredacted versus what was redacted.
Now, in those 5 pages of your report, you reference 5 studies for ivermectin and 6 studies for hydroxychloroquine that you reviewed, correct?
I think there were other studies as well, but certainly we discussed 5 from Exhibit 87 and 6 from Exhibit 87. 5 from maybe, well, what's the other one? 88 maybe? We can look in, there are 2 forest plots that were submitted, one for ivermectin and one for hydroxychloroquine. And I spent time in the report looking at, from that list, 5 from hydroxychloroquine and specifically 5 from the ivermectin. But in the rest of the document, I refer to other studies as well, which are, I believe, were all submitted as exhibits by the board.
How long did it take you to read those studies?
Some of them I'd already read, some of them I hadn't. It's hard to say.
Okay. How much time did you spend preparing your answers for the board with the board staff attorneys?
I'm not sure what you mean by preparing.
I mean by meeting with them and discussing the testimony that you presented January 31st and today.
Well, I think in some of my filing, in some of my invoices, I itemized like when we had phone calls and how long those lasted.
So why don't we go to page 5 of Exhibit 224.
Let me get that. Okay, hold on. Page 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
So on August 30th, 2022, you spent 3.5 hours meeting with legal team, correct?
That's right.
And that meeting was about your testimony, correct?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking. What do you mean by about my testimony? I hadn't given any testimony at that time.
Well, the meeting was about the opinions and the basis of those opinions that you were going to offer at this hearing, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, let me see if I can simplify it.
Thank you.
In those 3.5 hours, you were asked questions about your opinions regarding Dr. Nass, and you provided answers to those questions.
That is correct.
Right. Now, on October 7th, 2022, you had another meeting with the legal team, this one for 3 hours.
That's correct.
Now, am I correct that you were rehearsing the testimony that you were going to give before the board?
My recollection of those meetings was that we discussed.
Please answer my question. It's a yes or no question.
I don't think I know what you mean by rehearsing.
I mean, by rehearsing, asking questions, giving answers with the understanding that the same question and answers would be given at the board hearing.
We
Rehearsing.
discussed the kinds of questions that might be asked by them, the kind of questions that we might be anticipating that you might ask. We spent a lot of time discussing the thousands of pages in evidence that could come up in a hearing.
Okay. So you don't like the word rehearse. How about prepared?
Yeah, I'd say that those meetings were about getting kind of trying to wrap my mind around what of the thousands of pages of documents might be the focus of their interest and also of your interest.
Now, Dr. Faust, in Exhibit 32, which contains 51 sub-exhibits, those 51 sub-exhibits contain 383 pages. Did you read all of those?
Sorry, which exhibits? You're talking about 31. Can you tell me which exhibits?
I'm talking about the sub-exhibits, which are 32.1 through 32.51.
32.1.
So, Attorney Libby, because not all of those exhibits were admitted, I'm not sure that Dr. Faust has immediate access to that entire list. If you would like me to provide that to him, I absolutely can do that. But I would just need a few minutes to be able to transmit that to him so that he can look at exactly what you're referring to.
Let me see. Dr. Faust, do you recall submitting 51 articles in your report to the Board of Licensure of Medicine in this case?
So what I think you're referring to is in my expert report, were there 51 articles referred to? I think that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Yeah. So I basically in my expert report, I referred to a number of studies, and I believe that those studies were then referenced such that the board could find those studies. I didn't submit PDFs of each study. I put references to the studies that I had referred to in the document.
Okay. And my question is, did you read all of those 51 articles that you cited in your report?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I read parts or all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Reading parts of all of them isn't reading all of them.
Parts or all of them.
Okay.
Some of them I read in their entirety, and some of them I read only part of.
Okay. So the answer to my question is, did you read all of them? Is no, you didn't read all of them, right?
Not every word, no.
Okay. Now, who owns MedPage?
Who owns MedPage? MedPage is owned by, I guess, Everyday Media. I'm not sure who actually the owner is. It's owned by another company.
Well, what is Everyday? Do you own MedPage?
I do not.
Okay. So Everyday Media, what is that?
They are a corporation of some kind.
A corporation of some kind. What are they? What is their business? Are they journalists? Are they investment bankers? What's their business?
I'm an independent contractor of MedPage today. So, I don't really have, I don't work with Everyday Media in any other way other than as a contractor to one of their companies.
Which company?
I guess MedPage is a product or a company. I'm not sure the exact organizational structure of it.
Okay. So MedPage is owned by Everyday Media, and you are an independent contractor with MedPage?
That's right.
Okay. And what is the contract? How much are you paid?
I'm not sure that I'm supposed to disclose that, so I don't think I can answer that question.
Well, in order for me to properly cross you, I need to know about potential conflicts and what you're paid
I'm going to allow you to ask him, is he paid by them, and then move on. He's indicated he can't disclose the amount, but he can, it appears, disclose whether or not he's paid by them. So why don't you ask that question?
So are you paid by MedPage?
Yes.
What portion of your income is obtained from MedPage? What portion of your total income?
It's impossible to say. I'm an independent contractor, and the income that I make every year depends on a lot of different factors. So I don't know.
Well, let's talk about last year. What portion of your income came from MedPage?
Last year was the first year I was fully, was the first full year I worked for MedPage. And since I haven't done my taxes yet, I do not know the answer to that question.
Was it more than half of your income?
I don't know. I do not know the answer to that question.
Well, what percentage of your income do you receive from your emergency physician job, which you said was 600 to 800 hours?
For last year, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So are you familiar with conflicts of interest, Dr. Faust?
Yes.
Okay. And in research studies, investigators are required to disclose conflicts, aren't they?
They're required to disclose relevant conflicts of interest, correct?
Right. And they're required to disclose conflicts so that the reader can make an independent determination whether the writer could be influenced by what he's being paid, right?
Yes.
Now, MedPage is owned by Everyday Media. You're an independent contractor with MedPage. There are other journalists. Would you call yourself a journalist?
I'm a writer. I don't list journalism on like my Schedule C for my taxes, so I'm a writer.
Okay. Are there other writers who also are under independent contract with MedPage?
Are there other writers who are under? I do not know the answer to that.
Well, you're not the only one that contributes to MedPage, do you?
Oh no, MedPage has employees of which I am not considered a full-time employee. For example, there are journalists whose full-time job is to work for MedPage.
What is Inside Medicine?
That is my newsletter.
Who owns that?
I do.
Is that an LLC?
No, it's just a publication that I create.
So you're a sole proprietor?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You're not a corporation, you're not an LLC, you're not a limited partnership.
With respect to Inside Medicine?
Yes.
Inside Medicine is not. Inside Medicine is a newsletter that is published on Substack.com. That's the extent to which it exists. So I don't know how to answer your question any further than that.
What percent of your income comes from subscriptions to Inside Medicine?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
Who were the sponsors of MedPage?
I have no idea who the sponsors are, but if you go to medpagetoday.com, I'm sure you'd find some advertisements and you can give some idea.
Okay. Who are the sponsors of Inside Medicine?
There are no advertisements on Inside Medicine.
Okay. So the Infectious Disease Society of America is a sponsor of MedPage, aren't they?
I do not know that.
Okay. Well, you've written about the CDC being a sponsor of MedPage, haven't you?
I don't. When did I write that?
Inside Medicine.
Inside Medicine. I'm sorry. Is CDC a sponsor of Inside Medicine?
No.
No.
Meaning, when you say sponsor, you mean has the CDC paid me or anyone for work that resulted in publication in Inside Medicine, correct?
That's the first question, yes.
The answer to that question is no.
Okay. Does CDC have any role in inside medicine?
None.
Editorial, any role?
None.
You testified, Dr. Faust, that you advise a number of organizations, and you mentioned WHO, World Health Organization?
I've provided what I consider to be advice to members of the WHO. Yes.
Tell us what advice in what field and when?
Mostly early in the pandemic, members of their science team and also just leadership in general reached out to me with questions asking for advice. Initially, they reached out to me because I had been critical of some things that they had said, and they wanted to discuss that. Those conversations led to a series of conversations, which I think I certainly characterize as me providing advising to them, which they agreed with. I was not paid for that.
What did you advise them on?
I don't remember precisely the topics, but it was very early in the pandemic. So I think I'm trying to remember. There was an example where something in the WHO documentation had in how they respond to outbreaks indicated that when patients were coming in with SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 or any new pathogen that was concerning, that they ought to be hospitalized. And I remember criticizing that guidance because I thought that the spectrum of COVID-19 was so large and that the infectivity of the pathogen was so great that advice, if followed early in a pandemic, could cause great problems for various jurisdictions who don't have the hospital capacity to hospitalize every single patient with the virus. So an example of advising I gave them was to make sure that they clarified their messaging about who should and who shouldn't be hospitalized early in the pandemic.
You testified you advised the CDC?
I have spoken to the CDC about a number of issues. I have conversations with various staffers there. Yeah, I mean, I work with them in a way where I think that my sharing of my medical opinion expertise can be characterized as advising, but I'm not paid to advise them.
Okay. So you're not a paid advisor of CDC. You talk to people at CDC, which you think allows you to say you're an advisor to CDC, correct?
Well, I would not say I'm an advisor to the CDC. I would say that I have given advice to the CDC.
You testified that you published in the British Medical Journal?
That's correct.
Okay. What did you publish?
Are you referring to what's on my CV?
Is it on your CV?
Yes. I believe so. I believe so.
Okay. Can you point it out to me?
Sure, let's find it. Give me a moment. So this is Exhibit 33, and it's on page 22. And the article is called "Towards a Better Case Fatality Estimate for SARS-CoV-2 During the Early Phase of the United States Outbreak." Oh, wait, sorry, that's not that one. Oh, excuse me, I misspoke. Where is it? That's clinical infectious diseases. Where is the BMJ one? Sorry. I have to do a find for this. On page 27.
And if I could just clarify for the record, that's PDF page 2145 and board staff exhibit printed page 2152 is page 27 of exhibit 33, Dr. Faust CB.
And what are you referring to, Dr. Faust?
So under reviews, chapters, monographs, and editorials, Niferatos, Melnick, Faust, COVID-19 fatality is likely overestimated, BMJ.
Okay. Now, I want you, do you have the transcript in front of you? I want you to go to page 650. It's exhibit 236, line 11.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, so just for clarification for board members and the witness, this is the transcript of the last day of hearing, which is January 31st. It is not admitted as an exhibit yet, and it's already available and part of the record simply as the transcript. So board members, you do have this if you want to look it up individually. Dr. Faust, are you able to locate the transcript from the day of hearing where you testified initially, which was January 31st?
I believe so. I'm looking through it now to see if I can get to where Mr. Libby wants me to go.
Okay.
And Attorney Libby, could you repeat the reference page number and line that you're interested in?
650, line 11.
Thank you.
And are you in the condensed or the mini version?
I'm in the mini version, but the page number should be the same.
Okay.
Are you there, Dr. Faust?
I'm not quite. Okay, yes.
Question, line 11. And can you give some examples of where your peer-reviewed work has been published?
Mm-hmm.
Answer, yeah. I had research on COVID published in the British Medical Journal. Did I read that portion of your answer correctly?
Yes.
What you had published in the British Medical Journal was a letter, correct? Not a peer-reviewed article.
Well, it's a letter, but some letters are peer-reviewed and some are not.
Well, you know, I went to the British Medical Journal registry under Jeremy Faust, and the only response was a letter that was written by Joshua D. Niferatos, Edward R. Melnick, and Jeremy S. Faust. And it was written March 20, 2020. And the byline was COVID-19 fatality is likely overestimated, correct?
Correct.
So is it your testimony that this letter is a peer-reviewed journal article in one of the most respected journals in Britain?
Objection. The question that's been read from the hearing transcript doesn't state the nature of the work in the same way that Attorney Libby just stated it.
Doesn't need to cross.
Okay, so I'm going to allow the question. I understand your point, but I'm going to allow the question. Do you need the question repeated, Dr. Faust?
Yes, please.
Do you want the court reporter to do that, or do you want to do it, Attorney Libby?
I would, the court reporter can.
Okay.
Question, so is it your testimony that this letter is a peer-reviewed journal article in one of the most respected journals in Britain?
So I don't know whether or not this letter was peer-reviewed or not. British Medical Journal and other journals have different standards when they're publishing letters that contain research. Some letters that contain research are peer-reviewed, and some of them are, they're not peer-reviewed, but they're reviewed by editors at the journal. So while that is a form of peer review, it's not considered peer review in the same way.
So the answer is no.
The answer is I don't know.
So you answered a question under oath for an example of your peer-reviewed work, and you said, I had research on COVID published in the British Medical Journal.
Well, I'm looking at the transcript and it says, you asked where peer-reviewed work has been published, and I answered, I've had research on COVID published in the British Medical Journal.
Well, let's read the question. And can you give some examples of where your peer-reviewed work has been published? Answer, yeah. I had research on COVID published in the British Medical Journal.
Yeah.
Now, that was pretty misleading. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Faust?
Well, I'm not sure it was misleading. It was the first piece of research that I had published on COVID. I think it was peer reviewed. I'm not sure. The other ones that I list after that, I'm quite sure were peer reviewed. The first one, I agree. I don't remember which sort of pathway on the BMJ's, the British Medical Journal's, adjudication and publication pathway. Our letter went down. So
if you don't know, then you shouldn't have stated under oath that it was peer reviewed by answering that question, correct?
Well, I answered that I had research on COVID published in the British Medical Journal.
The question didn't ask you research. The question asked you peer reviewed work.
Well, I may have misheard the question. I don't remember, but I
may have misheard the question.
But my answer there is accurate. I've had research on COVID published in the British Medical Journal. I've had research on COVID published in the Journal of the American Medical Association.
Okay, you've answered my question. You can stop.
Okay, I'm going to actually allow him to finish his answer, and then you can have the next question, Attorney Levy. So,
well, this is crossed. This isn't
I understand that, but
I
understand, but the direct rules of evidence do not apply, as you know, and I want to make sure witnesses have the opportunity to answer questions. So, Dr. Faust, if you have more to add, please do so.
Thank you. No, that's fine. I can stop there. My point is that I answered. My answer is accurate.
Now, as an expert, you're appearing in this case as an expert. Yes?
Your question is, am I appearing in this case as an expert?
Yes.
Yes.
And an expert needs to be open-minded and fair. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Must be open-minded in reviewing evidence supporting, in this case, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah.
Must be unbiased. An expert must be unbiased.
Well, what do you mean by unbiased? I mean, everyone has biases. What do you mean?
Well, as an expert, do you have a bias that you haven't told us about?
No. I mean, I think when you say unbiased, you mean that you should be able to look at a question fairly and without pre-existing notion that would guide your interpretation.
Yes.
Yeah, we agree on that, yes.
So, and you must be objective.
Yes.
And you must not discount opposing evidence for frivolous reasons. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that.
And you must use scientific criteria.
I'm not sure specifically what you mean. That sounds reasonable, but what exactly do you mean?
Well, I mean scientific criteria. You can't just use subjective, non-scientific opinions. Would you agree with that?
Look, there's always room for subjectivity and interpretation, but I agree that to the extent possible, the interpretation should be based on scientific interpretations.
What is confirmation bias?
What is confirmation bias? Well, confirmation bias has a number of definitions. To me, what confirmation bias means is that someone who is consuming a piece of information tends to cling to or prioritize information that reiterates what they already believed rather than challenges what they already believed.
Let me ask you if you would agree with this definition. of confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of one's existing beliefs or theories.
The tendency, repeat that, please.
Sure. The tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of one's existing beliefs or theories.
That's a reasonable definition.
Okay. Now, since the pandemic and the availability of the vaccines, you have been an outspoken proponent of vaccination, correct?
Objection, relevance?
I've never heard of relevant objection to somebody's bias and credibility.
But the vaccine efficacy is not an issue for hearing. We've already.
I'm not asking, I didn't ask about vaccine efficacy. I just asked if he had was a proponent.
Okay, so Attorney Libby, I'm going to ask you once again to observe the rules of decorum and let me finish my sentence before you begin.
Certainly.
Continuing your objection. Can you please repeat the question?
Dr. Faust, since the pandemic, have you been an outspoken proponent of vaccination?
Okay, so I'm not going to allow that. That's not a subject of hearing.
No, but it certainly goes to his biases and credibility, and there's no limitation in law or in administrative law to exploring somebody's bias.
There is limitation on relevance, and whether he's a proponent or not of the vaccine does not have to do with the issues for hearing.
Sure. So, Dr. Faust, you've been an outspoken critic of ivermectin throughout the pandemic, correct?
I'm not sure I know what you mean by outspoken critic.
Well, you publish quite prolifically, and you've published many articles in Inside Medicine and MedPage that are very critical of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, right?
Could you be specific in referring to specific things I've written?
Sure. Let's look at licensee exhibit 142, this week in COVID research.
Licensee exhibit 142, hold on. Okay.
And the subsection is effective early treatment with ivermectin among patients with COVID-19, New England Journal of Medicine.
Early treatment of COVID-19. Sorry, I'm looking for this. Yes, effective early treatment with ivermectin among patients with COVID-19. Okay, yes.
And in the second paragraph on that page, you write the outcome. Ivermectin didn't work.
I apologize for the interruption. I am not on the same page yet. If you could just identify, Attorney Libby, where we are again for me one more time. And again, I apologize for the interruption.
Licensee exhibit 142.
At which page?
Page 4.
Thank you.
So you write ivermectin didn't work, correct?
That's correct. That's what I wrote here.
And on the next page, Dr. Faust, under commentary, did you write nevertheless, as soon as the data from the study was released, ivermectin worshippers set out to undermine the findings. Did you write that?
Yeah.
So ivermectin worshippers, what were you intending to imply by using such pejorative language, Dr. Faust?
So what I wrote in my commentary is, and I want to put it in context and including what you read to me. I'll read it. If ivermectin works against COVID-19 at all, the effect is not large. This study certainly showed no effect. Nevertheless, as soon as the data from the study were released, ivermectin worshippers set out to undermine the findings. And what I really meant by that was, in fact, to identify a small subset of vocal people for whom the confirmation bias problem that you were mentioning a moment ago seems to apply, which is that they cling to, even though the study showed something disappointingly about ivermectin, their interpretation of the study is not about that. It is to engage in confirmation bias. That's what I meant when I was with that sentence.
So it was meant to imply that those doctors, your colleagues who believed in ivermectin, shouldn't be believed, and that they're not objective, right?
I didn't refer to any doctors there. I just said ivermectin worshippers.
Well, Dr. Nass is a doctor, isn't she?
Only doctors can prescribe, not like.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Dr. Nass just suggested only doctors can prescribe ivermectin. You, of course, agree with that.
I didn't refer to ivermectin prescribers. I just referred to ivermectin worshippers.
Okay, and who are that? Are those patients or those doctors?
I don't really remember to whom I was referring when I wrote that, but I tend to think that I was talking about people who read this particular study in the New England Journal of Medicine, which found that there was no effect in ivermectin for the question that was being studied, and that there is a group of people who, rather than accept the bad news of that study, would instead seek to undermine it as their main project.
In the next paragraph, Dr. Faust, you write, I have two major thoughts about ivermectin. First, it likely has almost no practical effect on COVID-19, correct?
That's the first sentence, yes.
The one finding I was ever impressed by was that in a randomized trial, patients who took ivermectin seemed to gain their sense of smell back more quickly, correct?
That is what it says.
And then you write, this seems to imply that maybe ivermectin does actually do something, though unfortunately not what the grifters and zealots claim. Did I read that right?
You did.
What's a grifter?
We could look up the word grifter. I suppose.
Well, you used it. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the word grifter generally implies people who are selling something that is not in good faith.
Well, if we look it up in Merriam-Webster, grifter is somebody who follows around circuses and runs gambling tents that are usually rigged. Is that what you meant by grifters, Dr. Faust?
I was not referring to the circus industry, no.
And when you call them zealots, was that an attempt to characterize them as not worthy of belief?
I think the word zealots was used there as another way of describing people who are at high risk of confirmation bias.
So, yes, I think you're right. People who have a high risk of confirmation bias, such as yourself, right?
Objection, argumentative.
I can finish the question.
Okay, go ahead and finish the question.
You have reviewed 29 hydroxychloroquine studies that all trend positive for effect. And you have quibbles that they didn't use the right methodology and they didn't use this.
Objection, that was not his testimony about the studies, that he did not testify that they trend positive.
I understood that to be Attorney Libby's conclusion, not the witness's conclusion. So do you object to the question as asked, Assistant Attorney?
Yes, thank you.
And the basis of the objection is argumentative?
Argumentative, and now that I apologize for interrupting Attorney Libby, but I thought he had finished his question when I objected. But that was the first half of the objection, and now it is to the form of the question.
Okay. So I'm going to allow this question. Do you need it repeated, Dr. Faust?
Yes, please.
Court Reporter Ali, please repeat the question.
I don't know if it was concluded, but I'll read what I have.
Okay.
Let me just go back. Question, you have reviewed 29 hydroxychloroquine studies that all trend positive for effect, and you have quibbles that they didn't use the right methodology, that they
Okay. So
That was when there was the objection.
yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
okay, okay. So do you want to restate the question, Attorney Libby, because it sounds like it wasn't completed?
Yeah. Am I correct, Dr. Faust, that the hydroxychloroquine studies that you reviewed that were contained in HCQ Meta, the website, you have testified under oath after reading 6 of those studies that they didn't qualify or couldn't be interpreted because of methodological issues.
Methodological issues, and I'm going to allow that question.
I'm a little confused because you said hydroxychloroquine, but we're in the middle of that sentence, and we're talking about ivermectin.
No, we're talking about hydroxychloroquine now. We'll talk about ivermectin.
Well, wait a minute. This whole line of questioning was related to my inside medicine about the early treatment of ivermectin among patients with COVID-19. So are we now moving away from that?
This is the question. Did you criticize, based on your reading of 6 studies regarding hydroxychloroquine, the methodology used in those studies?
So I think that there are a lot of problems with the studies that have been put into evidence.
So the answer is yes?
Again, Attorney Libby, I'm going to allow the witness to...
Well, I am asking yes and no questions, and I'm getting a lecture. That's not what I want. I want an answer to my question.
Yep, and I want to run an expeditious hearing, and I want you to respect the hearing process, and I have asked that you allow witnesses to answer questions. I understand this is cross.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I am trying to allow witnesses to answer questions. This is an administrative hearing. So, Dr. Foss, go ahead and complete your answer.
You have to restate the question.
Did you criticize the hydroxychloroquine studies submitted by Dr. Nass that you read and commented on in your report, Board Exhibit 32, as suffering from methodological problems?
Some of them did, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And did you offer the same conclusions with respect to the 5 studies that you read regarding ivermectin, that they also suffered from methodological problems?
I did not find that they had the same degree of methodological problems as the ones submitted by Dr. Nass. So
I didn't ask you about degrees. I just asked you whether you found that they had problems in that area.
Not particularly. I mean, I assess all these papers for the methodologies because methodology is extraordinarily important. And I found that some or many of the studies that Dr. Nass submitted suffered from important methodological problems that render them difficult to interpret or make conclusions about. I didn't find such problems in the studies that I mentioned in my report that you're referring to.
For ivermectin.
I think there's a little bit of confusion here in terms of which studies we're talking about.
You're going back and forth
So
here.
if we could just have a little bit more clarity about which specific studies Attorney Libby is asking about and which specific studies Dr. Faust is referring to, because I think there are the ivermectin studies that were provided by Dr. Nass, which were reviewed, and then there are ivermectin studies affirmatively provided by Dr. Faust, and I'm not sure everybody is talking about the same studies.
Okay, so we'll make note of that. Attorney Libby, you can move to your next question.
Dr. Faust, did you write an article, The Deadly Partisanship Behind Prescribing Unproven COVID-19 Treatments?
Can you show me what exhibit that is?
It's licensee exhibit 129.
Yes, I wrote that.
That was written, has a date of February 24th. Was that 2020 or 2021?
Well, it couldn't have been 2020 because the pandemic hadn't started yet, or at least had not reached the United States. So it's either 2021 or 2022. I think it was probably 2022, actually, because, well, hold on. Yeah, it would have to be 2022 because I don't think I was publishing Inside Medicine in February of 2021. So I think it was probably February 24th of 2022.
And in this article, you called drugs like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin fads, which had massive harms.
Can you show me where's that?
It's in your article.
I know where. It's a long article.
Well, why don't we review the article and we'll start on page 2. Are you with me on page 2?
Yes.
You write, it seems that hydroxychloroquine gained widespread attention because Elon Musk tweeted about it and then President Trump spoke about it, a devastating 1-2 punch of Muppet punditry. Did you write that?
Yes.
So who are the Muppets? Elon Musk and President Trump?
Muppet punditry. I think that the punditry is Muppet in this particular sentence.
So I just want to be clear. The Muppets you're referring to aren't Elon Musk and President Trump, right?
I'm referring to Muppet punditry.
Can you answer my question? You're not referring to President Trump or Elon Musk.
I'm referring to punditry.
Okay. So tell us what the punditry is.
The punditry was, I think, I'm trying to remember exactly what it is they tweeted and what they spoke about, because it's been a couple of years now, or a year now. Oh no, it's been 3 years since those tweets and those statements were made. So I think that I'm referring to an potential over exuberance that punditry reflected.
Well, what is punditry?
Punditry is opinion.
Aren't you a pundit? Because you write opinions about anything all the time. You're a pundit, right?
I don't write opinions about anything, everything all the time.
Well, you publish something every day.
I publish most days, yes.
Yeah. And so you're a pundit, right? You offer opinions to the public to try to influence the public, correct?
Yeah, I offer my expert medical and science-based opinions on medical issues that I feel are important, yes.
And then you write, what followed was even worse. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration issued an emergency use authorization for hydroxychloroquine use in COVID-19 in March 2020, despite the fact that such a declaration wasn't even necessary. Off-label prescribing laws are such that physicians could already prescribe it without further permission. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Right. And today, physicians can and do still prescribe it without FDA, the need for FDA approval, right?
Hydroxychloroquine is an FDA-approved drug.
And you do not need approval from the FDA to use hydroxychloroquine off-label, right?
That is correct.
That is correct. So then you continue. By the summer, the FDA had revoked the EUA, which was unnecessary, correct?
That's correct.
And specifically discouraged its use for COVID-19 outside of clinical trials. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Then you write, that was more understandable. The earlier EUA had lent hydroxychloroquine the FDA's imprimatur, and once there was ample evidence that the drug had no benefit, the least the FDA could do was rescind its pointless previous declaration. Right?
Correct.
So from Dr. Nass's perspective, whether the FDA recommends or doesn't recommend use of hydroxychloroquine is irrelevant because it's a licensed drug which any doctor can use off-label, right?
That's correct.
That's correct. And then in the next paragraph, you said ivermectin came next. The original enthusiasm for its possible use in treating COVID-19 came from legitimate laboratory experiments, which had indeed shown that the compounds inhibit the replication of SARS-CoV-2 in test tubes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you write why ivermectin gained ascendancy over other equally aspirational ideas for treating COVID-19 with existing medications is less clear, though I suspect, I'm sorry, the last sentence in my copy is, I can't read. Can you read it on your copy, Dr. Faust?
No, the documents that you submitted are as shown.
Okay. I'm sorry for cutting that off. And then on the next page, first paragraph, despite an ever-increasing mountain of high-quality evidence to the contrary, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin believers continue to cling to fantasies that these medications make all the difference if only the medications are given in the exact right dose and the exact right moment. Did you write that?
Yes.
And now, as I understand the duty of a physician, it is to do no harm. Isn't that the Hippocratic Oath? Do no harm?
That's certainly a summary of a Greek, document. Yes.
And then you write, some have argued that prescribing medications like these, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, and other even safer ones like vitamin D and antacids is relatively harmless. After all, they are known to be quite safe. Right?
You read that correctly.
Yes.
Attorney Libby, sorry to interrupt. When you're done this document, I think we'll assess whether we're ready for a board lunch. And I just wanted to see if you were done with that document.
So in the next to the last paragraph, Dr. Faust, on this page, you reference a new JAMA internal medicine led by a Harvard friend and colleague, Dr. Michael Barnett, shows that both hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin were far more likely to be prescribed in parts of the country that more heavily voted for Republicans in recent elections. Right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And then you note in the last paragraph that yes, we know that calls to poison control centers increased as a result of these fads, but the reality is that large clinical trials of both hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin have had one important thing in common. They have essentially shown neither harm nor benefit, right?
I'm not sure that you read that correctly. Could you read that again?
Consistently.
They have consistently shown neither harm nor benefit.
Are you saying either or neither? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Neither.
Well, do you have the article in front of you?
So
Yeah. Yes.
Dr. Nass, I can really only have Attorney Libby speaking on the record while he's asking questions. I appreciate your efforts to help, but we need to allow Attorney Libby to respond when there's a question from Dr. Faust. Dr. Faust, the document says neither. With that correction, do you agree that he read it correctly?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure because the pattern that we had engaged in, and he was reading me things that I wrote, and I was confirming that he was reading them correctly. And that was the first example where I was not sure.
That's fine.
So you wrote that both hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin have consistently shown neither harm nor benefit.
You read that
Correct?
correctly. You read that correctly, yes.
And then on the next page, you go on to write that regions where false miracle cures are popular, and I take it you're referring to ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. False medical cures, correct?
Is your question is when I said false medical cures are popular, precise, I'm not sure what you're asking.
You write regions where false medical cures are popular. And my question, the regions where false medical cures are popular are precisely the ones with lower rates of vaccination against COVID-19.
Objection.
Right?
So instead of medical, replace miracle. And
Yes.
what is the question? Did he write that? Is that the question?
Did you write that?
Yeah, I wrote that. I just noticed that mentioned that you've submitted an article that I wrote, but you've cut off previous sentences so that I don't know the context for that exact, I don't recall the context for that exact sentence.
Well, let me see if you understand the context of this. I'll reread it. No, the major harm comes from an unfortunate combination. Regions where false miracle cures are popular are precisely the ones with lower rates of vaccination against COVID-19.
Yeah, just for your information, the underscore is a hyperlink on the internet that if you click it goes to an article that shows data support that statement.
Thank you.
So yes, I wrote that.
All right. I'm going to move on to another topic.
Okay, so let me assess whether this is a good time for a lunch break. Chair Gleaton, would the board like to take lunch at this time? And if so, for how long?
Would you all like to have some lunch now? Anybody object? Looks like everybody would like lunch now. How about a half an hour?
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll come back at 1:05, and Attorney Libby and Assistant Attorney General Willis, when we return, if we're going to do additional review of documents that Dr. Faust has written, I'm going to ask the Assistant Attorney General to stipulate at the beginning of each document that Dr. Faust wrote the article, so we can speed up the questions, because this is taking longer than anticipated. So with that, we'll take our half-hour lunch break and resume at 1:05.
May I ask a quick question, Madam Hearing Officer?
Yes.
If Attorney Libby could provide us with a list so that we can actually verify in advance what you're asking us to stipulate to, because that isn't something that we have prepared, whether he has written the articles or not written the articles. We just haven't looked at the exhibits for that.
Okay, I think these are just his exhibits. So, and if you
these are the licensees submitted exhibits.
Correct.
And I just want to be given the opportunity to actually verify before stipulating that they are written by Dr. Faust, that they were written by Dr. Faust.
Okay,
that's my only question.
They usually say Jeremy Faust at the beginning, but if you need time at each one, we can do that.
Okay. I was hoping Attorney Libby could just provide me with a quick list so I could do it during the break. That was what I was asking for the opportunity, but that's fine. I will review them quickly over the break.
Okay, thank you.
It's amazing how fast a half an hour goes.
Very true.
As soon as you have to make one phone call, forget it.
Exactly. Okay, so we're waiting for a couple board members. Attorney Libby, if you're ready, you can turn your video back on. House, great. So just Dr. Waddell. Okay. We're all back. And Attorney Libby, you can continue with your cross-examination of Dr. Faust.
Thank you. Dr. Faust, are you familiar with articles that relate to doctors not immune from political bias?
I'm not, what are you referring to?
Well, I've marked it as licensee exhibit 225. Are you aware, before we go to the exhibit, that and as you had written in the article you wrote that we were talking about just before break, that politically conservative states, doctors in politically conservative states are 5 times more likely to treat a patient with hydroxychloroquine?
Sorry, are you asking me to refer to a document, or are you asking me to answer an unrelated question?
No, I'm just asking you whether or not the question I'm asking, which is, are you aware that there is journalism suggesting that politically conservative states where doctors practice are 5 times more likely to treat a patient with hydroxychloroquine?
I'm sure that may have been true at one time. I'm not sure if it still is.
Okay. Can you look at licensee exhibit 225? It's an article published February 8th, 2023. It's captioned, "Doctors Not Immune to Political Biases When It Comes to COVID."
I'm sorry, are these in the documents that I just received like recently, the new ones?
Yes, they are not admitted exhibits. So board members, you do not have licensee exhibit 225, but it's my understanding that Assistant Attorney General Willis provided those to you, Dr. Faust, quite recently.
That's right. Earlier today, I was able to access them on the internet. At the moment, it is not loading. So let me just quickly go back to the original link and see if I can get it. Just bear with me.
Okay.
Hearing docs. And which files would this be in?
225, licensee exhibit 225.
225.
And in the link that I have sent you, Dr. Faust, this is the folder that starts 5.le.
Yep, I got it. This is exhibit 225. Okay, I have it up.
The article, Doctors Not Immune to Political Biases When It Comes to COVID,
Yes, sir.
written by Christina Fiore, Director of Enterprise and Investigative Reporting, MedPage Today, February 8th, 2023.
You read that correctly.
And in the second paragraph on the first page, in a survey with responses from some 400 critical care doctors, those who identify as politically conservative were 5 times as likely as their liberal and moderate peers to say they would treat a hypothetical COVID-19 patient with hydroxychloroquine. You see that?
I do see that.
And are you aware that that is a trend in conservative states?
What trend?
That doctors doctors treat with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin more than liberal states.
Well, Mr. Libby, a trend is data over time, so that implies a change.
I don't want to debate trend. Are you aware that conservative states have passed laws that protect doctors prescribing hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin?
I'm confused because you just asked a different question. Are you moving on from your previous one and asking a new one?
Please listen to my question. Are you aware that Republican states, we call them conservative, have passed laws protecting doctors who prescribe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin?
Which states are you referring to?
Well, New Hampshire, which is right next to Maine, Tennessee, Missouri, Indiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and according to the Federation of State Medical Boards, 32 states have legislation either restricting board authority explicitly or allowing for the off-label use of and treatment with COVID-19 drugs. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can acquaint you with that. First, are you aware that the attorney generals in the states of Nebraska, South Carolina, Indiana, Kansas, and Missouri have authored legal opinions as the chief law enforcement officer of their state, indicating that boards do not have authority to discipline doctors who prescribe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Let's go to licensee exhibit 121.
121?
Right.
So this is not in this recently filed documents, is that correct?
One of the original exhibits.
Okay, and board members, you do have this if you are looking for it.
121?
Yes, and Dr. Faust, this will be a part of a PDF that for you is labeled EX 1 through 150 N combined.
Okay. Mr. Libby, could you repeat the name of the exhibit?
It's the opinion of the Attorney General of the state of Nebraska, licensee exhibit 121, subject prescription of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine as off-label medicines for the prevention or treatment of COVID-19.
I see that. Yes, I have that. Thank you.
Have you read the opinion of the Attorney General of Nebraska?
No, I have not.
No, we have not. Now, let's just go to the conclusion, which is the very last page, Dr. Nass.
Dr. Faust.
Dr. Faust.
Objection. He's testified he's not familiar with this document.
Okay, well, I don't know what the question's going to be, so he might point him to a particular sentence and have him comment on it. So we're going to continue with the question.
Do you see the conclusion?
Not there yet.
Page number, Attorney Libby.
It's 47.
And do you have a paragraph within that you're directing him to, or the whole page?
It's the first paragraph under the subhead conclusion.
Thank you.
Okay, I see conclusion on page 47.
The first sentence, based on the available data, we do not find clear and convincing evidence that a physician who first obtains informed consent and then utilizes ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19 violates the UCA. The UCA is the Nebraska Uniform Credentialing Act. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that. You read that right.
And you weren't aware of this before your testimony in this case today?
I had not read this.
Okay. Now, if the Attorney General of a state says that doctors can prescribe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin with informed consent, would you agree with me that that would impact the standard of care in that state?
Objection, speculation. This witness isn't qualified to testify necessarily about this.
I'm going to allow him to answer to the extent he can. Dr. Frost, are you able to provide an answer?
I'm not really familiar with Nebraska state law, nor what the duties of the state's attorney general may or may not be in that or other states. So I do not know whether a statement issued by that officer would have an impact or would not have an impact.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's go to page 20.
Going backwards in the same document?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Dr. Nass, again, I appreciate your efforts to help, but I need to have just Attorney Libby speaking while we're doing the questioning. Thank you.
All right, page 20, I'm there.
Do you see the subhead U.S. public health agencies on ivermectin?
Yes.
And it says the NIH has adopted a neutral position, saying the, quote, there is insufficient evidence to recommend either for or against the use of ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19. Do you see that?
I see that.
And the next sentence, beginning with the reason for the change. Are you there, Dr. Foss?
I'm looking at it, yes.
The reason for the change, the NIH recognized, was that, quote, several randomized trial and retrospective cohort studies of ivermectin use in patients with COVID-19 have been published in peer-reviewed journals. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. So let's stop here for a minute. It is the present day policy since January of 2021 that the National Institute of Health has a neutral position on the use of ivermectin in the treatment of COVID. Is that consistent with your knowledge today?
I don't have any reason to disagree with that. I'm not sure if that's been updated since then, but that sounds correct.
Okay. So if NIH has a neutral position, that means at the time that they didn't recommend for or against ivermectin, correct?
At the time, if this document correctly summarizes the NIH position, then yes.
Okay. And it was your opinion with respect to hydroxychloroquine that you could not opine for or against its use. That's how you testified, correct?
You just asked me about hydroxychloroquine, but this...
I did. Is that how you testified?
I don't remember every word of my testimony. If you'd like to have it read back to me or we could get it, that's fine with me.
Well, I'm just asking you from your memory, was it your opinion at the conclusion of your testimony on hydroxychloroquine that you could not recommend for or against its use in the treatment of COVID-19?
Well, I don't want to contradict what I said under oath. So if we want to read back what I said, then I'll tell you if I agree with that, but I don't remember the exact wording of it.
Okay, I will. Can we go to the transcript, which is Exhibit 236?
Okay, and I don't think the transcripts have been provided to people with exhibit numbers because they're just part of the record. So it's the transcript from the January 31st day of hearing.
Page 703, beginning on line 5. The question is on page 702, line 25. Please let me know when you're there, Dr. Faust.
Yeah, so this is page 702, line 25. There's a question that starts, and doctor?
Yes. Question, and doctor, having reviewed 5 of 8 of the higher quality studies included in this purported meta-analysis, what is your opinion about the validity of this purported forest plot overall? Answer, it has no validity to match what it purports to say. It cannot be used to interpret the literature on hydroxychloroquine in any direction. So having read these papers, which are representative of many of the others, I conclude that one cannot conclude anything from this document in favor or against hydroxychloroquine.
So I'm glad you read that to me, counsel, because my answer specifically was tailored to the question that was asked. And my answer said that I can't conclude anything from this document in favor or against hydroxychloroquine. So the evidence that was submitted to the board was a summary, I believe, of Dr. Nass's beliefs. And that document, my opinion of that document is reflected in that answer.
Okay, well, I'm confused. Let me ask you a new question, Dr. Faust.
Sure.
As you sit there today, are you of the opinion that you cannot recommend in favor or against use of hydroxychloroquine in the treatment of COVID-19?
I'm not sure that I would say it that way. I would say that I have not yet seen any high quality evidence that would suggest a benefit of hydroxychloroquine.
Okay. So we know it's safe, right?
It has a relatively safe profile, yeah.
We know doctors can prescribe it off-label, correct?
Correct.
And your opinion is that it hasn't been demonstrated to be effective. Is that right?
It has not been demonstrated to be effective. That's correct. And
therefore,
high quality studies, yeah.
Therefore, doctors can't prescribe it?
I don't think I said that.
Okay, well, what does it mean with respect to Dr. Nass's use of these 2 drugs to treat her patients? Are you saying that she was incompetent? to use these drugs?
Well, I'm saying that those drugs are not adequate to constitute the level of care that she's owed to the patients.
All right. We're going to go back to the opinion of the Attorney General, which is Licensee Exhibit 121.
Okay.
Now, on page 21, I was looking at page 20, so the next page.
Yes.
The last paragraph on that page.
Yes.
The Attorney General writes, the FDA has similarly charted a course of confusion. In March of 21, the FDA posted a webpage entitled, quote, why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19, close quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the Attorney General goes on to say, although the FDA's concern was stories of some people using the animal form of ivermectin or excessive doses of the human form, the title broadly condemned any use of ivermectin in connection with COVID-19. And the Attorney General writes, yet there was no basis for its sweeping condemnation. You see that?
You read that correctly.
Okay. And then the Attorney General says, indeed, the FDA itself acknowledged on the very webpage that the agency had not even reviewed data to support use of ivermectin in COVID-19 patients to treat or prevent COVID-19. And it cites as a footnote 138, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration document, why you should not use ivermectin to treat. Do you see that?
I see that it says that, yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware of the publicity of the publication by the FDA that we are not cattle, we are not horses?
Is that something that's an exhibit that you could refer me to?
It's referred to in the Attorney General's opinion.
Can you
Have you seen that?
Can you show me where that is, please?
Sure. If you look at page 24 of the Attorney General's opinion in this document.
Hmm.
Do you see the?
Yes, I see what looks like a tweet.
You are not a horse. You are not a cow. Serious, y'all. Stop. Stop it.
I see that.
Now, Dr. Nass wasn't prescribing animal ivermectin, was she?
Well, I'm not really looking at the medical chart right now, but I assume that she would call ivermectin into a human pharmacy, but yes.
Yeah, I think she would. Now, I want to look at page 22.
Okay, I'm on page 22.
And the Attorney General writes, on the same webpage, the FDA also declared that, quote, ivermectin is not an antiviral, parens, a drug for treating viruses, close parens. It did so while another one of its web pages simultaneously cited a study in antiviral research that identified ivermectin as a medicine, quote, previously shown to have broad spectrum antiviral activity, close quote, citing the Cali study, correct?
That is what it says.
And the Attorney General writes, it is telling that the FDA deleted the line about ivermectin not being antiviral when it amended the first webpage on September 3rd, 2021. So does it appear to you that there's some misinformation going on with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration?
I'm not sure I know what you mean. Can you define what you mean by misinformation?
Yeah, they're warning against the animal use of ivermectin, but doctors weren't prescribing animal ivermectin, correct?
I don't know.
Well, do you know of any doctors that were prescribing animal ivermectin to people?
It's the same drug.
Well, I mean, it really has to do with a matter of the dosage and other considerations. I don't know.
That's not the question I asked. I asked you.
So I'm going to interject. Dr. Nass, I can't have you speaking during this questioning, okay? You just offered information.
No, that wasn't me. That was not me speaking. Someone else, another female voice.
Another female voice said it's the same medication. No one else is unmuted.
I heard that as Dr. Gleaton saying that.
Okay. So apologies, but Dr. Gleaton also, let's just stick to questions from Dr. Libby.
It was Dr. Gleaton, is that who said that?
That's what I have.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was not on mute. I thought I was muted. I apologize.
That's okay. So I think he's answered the question. Do you have another question along these lines, or can we move on, Attorney Libby?
Yeah, I want to go to the bottom of page 22. Last paragraph. Quote, currently available data do not show ivermectin is effective against COVID-19, close quote. But this claim fails to recognize that several RCTs and at least one meta-analysis suggests that ivermectin is effective against COVID-19. Is that what the AG wrote?
That's what the AG wrote.
Okay. So, I want to go to page 42.
Okay, page 42.
And actually, the statement I'm going to ask you about begins at the bottom of page 41, Dr. Faust.
Okay.
It begins with the public health agencies in the U.S. have addressed the topic of hydroxychloroquine and COVID-19. The NIH, quote, recommends against, close quote, its use for, quote, the treatment of COVID-19 in hospitalized patients and in non-hospitalized patients, close quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
The Attorney General observes to justify its position against hydroxychloroquine for non-hospitalized patients, the NIH relied heavily on an RCT conducted by Mitchell. You're familiar with his research, aren't you?
We have at least one article by that author in evidence.
And this is what the Attorney General writes. While that study did not show great advantages in the hydroxychloroquine group, that group did have, as the NIH's own website reports, a slight reduction in the risk of hospitalization, parens 7.1% risk in the control arm versus 5.9% risk in the treatment arm, close parens, and in the time to resolution of symptoms, parens 12 days in the control arm versus 10 days in the treatment arm, close paren. As for serious adverse events, more 12, close parens, were reported in the control group than the hydroxychloroquine group, parens 8. And the researchers determined that the serious adverse events in the hydroxychloroquine group were not related to the drug. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Now, would you tell the Attorney General of the state of Nebraska that he was relying on low quality evidence?
The Mitra study, just to review, was a randomized controlled trial. It was an open label trial, but it was published in a reputable journal. Its primary outcome, this study was designed to study viral load, and its primary outcome was negative. So it showed that patients who received the drug did not have an improvement in the primary outcome of interest, which was viral load of SARS-CoV-2. That means that this study was, in a sense, a failure from the perspective of showing a benefit for hydroxychloroquine in how it was designed. However, the document here is referring to secondary outcomes, of which hospitalization was one of them, but there are other ones as well. So my comment is that all papers, whether they're high quality or low quality, have primary outcomes and secondary outcomes. In this particular study, which was published in a quite reputable journal, Clinical Infectious Diseases, the primary outcome for hydroxychloroquine showed negative. It did not show a benefit for hydroxychloroquine.
You didn't answer my question.
And some of the secondary outcomes were negative or positive or had no difference. So what I would say is that what's being referred to primarily as secondary outcomes, which is hypothesis generating only.
So my question was, would you tell the Attorney General of the state of Nebraska that he was relying on low quality evidence? Yes or no?
So did he qualify the kind of evidence it was?
He just quoted from the Mitra study.
So, but I don't quite understand the nature of whether it's high quality or low quality. I don't see where that's.
Well, that's the term that you've been using throughout your 2 days of testimony.
Mm-hmm.
The Attorney General, who's the top law enforcement officer in Nebraska, wrote that the Mitra study did show benefits from the use of hydroxychloroquine. And my question to you is a simple one. Would you tell the Attorney General of the state of Nebraska that he was relying on low quality evidence? Yes or no?
I don't think that's how he wrote it. He wrote that he said, while that study did not show great advantages in the hydroxychloroquine group, that group did have, and then he goes on to say, some positive findings that were secondary outcomes. So the Mitra study, I would not call a low quality paper, but what I would say is, you can take a paper that is of moderate or high quality and you can misunderstand or misuse it. So for example, to make a conclusion about a secondary outcome, which is hypothesis generating, even in a very good study, would not be a proper use of even good data. So your question, I think I understand what your question is. Is it a high quality study or a low quality study? And I'd say that there are many features of the Mitra study that are high quality. But what I would say to the Attorney General is that even good data should not be misused to make conclusions that are more certain than are warranted.
Let's turn to page 43. You remember the question I asked you earlier about the concentration of hydroxychloroquine in the blood and in the tissues?
I remember that you asked me something about that. I don't remember exactly what you asked me.
And you told me that you didn't know what those levels were.
I don't remember what you asked me, but if you want to restate the question, I'm happy to answer it.
Look at the first complete paragraph on page 43.
Okay.
It's the second sentence. First, the FDA said that the, quote, suggested dosing regimens are unlikely to produce an antiviral effect, close quote, because they will not create sufficient, quote, drug concentration in, close quote, in the body. But as the FDA's revocation itself acknowledged, hydroxychloroquine's, quote, immunomodulatory effects, close quote, as opposed to its antiviral effects, are not, quote, predicated on achieving, bracket, certain hydroxychloroquine concentration, close bracket, levels. Moreover, the FDA based its views on the assumption that, quote, free drug concentration in the plasma, close quote, are, quote, likely to be equal to free extracellular tissue concentration, close quote. But other researchers' simulations showed that hydroxychloroquine's concentration, quote, concentration in lung tissue was much higher than in plasma, close quote, leading them to conclude that moderate doses are, quote, recommended to treat SARS-CoV-19 infection, close quote. Now, would you agree with me that the Attorney General is right? There is research to suggest that concentrations of hydroxychloroquine in the tissue are much greater than they are in plasma.
This paragraph is the Attorney General of Nebraska.
Okay, that's not the question I asked. Please listen to the question and answer the question. The court reporter could read it back.
Madam Hearing Officer, I want to be able to finish my answers without being interrupted.
Okay, so do you need the question? Do you have something you want to add, or do you need the question read back to you?
Please have the question. Can we have the question read back to me, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Question. Now, would you agree with me that the Attorney General is right? There is research to suggest that concentrations of hydroxychloroquine in the tissue are much greater than they are in plasma.
It's a simple yes or no question.
The answer to that question is that this paragraph describes the Attorney General of Nebraska's interpretation of other researchers' simulations about this question. So I have little to add other than this is an opinion based on the opinions of simulations that other people did outside of the expertise of the writer. And so I don't have much to add because I don't really know how the attorney reached his conclusions, nor have I read the exact, I've read the exact studies that are being referred to.
So you can't answer the question yes or no. You don't have enough information. Is that what I understand?
About the Attorney General's methodology? No, I do not know how the Attorney General of Nebraska reached that conclusion.
Okay, let's talk about another conclusion of the Attorney General that begins on page 43. Actually, it's 44, sorry. The Attorney General writes, as we discussed above, many large observational studies strongly suggest that hydroxychloroquine does in fact keep people diagnosed with COVID-19 out of the hospital and alive. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
And certainly the Attorney General of Nebraska can rely on observational studies. You yourself testified that observational studies could be used as good data, correct?
He can, but he's mischaracterized the use of observational studies.
Your answer was that he cannot comment on the use of those studies?
No, my answer is that he can refer and be informed by large observational studies. However, the way that he's written this indicates a misuse and a misinterpretation of how those studies generate information and what can be concluded from them.
Okay. The Attorney General writes in the next paragraph, Dr. Faust, third, the FDA found it compelling that, quote, NIH guidelines now recommend against, close quote, using hydroxychloroquine, quote, outside of a clinical trial, period, close quote. But as previously explained, the NIH's recommendation concerning COVID-19 outpatients does not rest on undisputed support. Thus, the NIH guidelines should not be considered a basis upon which to ban healthcare providers from using hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19. See that?
I see those words.
Now, what the Attorney General is saying that the NIH guidelines should not be considered a basis upon which to ban healthcare providers from using hydroxychloroquine. You would agree with me that the NIH guidelines have no impact on a doctor's ability to prescribe a licensed drug such as hydroxychloroquine off-label.
I don't see where the discussion of a ban came from, so it doesn't make a lot. It seems like a non sequitur to me.
Well, that the ban was because they were trying to discipline doctors like Dr. Nass for using these long-standing, safe antiviral drugs.
Objection. Foundation.
Okay, Attorney Libby?
Yes, please.
What's the basis of the objection?
Foundation. Do you want to respond?
Well, as an expert, it's something that any expert opining on hydroxychloroquine should know.
Okay, so I'm going to allow Dr. Faust to answer if he's able to.
Can you restate the question or have it repeated back, please?
Okay, Court Reporter Alley, can you repeat the question, please?
Question. Well, the ban was because, excuse me, was because they were trying to discipline doctors like Dr. Nass for using these long-standing safe antiviral drugs.
I don't hear a question there, but what I would comment is to say that Mr. Libby just referred to hydroxychloroquine as an antiviral, whereas in the previous portion of this document he read, the Attorney General of the state of Nebraska concluded that hydroxychloroquine does not work as an antiviral, but has potentially other effects. So to the extent that you have a disagreement with the State Attorney General of the state of Nebraska, I would refer you to him or her.
In the 1 to 3rd paragraph on this page, despite rising doubts about hydroxychloroquine's use against COVID-19, the FDA has consistently affirmed that healthcare providers retain the right to use hydroxychloroquine as part of early COVID-19 treatment. At least 4 statements demonstrate this. Do you agree with that?
You read that correctly.
But do you agree that doctors retain the right to prescribe the medication?
Doctors retain the right to prescribe hydroxychloroquine in an off-label manner, correct?
So let's listen to what Stephen Han. Do you know who Stephen Han, H-A-H-N, is?
Stephen Hahn, H-A-H-N?
Yeah.
Are you referring to the then head of the FDA commissioner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bottom of the page. Second, on May 29th, 2020, then FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn acknowledged that, quote, many physicians have prescribed hydroxychloroquine for patients with COVID-19 based on an individual assessment of the potential benefits versus the risks for an individual patient, close quote. He added that, quote, prescribing a product for uses not specifically included in the official labeling is common in the practice of medicine, close quote, and that the FDA does not, quote, prohibit physicians from prescribing medications, close quote, because the agency does, quote, not regulate the practice of medicine, close quote. You would agree with that statement, wouldn't you?
Well, you read it correctly. There are several statements there. Would you like to go one at a time?
No, I asked you a simple question. Do you agree with this statement by FDA Commissioner that I just read to you? Yes or no? And if you don't, we'll talk about what portions you disagree with.
Let me go line by line here. Dr. Stephen Hahn acknowledged that many physicians have prescribed hydroxychloroquine for patients with COVID-19 based on an individual assessment of the potential benefits versus the risks for an individual patient. I agree that is true. They have done that.
Thank you.
And then he added that prescribing a product for use is not specifically included in the official labeling is common.
Excuse me. Could we slow down just a little bit, please?
Yes, sorry. I mean, I'm repeating what he already said for my own refreshing, so I will slow down. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The quote is prescribing a product for uses not specifically included in the official labeling is common in the practice of medicine. Yeah, I agree with that. It's pretty common. And that the FDA does not prohibit physicians from prescribing medications. Well, they can prohibit physicians from prescribing medications. They certainly can do that. But I think in the context here of the overall paragraph, he's saying we don't regulate the practice of medicine. I don't know the rules that govern the practice of medicine in terms of the FDA's jurisdiction, in terms of what they can and cannot tell physicians they can do. Certainly the FDA can actually influence whether doctors can prescribe a medication by other actions that it may take. So, for example, if the FDA removes a drug from the market, it has, by definition, in my view, prohibited physicians from prescribing that medication. So I don't necessarily agree with the entirety of what Commissioner Hahn was saying there, but I sort of overall understand what he's trying to get at in this context.
We can agree that the FDA did not remove hydroxychloroquine.
That's right. They merely removed their emergency use authorization related to it.
Thank you. So the Attorney General also cites Alex Azar, who was the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Quote, at this point, hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine are just like any other approved drug in the United States. They may be used in hospital, they may be used in outpatient, they may be used at home, all subject to a doctor's prescription. Now, do you agree with that?
That seems accurate.
And then the Attorney General writes, leaving no doubt about this point, Secretary Azar added that, quote, if a doctor wishes to prescribe hydroxychloroquine working with a patient, they may prescribe it for any purpose they wish, close quote. Do you agree with that?
Well, Alex was, I think, speaking, Secretary Azar was speaking.
I didn't ask you what Alex was thinking. I asked you whether you agreed with his statement.
Well, I disagree with the statement because
Okay, tell me why you disagree with it.
okay, if a doctor were to prescribe high dose hydroxychloroquine in order that a patient can commit suicide, and that they prescribe them enough of the medication with the intent to have a fatal overdose, in many states, if not most states, that would be illegal.
So I don't think we've talked about at any point in this case a doctor prescribing high doses of hydroxychloroquine to kill somebody. Have you?
No, but you asked me to respond to the quote, and the quote reads, if a doctor wishes to prescribe hydroxychloroquine working with a patient, they may prescribe it for any purpose that they wish. And
I'm sure Secretary Azar was because a doctor can prescribe the drug off-label, but they can't prescribe it to do patient harm, correct?
Counsel, I was in the middle of an answer. So, Madam Hearing Officer, it's different.
Go ahead and finish your answer if you want to from the previous question.
Can the court reporter read it back?
Your answer so far, or the prior question?
The prior question and the answer, please.
Okay. Court reporter Allie.
I'm just looking for the beginning.
That's okay.
Question. So I don't think we've talked about at any point in this case a doctor prescribing high doses of hydroxychloroquine to kill somebody. Have you? Answer, no, but you asked me to respond to the quote, and the quote reads, if a doctor wishes to prescribe hydroxychloroquine working with a patient, they may prescribe it for any purpose that they wish. And that's where we cut off.
Thank you. And I was responding to the quotation, which said any purpose. And so I do not know what Secretary Azar had in mind when he wrote this, but the quote as it stands and as the question was posed is such that my answer is I disagree with that, because a doctor may not prescribe any medication for any purpose that they wish, because some of them may be harmful.
So in the fourth point in the second paragraph on page 45, it states as follows. Fourth, in late July 2020, then FDA Commissioner Hahn reiterated that, quote, whether people should take hydroxychloroquine as a treatment, close quote, for COVID-19 is a decision that, quote, should be made between a doctor and a patient, close quote. He specifically stated, quote, a doctor and a patient need to assess the data that's out there. FDA does not regulate the practice of medicine, and that in the privacy of the doctor-patient relationship is where that decision should be made, close quote. Do you agree with Commissioner Hahn?
I agree with his interpretation of the laws and how the FDA functions, yes.
Thanks. Now, we've talked a lot about high-quality journals, and we've talked a lot about cherry picking. Now, I want to talk about the patient, following up on Commissioner Hahn's comment. When a physician makes a prescription for a patient, they have to consider the patient's preferences, correct?
Yes.
And that judgment by the physician is governed by, in Maine, what we call the shared decision-making model.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Okay, do you understand the question, Dr. Faust?
I think so.
Okay, so go ahead and answer.
What is the question, though?
Do you understand that in Maine, we follow a shared decision-making model with respect to patients and doctor relationships?
Yes, I understand that.
Thank you. Now, one of the critical omissions in your report, Exhibit 32, is you never mention the patient, do you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. We could look at the document, but my instructions or the request that I was given was to look at the state of the evidence, and that there was another expert who was supposed to look at the cases. I mean, I did read through the cases in preparing for this all, but I was instructed that my report was not to be focused upon that, but rather on the state of the evidence, and including some of the evidence that the licensee had submitted.
So let's take a hypothetical then, Dr. Faust. You're a doctor in a small town in Maine, and a patient calls you up and said, I would like a prescription for ivermectin. And you describe to the patient all of the risks and benefits that you're aware of to obtain the patient's informed consent, correct?
Well, the way you formulated that interaction, I think, is quite problematic in the sense that you describe a situation in which a patient calls a doctor and makes a request for a medication as if the doctor is like a store from which something can be purchased, which is not really the nature of the doctor-physician relationship, including the shared decision-making model. So I kind of rejected that formulation.
So let's see if we can simplify this.
Well, it's not a matter of simplicity. It's a matter of the manner.
No, the matter of you answering my questions. Okay?
Yeah.
So the question is, Dr. Nass's patient wants a prescription of ivermectin. Dr. Nass explains to the patient the risks and benefit and obtains informed consent. And the patient has a right to do that, correct?
The way you've described the interaction does not comport with the way that medicine is practiced. It's not McDonald's where you call up and make an order and then they tell you what the ingredients are.
Let me see. If a patient says to a doctor, I do not want to take remdesivir, the doctor must honor that request of the patient.
Yes, that is a correct formulation and a hypothetical that I can absolutely support, whereas the other one I cannot.
A patient comes to a doctor and says, I don't trust monoclonal antibodies or remdesivir. I want a prescription for ivermectin. The doctor describes the risks and benefits, and the patient, having given informed consent, the doctor could dispense a licensed drug for off-label purpose, correct?
I agree that a doctor can prescribe a medication as FDA approved for off-label reasons, but I still think that the way that you're describing these hypothetical interactions do not reflect the way medicine is practiced.
How so, Dr. Faust?
Because patients do not, the nature of the collaboration and shared decision-making with a doctor and a patient does not begin, in my experience, with a patient coming to a doctor and saying what they don't want and saying what they do want. The way it works is that patients seek out care of a physician. The physician evaluates the patient and takes a history, takes a physical exam, gathers information, and then makes recommendations, which they can then discuss. And at that point, a patient has the right to ask all the questions about the risks and benefits about any treatment that's offered, and the physician is obligated to have that discussion. And if they're unable to have that discussion, they need to then refer to someone who can. And so you're describing a situation in which someone is making an order, like ordering a delivery. Whereas the way medicine is practiced is that doctors treat patients and together they formulate a plan that reflects the values and the best evidence. So it reflects the best evidence available and incorporates, importantly, the values of that patient.
So let's take your formulation. Everything happens. At the end of that, the patient said, "I would like a prescription for ivermectin."
Is there an interrogative statement there? I don't know.
Well, using your hypothetical, the doctor would be justified in prescribing that legally available drug for an off-label use, correct?
Well, you said that the patient would ask for ivermectin, and then I suppose you're asking what would happen next. Is that what you're asking?
You know what I'm asking. I'm just trying to get an answer. The doctor could prescribe what the patient requested with informed consent if that was the patient's preference. And the doctor concluded that the benefits outweighed the risk, correct?
Since you asked me to intuit what it is you're asking, I will do that. I think you were asking that if a patient says...
I didn't ask you to intuit anything. I'm trying to get you to answer my question.
So, Attorney Libby, the witness is indicating he doesn't understand a question. If you could patiently explain to him the question, it would help us to get to an answer more quickly. So you did just ask a question. He was starting to answer, and you interrupted him. So I'm going to allow Dr. Faust to answer.
Thank you. If the question is, and as I understand it, if a patient comes in with a certain medical problem and they're evaluated, and at the end of that evaluation, the patient either requests a certain drug or asks about it, the physician should absolutely answer the patient's question as to whether that intervention or treatment is indicated and what the risks and benefits might be. So I reject the idea that the patient can ask for something and then the doctor has to give it. But I embrace the idea that patients come with questions about different options, and they may even have a question about something that the physician didn't offer. So a physician may say, well, we're going to give treatment A and B and C. And the patient says, well, I'd like to know about option D. Could you tell me about that? I'd like that. And at that point, the doctor would be bound to discuss what they knew about that. And if it was indicated, they could offer that. But they can't just offer it because the patient wants it, nor can they ever force it upon a patient if they do not want it.
Okay. Do you have any understanding that the patients wanted the prescriptions that they received from Dr. Nass in this case?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Okay, let's get through the whole question. I'm not sure if we did, maybe we did, but can you?
Apologies.
That's okay.
I think I got through the whole question, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay. And so the objection is to speculation?
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Frost, do you feel you can answer the question without speculating?
I do not feel that I can answer the question without speculating.
Okay, so can you reframe the question, Attorney Libby?
Could you read back the question?
Yes. Question, do you have any understanding that the patients wanted the prescriptions that they received from Dr. Nass in this case?
Okay, so Dr. Faust has said he doesn't have that understanding. So I think we've answered the question. Can you go to the next question?
Oh, was your answer that you don't have any information in that regard, Dr. Faust?
It's impossible for me to know what they wanted.
Okay. So you don't know what they wanted.
I do not know what they wanted.
Thank you. Now, would you agree with me that whatever decision we're trying to reach here, it should be based on science?
I mean, there's a whole body of, I have no idea what the proceedings here are. I'm not the hearing officer. I'm not the jury. I don't quite understand.
Okay, well, let me ask another question. Your opinion in this case, with respect to ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, is based on your interpretation and application of science.
Yes.
Okay. And science has been described as the essential dialect of inquiry, questioning, and debating. Do you agree with that?
That's one definition. I don't think that's really entirely encompassing, but I see what you mean, yes.
Science starts with a hypothesis, doesn't it?
Not always. Science often starts with a question.
Okay. Let's start with a question, and then you begin experiments or observations to try to answer the question, right?
That's one way.
A doctor is required to consider all evidence, high-quality journals, observational studies, pharmacology information, clinical practice in making their judgments on behalf of a patient, right?
Well, you said that we're required to, you said all evidence, we must consider all evidence. I think that that's asking something a little bit impossible. No one person can read all of the evidence. No one person can even read a majority of the evidence. But I believe what you're saying is that physicians should include those kinds of pieces of information in their decisions and in their enrichment of medical knowledge.
And you agree with that?
I think that those pieces of information can be, all those types of information can be useful in various situations, some more than others.
Dr. Reich wrote in his report, Licensee Exhibit 151B, that sole reliance on RCTs is scientifically unwarranted.
So we're moving to 151B?
Now listen to the question. Dr. Reich wrote that sole reliance on RCTs is scientifically unwarranted. Do you agree with his statement?
Can you refer me to the exhibit and page number, please?
No, I'm asking you a question. This is what Dr. Reich said. Sole reliance on RCTs is scientifically unwarranted. Do you agree with that or not?
Dr. Faust, are you indicating that you don't have enough information to be able to answer the question?
Yeah, I'd like the context for that quote.
Okay, so you can just simply say, without more context, I'm not able to answer that question. Is that your answer?
Yeah.
Let me see if I understand this. I asked the question whether Dr. Reich's statement, sole reliance on RCTs is scientifically unwarranted. And you don't have enough information to answer that question?
Well, I'm not sure if I do. Counsel, I'm being cross-examined, and I think it's prudent to get the context for the quotation.
Well, it's in his paper regarding the use of hydroxychloroquine in response to you and others who say we should only look at RCTs. And he's saying sole reliance on RCTs is scientifically unwarranted. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Before I answer that question, I'd like to be referred to the exhibit and page number, please.
Do you recognize Cochrane?
Are you talking about the Cochrane Collaborative, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I've heard of the Cochrane Collaborative. Yes.
And it's often referred to as a gold standard in meta-analysis. Is that right?
It's been referred to that, yes. I think that it's a very, generally a very good group. That doesn't mean that they're perfect, but yes, they're quite good.
It's a reliable and recognized site for meta-analysis. Yeah?
Certainly recognized, and in my experience, reliable most of the time, although I will say that even the highest quality studies and meta-analyses have had problems and have been revised. And I've seen examples where that the fact that they're reliable and regarded is not synonymous with everything they say being true.
I just want to make a note, hearing officer. The reason this cross isn't going quicker is because I can't have my questions aren't getting answered.
Well, I understand your frustration. I think that he's trying to answer them in a complete manner, and I do want to allow him to answer questions as completely as he's able, but we do need to speed this up. It's taking much longer than necessary. So if you have ways to streamline your questions, Attorney Libby, that would be helpful. And Dr. Frost, if you want to just strike right to the heart of your answer, that's helpful as well.
Okay, I realize I'm being verbose, but I'm also being very careful that I'm under oath and I don't want to say anything incorrect.
Understood, and I don't want you to violate your oath, so I appreciate that. Also, if we could both speed up the question and the answer process, I think we'd all appreciate it.
Is Cochrane a reliable and authoritative source?
Generally speaking.
All right. Now, we've talked about RCTs as being the gold standard, correct?
A very high quality evidence, yes.
And did you read Dr. Reich's comments in his report about RCTs?
Yes, I do remember that part of his parts of his report. Yes.
And Dr. Reich wrote that RCTs can be easily distorted or subverted in practice. Recall reading that?
Yeah, I think he wrote that.
Yeah. Now, are you familiar with a study by Angelmeyer in 2014 that compared the results of observational trials with RCTs?
I remember it being referred to in this document, but is it in evidence? I don't recall.
It's licensee exhibit 59.
Okay, I'm gonna get that. Yes. I have that.
And let me read from the abstract for this meta-analysis. Our results across all reviews, parens pooled ROR 1.08, close parens, are very similar to results reported by similarly conducted reviews. As such, we have reached similar conclusions. On average, there is little evidence for significant effect estimate differences between observational studies and RCTs, regardless of specific observational study design, heterogeneity, or inclusion of studies of pharmacological interventions. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
So in 2014, as I understand the research, the meta-analysis, they looked at your proposition that RCTs are the gold standard and are high quality. And the results of the meta-analysis was no. Observational studies are just as accurate and reliable, correct?
The Cochrane did not attempt to establish whether RCTs were gold standards.
I didn't ask you that question.
But you actually did ask that question. If the court reporter could read it back.
Yeah, let's just move to the next question. I think.
Let's try again.
Answer.
Do you agree that the results of this study found that RCTs and observational studies had similar results?
In this meta-analysis, observational studies and randomized controlled trials did not show a great difference in most cases.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Reich cites when he says RCTs are easily distorted or subverted in practice, he cites two papers, one by Frieden in 2017 and one by Deaton and Cartwright in 2018. Are you familiar with those papers?
Are we back in 150 exhibit? What's the exhibit again?
Well, if you could just answer my question first, which was, are you familiar with those papers?
I would have to look at the exhibit to remember if I wrote any notes about that. Can we look at that?
Well, it's an impeachment exhibit, so you wouldn't have written any notes about it, Dr. Faust.
Wait a minute, 151A. So he doesn't refer to it in 151A and B. Is that what you're saying?
He does. Let's look at licensee exhibit 231.
Okay, so this is in the impeachment exhibits.
Yes.
Okay, so board members, you won't have this, but Dr. Faust, you will have it. 231.
This is the evidence for health decision-making beyond randomized controlled trials, Thomas Frieden.
I'm sorry. Could you say that again, please?
Sorry, I was just reading the title. It's evidence for health decision-making beyond randomized controlled trials by Thomas R. Frieden.
And this was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, correct?
That's correct.
Peer-reviewed, high-quality journal, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And Mr. Frieden is the former director of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, correct?
Correct.
And in exhibit, could you get me that exhibit?
Which one?
231. In Dr. Frieden's paper, I can refer you to the second page, which would be 2 of 24.
Second page.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Frieden writes, and this is on the first page, so I'm sorry, although randomized control trials have long been presumed to be the ideal source for data on the effects of treatment, other methods of obtaining evidence for decisive action and are receiving increased interest, prompting new approaches to leverage the strengths and overcome the limitations of different data sources. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then he goes on to say, in this article, I describe the use of RCTs and alternative parens and sometimes superior close parens data sources from the vantage point of public health, illustrate key limitations of RCTs, and suggest ways to improve the use of multiple data sources for health decision-making. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, one of the issues that Dr. Frieden raises, and he was making health policy for the United States as the director of the CDC, in the third line, he writes, although they can have internal validities, RCTs sometimes lack external validity. Generalization of findings outside the study population may be invalid. Now, do you recognize that as a valid concern by a fellow doctor with respect to limitations of RCTs?
It is a limitation of RCTs, yes.
He then writes, RCTs usually do not have sufficient study periods or population sizes to assess duration of treatment. parens, e.g. waning immunity of vaccines, close parens, or to identify rare but serious side effects of treatment, comma, which often become evident during post-marketing surveillance and long-term follow-up, but could not be practically assessed in an RCT. Do you agree with that limitation?
There's limitations. Yes, I agree with that.
He then identifies another: the increasing high cost and time constraints of RCTs can also lead to reliance on surrogate markers that may not correlate well with the outcome of interest. Selection of high-risk groups increases the likelihood of having adequate number of endpoints, but these groups may not be relevant to the broader target population. Do you agree with that concern?
I do.
He continues, the limitations and the fact that RCTs often take years to plan, implement, and analyze reduce the ability of RCTs to keep pace with clinical innovations. New products and standards of care are often developed before earlier models complete evaluation. These limitations also affect the use of RCTs for urgent health measures, such as infectious disease outbreaks, for which public health decisions must be made quickly on the basis of limited and often imperfect available data. Do you agree with those limitations?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, in the next paragraph, Dr. Frieden says, many other data sources can provide valid evidence for clinical and public health action. Observational studies, including assessments from the implementation of new programs and policy, remain the foremost source, but other examples include analysis of aggregate clinical or epidemiological data. Do you agree with that?
That's what Dr. Frieden has written.
Yeah. So he references in the 1980s, there was a sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, in New Zealand that led to a case control study comparing information on 129 infants who died from SIDS and 503 control infants. Are you aware of the New Zealand study?
I have not read that study.
Hey, Attorney Libby, I think we're going pretty far afield. Like, you've established the primary points around this article. He's made comment on that. I think we should move on. I don't want to. I don't think it's relevant to get into studies involving different diseases in the past. You've made the primary points. Let's move on.
Go to page 3 of 24. First paragraph, current evidence grading systems are biased towards RCTs, which may lead to an inadequate consideration of non-RCT data. Do you agree with Dr. Frieden?
Current evidence grading systems are biased towards RCTs. I think that's probably true. And yeah, I think that's true. I think the context for these statements are pretty important, but it's possible. Yeah. I mean, look, I conduct research that there's non-RCT data, and I think it can be useful. I also recognize the limitations of those approaches, but I don't think that's controversial.
And we turn to page 6 of 24, the first full paragraph.
Okay.
Dr. Friedman writes, even for established risk factors, RCTs can yield answers that are simply wrong. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's happened.
So I'm going to go to page 8. Dr. Frieden writes, for much and perhaps most of modern medical practice, RCT-based data are lacking and no RCT is being planned or is likely to be completed to provide evidence for action. This dark, quote, dark matter, close quote, of clinical medicine leaves practitioners with large information gaps for most conditions and increases reliance on past practice and clinical lore. Do you agree with his comments about dark matter?
I'm not sure what he meant, but I think that in general, I understand his point, although you could ask him whether the COVID-19 pandemic surprised him in the sense that the RCT-based data that he says is lacking for a lot of problems actually was able to be conducted in a short period of time during the pandemic, which I think was one of the more pleasant surprises of all of this, in the sense that we confronted a terrible new pathogen, and scientists were able to do what Dr. Frieden was worried they may not be able to do, which is to assemble high-quality randomized controlled trials in a timely manner to give outcomes that were relevant. And so you can ask Dr. Frieden whether he thinks that this paragraph applies to the COVID-19 pandemic. I suspect he would say that actually, in a lot of cases, we've actually been able to do the scientific community.
Well, I don't need to ask him. I'll just read to you in the second paragraph.
Attorney Libby, I'm going to let Dr. Faust complete his answer.
I thought he was done.
No, he was still talking. Dr. Faust, would you like to complete your answer?
Yeah, so I don't think that what Dr. Frieden is doing here is commenting on whether RCTs should be ignored or whether RCTs are impossible. He's saying that when he wrote this in, I believe, 2017, that for most of modern medical practice, RCT-based data are lacking, and it would be difficult to imagine a scenario in which there would be a sufficient amount of RCT-based data. And I think that probably the COVID-19 pandemic surprised him in the sense that a great number of informative RCTs have been conducted and completed in a relevant time frame, giving important information.
Okay.
Attorney Libby, we're still on Exhibit 231, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, and this is an exhibit that is an impeachment exhibit. Exhibit. Okay, so even under an expansive definition of impeachment, I think we're going pretty far afield. None of this appears to be impeaching of Dr. Faust's primary testimony. He appears to be agreeing with significant parts of this document. So I'd like you to wrap up this document. If you have other actual impeachment exhibits, let's move to those.
So in the last paragraph on page 8, the 5th line, Dr. Frieden writes, for example, although an RCT may show the benefit of a drug, large observational studies can be conducted to refine dosages and identify rare adverse events. In addition, new strategies have been undertaken to increase the efficacy and efficiencies of RCT, including collaborative and adaptive trials to increase enrollment, reduce costs and time to completion, and better identify populations that benefit from treatment. Agree with that?
Yes, I do.
So, would you agree with me that your testimony based on high quality journals to offer opinions with respect to ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine is a radical concept, not adhered to even by the former director of the CDC, who says observational studies sometimes are much better adapted to answering these questions?
I do not agree with your characterization of what Dr. Frieden wrote.
Okay. I just Dr. Friedman wrote, large observational studies can be conducted to refine dosage and identify rare events. You agree with that?
I agree with that statement, yes.
Okay. And we've already established from Cochrane that the results of observational studies and RCTs are equivalent.
That's an incorrect reading of the Cochrane. The Cochrane review found that in a large majority of cases, there is agreement.
Thank you. Now, you've described high quality journals as the gold standard. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I said high quality journals are the gold standard, but I think that high quality journals are the place where you often find the best research.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with an article published in Lancet, hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine with or without a macrolid for treatment of COVID-19, a multinational registry analysis?
Is this something that's in evidence?
You know, if I could get an answer to the question, this would move along much quicker.
Well, I don't
I'm
think
not used to having witnesses ask questions.
Okay, so Attorney Libby, if you just throw out a name of an article without grounding it in any document, I don't find it unreasonable that he's asking to look at what you're talking about, because just throwing the name out into thin air, he's not recognizing them, which is reasonable. So
let's look at licensee exhibit 223.
So again, this is an impeachment exhibit. So if these are impeaching questions, we'll go forward. But if he's agreeing with them and there's nothing in there that impeaches his testimony, we have to move on.
I have exhibit 223 open. This is the Lancet retracted hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine, yada, yada, yada.
So Lancet retracted a study on hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine that had been peer reviewed, correct?
That's correct.
And it was authored by Mandeep Mehra?
That's correct.
Who works at the same hospital you work at, correct?
I don't know if he still does. He certainly was on faculty at my hospital, yes.
Okay. So this high quality journal that was retracted, according to published reports, the Lancet paper halted global trials of hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19 because of a fear of increased deaths has been retracted.
That's correct.
All right. So the editor of Lancet is Richard Horton, correct?
Yes, Dr. Horton is the editor-in-chief of the Lancet.
And he said, this is a shocking example of research misconduct in the middle of a global health emergency. Would you agree with that?
I don't see that statement, but that sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. Well, the statement is in The Guardian, licensee exhibit 227.
Hold on, let me get it.
Yeah.
We're now in exhibit 227.
It's
okay.
Third paragraph.
Yes, I see. Yes. Thank you.
Dr. Horton, this is a shocking example of research misconduct in the middle of a global health emergency.
Yes.
And are you aware that the World Health Organization and several countries suspended hydroxychloroquine trials when this paper was published?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
All right. Now, the New England Journal of Medicine also retracted a peer-reviewed article by Dr. Mehta, correct?
Yes, that's true.
It's licensee exhibit 226.
Well, it's not letting me open that, but now it opens. Yes.
It was published June 18th, 2020, retracted June 25th, 2020. And the data upon which it relied was from an organization by the name of Surgisphere.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And this was also a peer-reviewed article, right?
Yes.
So the process that you described of peer review, which makes high quality journals, apparently didn't detect that these studies were fraudulent, right? Apparently?
That's correct.
Yeah. So what was the fatal blow to these studies, both Lancet and New England Journal of Medicine, is when Surgisphere, the supposed data that was evaluated, refused to release information to independent investigators, correct?
That was the end of the inquiry. That's not really what started the inquiry.
Okay.
The inquiry was flagged. These studies were flagged because people noticed after they were published problems that they don't normally see in high quality journals, and therefore letters of concern were written and the journals investigated.
So there was also a third study that Dr. Mehra, that was in preprint publication at the time, that was withdrawn. Are you aware of that study?
You'd have to give me a name and a title and that kind of thing.
I don't have this name because the preprint was withdrawn.
So you're asking me if I'm aware of a study whose title you don't know?
Well, I'm asking if you're aware of a third study by Dr. Mehra,
apparently
withdrawn from preprint publication because of the same problem. Yes or no?
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. Now, one of the problems that these two, this was a national and an international spectacle, the retraction of these two articles, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And it threw the world research agencies into a tizzy because these trusted publications had published a fraudulent study, right?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by world research organizations, but I think generally what you're saying is that these retractions, when fraud was suspected and ultimately, unable to be discounted, caused quite a stir because of how unusual it was. Yes.
Now, are you familiar with an article that was published in Science Insider? 2 elite medical journals retract coronavirus papers over data integrity questions.
If you could refer me to an exhibit, that would be helpful.
Licensee exhibit 229.
This is in the LE. Okay. I'm opening it.
Madam Hearing Officer, I would just raise the question. I haven't heard any impeachment related to this line of questioning yet.
Yeah, I understand that objection, and I'm keeping an eye for that. I noted in the last article that was submitted, I didn't hear any impeachment happening. So I'm keeping
Well,
that.
I wish you wouldn't comment on the evidence in front of the fact finder.
My job
That's
is
my
to
request to
regulate.
you. Don't comment on the evidence in front of the fact finder. That's not your role.
Attorney Libby, it's my role to limit the evidence to what's admissible under the standards. These exhibits were not offered during your case in chief as exhibits under the deadlines. They were offered exclusively for impeachment of a witness. If you're not,
That's what they're doing. They're impeaching the witness.
well, I have a role in determining whether you are actually impeaching the witness. You don't get to decide
You don't
that.
comment on my evidence, Madam Hearing Officer.
Attorney Libby, please do not interrupt me when I'm answering your questions. It is my role to determine whether the exhibits you have offered are being used for the purpose for which they were offered. I am answering her objection by indicating I am watching for that issue. You can move on to your next question.
Am I correct, Dr. Faust, that peer reviewers do not look at the raw data of the articles they're reviewing?
That depends.
Okay. Well, let's look what Science wrote about that on page 3.
Attorney Libby, could you indicate which exhibit we're looking at?
The same one, 229.
Thank you.
Top of the page, are you with me, Doctor?
Yes.
Lee Turner, a biochemist, a bioethicist at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, calls the retractions, quote, unnerving and disturbing, close quote. He said the Surgisphere case raises a bigger question about how much access to key data each author and each journal should require. Quote, the less access they have, the greater chances that there will be errors, comma, data fabrication and outright fraud. Do you agree with that?
I think the data transparency is always better.
Okay. Does that mean you agree that the peer reviewers should look at the data?
Well, look, there are different situations. It's hard to make a blanket statement. I personally favor as much data transparency as possible. There are situations which Surgisphere, by the way, apparently incorrectly invoked, that in which the raw data is not able to be shared, but that other supporting pieces of evidence can to mitigate any concerns. In the case of Surgisphere, that was inadequate. There could be other situations in which the raw data may be unavailable, but other pieces of information or even like sealed review by nominated parties could resolve that problem. So my answer to your question is that I think data transparency is always to the better, but unfortunately it's not always possible for there to be complete data transparency.
Do you recall that Dr. Horton, the editor of Lancet, called the retracted papers a fabrication, a monumental fraud?
That sounds like something that would have been said. I don't see that that statement.
Would you like to see the statement?
Sure.
Oh, Attorney Libby, he's agreed with you many times now that this was a problem and caused a massive concern among the medical community. I think we're really, getting into redundancy. If you could move on to another line.
I don't think this is redundant. I think this is crucial.
Okay, well, I'm ruling that it's redundant. I'm asking you to move on to
Well,
another.
can you rule that? I haven't even asked the questions yet.
This line of questions is repetitive of questions you've asked him multiple times. I'm asking you to move on to a new line of questions.
Do you agree with the statement made in the New York Times that peer reviewers cannot be expected, or excuse me, I misstated. Do you agree with the statement made by Dr. Rubin the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, and Dr. Horton of Lancet, that peer reviewers cannot be expected to detect outright fabrication.
Is this something that's in evidence?
Can you just answer my question, please?
Well, the reason I am asking about that is you're not just asking questions, you're quoting other people. And so I think it's reasonable to know whether you're quoting something that's in evidence or whether you're quoting from your own personal knowledge.
Can you refer him to an exhibit if this is an exhibit, Attorney Libby?
Exhibit 151I.
This is the article by Megan Renshaw.
No, by Ronnie Rabin.
At 151I. Oh, I'm sorry.
151.
Is it 151I or 151 A, B, C, or D?
Dr. Faust, I apologize. I give you the wrong number. It's 152I.
Trying to find it. 152I. This is the article by Ronnie Karen Rabin.
Yes.
Got it. And can you show me where the quotations are?
Page 2, top. Dr. Horton called the paper retracted by his journal, quote, a fabrication and, quote, a monumental fraud. But peer review is never intended to detect outright deceit, he said, and anyone who thinks otherwise has a, quote, fundamental misunderstanding of what peer review is, close quote. If you have an author who deliberately tries to mislead, it's surprisingly easy for them to do so, he said. You agree with that?
I'm going to answer your question, then I'm going to ask the hearing officer a related question. I agree with what you've, that's what it says. Dr. Horton is talking about the idea that when a peer reviewer looks at a manuscript that is being adjudicated for a journal, they cannot be, for example, expected to detect fraud in the sense that there are algorithms that someone could run on data to determine whether or not that data is likely to have been fabricated. There are various kinds of tests that statisticians, mathematicians, and methodologists can perform in the rare event that there is fraud. In fact, that is the kind of work that led to these particular manuscripts being flagged as problematic. Was people after the publication, people who have that expertise thought something looked awry, and then subjected those what data there was to those methodologies and raised their concern. But when you read a paper, when I read a paper for a medical journal and I'm serving as a peer reviewer, yes, it would be impossible for me to know if a piece of data in the middle of a table was fraudulently placed there, so that if the real number is 100, but they put 500, how could I ever be expected to know that? And it's only with other quantitative methodologies that peer reviewers are not responsible for or able to do that such a example like this that led to this whole episode. And the comment I wanted to make to the hearing officer is that Mr. Libby read me this quotation, but didn't make it clear which were the quotes from Dr. Horton and which were the written by the journalist, Ms. Rabin, who wrote this, and that changes the way that I interpret the quotations. So I would just ask that if Mr. Libby is going to refer to quotations that are in evidence, I'd like to request that he say so up front.
Okay, understood, and I'm happy to make that request. So Attorney Libby, if you're asking the witness about exhibits that are in evidence, please refer him to the exhibit first.
Well, I didn't know that was a requirement in cross-examination, but I will certainly try to comply with Dr. Faust's request.
Thank you.
It's my request, and I'm trying to expedite this process. And if we have to stop every time and ask for you to point out the exhibit, if it's already in evidence, I'd like to just do that at the beginning. Thank you.
Now, you've talked about primary and secondary outcomes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as I understand your testimony, you can only rely on primary outcomes and not secondary outcomes.
That is an incorrect understanding of my beliefs and testimony.
Well, I'm glad I asked the question. Can you please explain it to me?
Why you're wrong?
No. I asked you if your testimony was you could not rely on secondary outcomes, and you told me I'm wrong.
It would help if you would ask a question that's answerable, such like, what do you mean by relying on?
Can the court reporter read back the question?
The initial question? I'm sorry, the very first question?
The question before Dr. Faust commented.
Question, no. I asked you if your testimony was you could not rely on secondary outcomes, and you told me I'm wrong.
So, can you rely on secondary outcomes?
With respect to what?
Any RCT or observational trial that reports secondary outcomes, can they be relied upon?
Relied upon for what?
So, Dr. Faust, can you answer a question? They can be relied upon for what purpose? And then we can move on.
They can be, secondary outcomes can be relied upon for hypothesis generation for future studies. They cannot be relied upon for things like clinical decisions in the face of other evidence.
Okay, what about secondary outcomes where there is no other evidence? Can they be relied upon?
Can you give me an example of that? It would have to be specific.
No, I just want you to answer my question.
But you're asking a very general question.
You just said secondary outcomes can't be relied upon when there is other evidence. And my question was, can they be relied upon where there isn't other evidence?
You're not stating what you mean by relied upon. It's difficult to answer that.
You know, if you told the witness to answer my questions, this would move along a lot quicker.
Okay, so he's answering your question by saying he doesn't really understand your question. And that's fair. That's an instruction I give people, is if they don't understand a question, to ask for clarification.
Can you read back the question again?
Question, you just said secondary outcomes can't be relied upon when there is other evidence. And my question was, can they be relied upon when there isn't other evidence?
Okay, and Dr. Faust gave an answer, which was that he couldn't answer that question the way it was framed. So would you like to refine the question, attorney?
Sure. Let me first ask Dr. Faust why he added the qualifier you cannot rely on secondary outcomes if there is other evidence.
If there's other evidence, yeah, I said that. Well, it's just a matter of what you mean by rely. If you mean rely like to make a decision about what something means, if you have multiple data points, it's different than if you have nothing but that one piece of data. If you have nothing but that one piece of data, that doesn't make it reliable. That just means that the context for which it exists is less rich and it doesn't have and is less easy to interpret. It doesn't really change per se the reliability of it. So it's just a very complicated question.
Okay, it's a question you can't answer, right?
Not as stated, no.
Okay. Now, before I go to hydroxychloroquine, can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes, I was going to ask for a good time for that. So let's take a 10-minute break. It's 3:01. We'll be back at 3:11. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Faust, if you're available to rejoin us, great. Okay, Attorney Libby, you may continue with your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Faust, I want to talk a little bit about hydroxychloroquine and the articles that you reviewed. You testified that early in the pandemic there were no treatments for COVID. Is that correct?
No specific treatments for COVID.
Did you happen to look at Dr. Reich's paper on hydroxychloroquine? I know you looked at some of the studies he cited.
Yeah, which exhibit is this?
151 B, I believe. Yes, B.
Yeah.
And he had a number of bullet points on the front of his first page of his paper, and I'm going to ask you about a few of those. Dr. Reich writes, hydroxychloroquine has been safely used for 65 years by hundreds of millions of people worldwide in tens of billions of doses in people with autoimmune and other chronic diseases, in children, in pregnant women, etc. It is one of the safest medications known. Do you agree with that statement?
I agree with everything except I can't qualify this question about safest. It's certainly everything else you said is true, and it has a good safety record. Whether I could put it in the context of 100 other medications, I don't know, but it has been given to many, many people.
Dr. Reich comments that the FDA has no systematic evidence of fatal adverse events from hydroxychloroquine prophylaxis or outpatient treatment use, and has invalidly used evidence in hospitalized inpatients to create a false public warning by extrapolating to outpatient use. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I would have to look at the quotes, what he's referring to with the FDA's exact statements. I think there's certainly always the concern that a drug could cause harm. And certainly every drug, including hydroxychloroquine, has adverse side effects which could be dangerous. It's kind of a leap, but I understand that basically the statement is saying, well, the previous statement is a little bit less objectionable. This one, I can't speak to what the FDA has and hasn't done with respect to studying fatal adverse events from hydroxychloroquine. What I can say is it's certainly possible, like any medication, that could have adverse side effects, including fatal ones. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be used in certain patients.
Let me narrow the question.
Please.
Dr. Reich writes, the FDA has no systematic evidence of fatal adverse events from hydroxychloroquine prophylaxis or outpatient treatment. Do you know of any systematic evidence that the FDA has with respect to fatal adverse events?
No.
Okay, thank you. He then writes, the totality of any or fatal cardiac arrhythmia events among more than 15,000 patients treated with hydroxychloroquine or hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin is 0. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't know which 15,000 patients he's referring to. So I don't.
If you don't have enough information, please just tell me.
I don't have enough information.
Thank you. He then writes, the large database study of more than 900,000 older patients taking hydroxychloroquine shows no excess all-cause mortality and no excess occurrence of fatal cardiac arrhythmia. Knowing that excess mortality is one of the areas that you have written on and studied, do you agree with that statement?
Well, he's referring to a database which I can't comment on. What I can comment on is something we spoke about earlier, which is that there is a distribution of hydroxychloroquine prescriptions in this country that seems to fall along historical voting lines. So you mentioned that there was more. We discussed the fact that there's data to show that in more Republican areas, there has been higher hydroxychloroquine use. And this isn't by any means a cause, but I would just say that during the pandemic, all-cause excess mortality has been higher in Republican states than in non-Republican states. So that's indirect evidence, and I wouldn't certainly blame hydroxychloroquine for that under any circumstance. But I would just say that it's an example of how you could make an argument saying that all-cause excess mortality had increased in places where hydroxychloroquine use was the highest.
Okay. Wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked is the large database study of more than 900,000 older patients taking hydroxychloroquine shows no excess all-cause mortality and no excess occurrence of fatal cardiac arrhythmia. Do you agree with that?
I agree. He says that. If we want to look at the database itself, we can.
Well, the study that he's referring to is described in his paper. You don't recall that?
Can you please give me the title of the paper?
Not at the moment. Well, you mean the exhibit number? It's 151B. It's what we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 151B has a great number of studies. If you could tell me which one we're referring to, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll ask Dr. Nass to locate it while I continue. Do you agree that hydroxychloroquine is safe for use in pregnancy?
I think it's been used safely in pregnancy. I think there have been concerns about it, but I think that it can be used. It can be warranted in pregnancy for patients who would benefit from it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I want to be clear on this, Dr. Faust. And before I ask you the questions, why don't you go to licensee exhibit 80?
Licensee exhibit 80. Is this in the documents that were filed recently?
This is in the original exhibits filed by Dr. Nass.
Okay.
For you, it will be a PDF called EX1-150N combined.
Okay, and then, Mr. Libby, can you say the exhibit number again?
Can I say which number, sir?
Yeah.
It's exhibit 8.
80.
80. This is, are we really sure of mRNA vaccines' long-term safety? Is that the one you're talking about?
Begins with an email from Dr. Nass to Ms. Onkoronko. Please add the attached affidavit as an exhibit to my case.
Excuse me, I believe these are the board staff exhibits, not the licensee exhibits.
Okay, because I'm not following that either. So board staff exhibit 80 is what we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
My mistake.
That's okay.
I need to find that. Sorry.
Dr. Faust, this is a batch of exhibits that starts with the date 2022.10.06.
Thank you. Yep, now I have it. This is an email, Exhibit 80, to Okaranko Savannah from Dr. Nass.
And could you turn to page 2410?
Yeah.
Now, this shows 32 hydroxychloroquine COVID-19 early treatment studies, correct?
Yeah.
And it references hcqmeta.com of October 1st, 2021.
Yeah.
And as I understand your testimony, I'm looking at the first column of the authors, Dr. Faust.
Mm-hmm.
You reviewed the Huang article, which is number 2, and it's your sub-exhibit 3229.
That looks right.
Correct?
Yeah, I reviewed Huang.
And you reviewed Chen, which is sub-exhibit 3230.
Okay, yes.
And you reviewed Mitcha, board exhibit 3231.
Yeah.
And Skipper, board exhibit 3232.
Yes.
And Omrani, board exhibit 3233.
That's right.
Now, there are, after Omrani, there are 1, 2, 3 more RCT studies. Do I understand that you didn't review those?
Which ones are those?
Amavadi, Subwi, and Rodriguez.
I don't have notes on them. When I initially went into this, I may have looked at them, but I certainly didn't read them as carefully as the other ones, and so I didn't include them in my report. I don't remember.
And my next question is, other than the studies which I have just listed, did you read and evaluate any of the other studies listed on page 2410?
Some of them I looked at, over a year ago when I was first making my report, just to look through. I don't, remember exactly which ones, but like the gout shred, I just remember it, sort of thumbing through that and looking at it, and I don't remember exactly what I found. I'd have to look at it, but the first one, yes, and then there's just looking around. I can't remember which one is which, but some of these I looked at, and many of them I did not.
Okay, so it would be fair to say that you did not read all of the studies that are listed by author on this page.
That's right.
Okay. And as I recall your testimony, you said that you picked the first 5 RCTs to do your analysis.
Yeah, look, I had a limited amount of time to do this work. The number of studies that are referenced throughout these documents is in the hundreds, if not thousands. This would be impossible to read them all, so I wanted to get a sense of where we were after looking at a few of them, and I found that to be pretty important and enough to rely on.
So your testimony is that I read and evaluated 5 of the 32. I reviewed some of the others. I didn't read some of the others.
Well, no, I read more than 5. I certainly read 5 the most carefully. I don't remember of the 32 how many I read and to what extent, and that's a sort of subjective matter. You know, if you open up a paper and you read the first page, you read the methods, you look at a figure or two, and you make a conclusion about whether it's useful to you or not. I don't know if that's called reading or reviewing. It really just depends. It's really a subjective matter. So I spent time with a great number of these, but you know, I hold a higher standard on in terms of like what a deeper analysis was, and that was limited to just the first 5 RCTs.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you're making an assumption that the other studies that you didn't evaluate, some you scanned, some you didn't read, you're making an assumption that of what those studies contain?
In some cases, but what I would say is that, as I mentioned, some of these studies I spent very little amount of time with, or not, almost none at all, and others I spent more time with, and I never saw anything that made me say, "Uh-oh, I better read this one because it's so different in terms of what it tells me." So the word assumption isn't quite right. I would say that. In a less intense survey of that literature, I didn't find anything that contradicted what I was concluding based on my other work.
Would you agree with me that you can't offer opinions on studies that you didn't read?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how you testified when you were asked this question by Attorney Willis?
No, I don't.
You could turn to Licensee Exhibit 236, page 702.
Okay, so again, this is a transcript. It's not labeled as an exhibit for everyone, but it's the transcript of January 31st. And can you say the page again, please, Attorney Libby?
702, line 25, it begins.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'll find this thing. This is the one that says, and doctor having reviewed 5 of the 8?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Question. Doctor having reviewed 5 of the 8, 5 of 8 of the higher quality studies included in this purported meta-analysis, what is your opinion about the validity of this purported forest plot overall? Answer. It has no validity to match what it purports to say. It cannot be used to interpret the literature on hydroxychloroquine in any direction. So having read these papers, which are representative of many of the others, I conclude that one cannot conclude anything from this document in favor or against hydroxychloroquine. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Okay. Now, earlier in your testimony, Attorney Willis read you Dr. Nass's email that said, please find and close the studies that support my position. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you offered an opinion about the forest plot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I don't care about the forest plot. What I care about are the studies that are purported to be depicted in the forest plot. And you haven't read all of those studies, correct?
I haven't read all of those studies to the same level of care that I read the 5 that I mentioned. No.
Now, are you aware that Dr. Reich, and I'm looking at page 2410 of Board Exhibit 80, read and wrote on the lie study
Did he write about the live study in his
Paper
file?
151B.
151B. Yeah, that certainly can look at that.
Did he write about the IP study?
Well, let's go look and see. I don't want to. There are many authors and there are many titles, so I want to make sure that when we're talking about the same exact studies. So if you could tell me which studies you're referring to by in his document, that would be helpful. It's also a little bit difficult in all cases to, I guess the word would be to harmonize that, because, for example, there could be 5 studies by IP, and I don't necessarily know, looking at this document, whether if he wrote about IP in his document, whether it's the exact same one. Very frequently, authors write more than one paper on a subject of which they're interested in.
So let's go to 151B, Dr. Faust.
Page.
It will be the 3rd page. Outpatient studies non-compliant with the defining conditions of hospitalization or mortality with early hydroxychloroquine use in high-risk COVID patients.
Yeah.
Now, one of the comments you had about Dr. Reich's work is that he didn't describe how he selected his studies. You recall that?
Yeah, I think I might have said that.
Okay. So looking at the paragraph above the subhead A, Dr. Reich writes, in sum, this brief will reason from epidemiologic studies and evidence pertaining to safety and efficacy in preventing hospitalization and mortality with early HCQ use in high-risk COVID-19 patients. That's how he selected his studies, correct?
That describes the studies that he selected. That does not say how he selected them.
It describes the studies that he's looking at. They involve hospitalization and mortality with HCQ plus use in high-risk COVID-19 patients, outpatients, correct?
I'll just repeat that he describes the nature of the studies he selected. He did not tell us why he chose the studies that he chose to include and why he chose to not include other studies.
Okay, well, the very next section, outpatient studies non-compliant with the defining conditions of hospitalization, right?
You're talking about section B?
A.
Okay, A.
And the first paragraph, Bullware, 2020, University of Minnesota, Dr. Reich excluded that because it was non-compliant with the defining conditions of hospitalization or mortality, correct?
So that's why the author of this document
Madam Hearing Officer, if I could get an answer to the question I asked, this would go much further.
I'm going to allow him to finish his answer. Go ahead, Dr. Faust.
The question that you're asking, counsel, is the one I'm answering. We have not been given any information as to why, of the thousands of papers one might choose, why these 9 or 10 are in section A, and why these 9 and 10 are in section B, or whatever, however many there are. We're just told, we're given some semblance of the categorization to which the author believes they fall. So in the Bullware study, for example, the writer of this document.
None of this is responsive to the question I asked.
Go ahead and repeat the question then.
The question I asked is, section A lists studies that were non-compliant with the defining conditions of hospitalization or mortality with early hydroxychloroquine use in high-risk COVID-19 outpatients. He lists the studies that he found non-compliant, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's a standard procedure for epidemiologists to find qualifying studies, isn't it?
I'm sure that you think so, but that's incorrect.
Okay. So the next page, number 2, he excluded the Skipper study, correct?
He has included the Skipper study in this section of his document.
I may have misheard you, Dr. Faust. Did you say excluded?
Well, I'm saying he included the Skipper study in this section of his document.
But he excluded it from his report because it was non-qualifying, right?
You mean from his ultimate meta-analysis, what he calls?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. He tells us why the Skipper et al. Doesn't, what bothers him about Skipper et al.
And Skipper was one of the random control trials that you evaluated, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Reich excluded the Catalonia non-blinded randomized MITCHA study, correct?
That's included in this section of the document.
Okay. You're using included.
And the reason I'm using that is that, again, your initial question is how do we know what Dr. Reich, I don't want to say his name incorrectly, what the author did to include and exclude papers to in the final analysis that's preferred. And what instead we have is an explanation as to why a few of them were not included and why a few of them were included. Now, regardless of whether I agree with those decisions, what they absolutely do not have is the initial thing that I had said, which is that we have no idea why it is that these particular studies were even under consideration. In a properly conducted meta-analysis, what happens is authors describe what they looked for in the medical literature, how many thousands of papers came up with what search terms, which ones they were looking for, why these few hundred were excluded, why these few were included, and you whittle down to a very small number of papers, usually, to make it so that you can answer this question. So when I said that we don't have any sense of the methodology, I stand by that, because what we have is we have the end result of some methodology that we've not been given any information about, or at least if it is there, I don't see it.
Are you aware that Dr. Reich has published over 400 peer-reviewed papers in epidemiology? Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that, but I also don't see what bearing it has.
Are you aware that those papers have been cited 48,000 times by other investigators?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, you've answered my question. So you've been critical of the meta-analysis, HCQ meta.
The first part?
No, just the analysis. Okay. Do you recall that? You questioned the methodology. You questioned many things. Do you recall that?
Do I recall the methodology, questioning the methodology of hqmeta.com? Is that your question?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly find that the information on that website or in the exhibits is inadequate for assessing the kind of questions that we're interested in, such as why are certain studies included, why are they excluded, what's the methodology by which that's governing these choices, which is everything when it comes to this kind of a question.
Did you even read the website?
I've read many parts of that website, but yes.
Okay. Do you recall you were asked by Attorney Willis about HCQ meta?
I mean, it came up in my testimony.
Do you recall being asked, are you familiar with the website?
If you want to refer me to the transcript, then I'll.
Sure, it's page 676, line 20.
676, line 20. Okay, I'm there.
So, question, are you familiar with this website? Answer, I have seen it. Did I read that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
So when you were asked if you were familiar with it, all you said is that you had seen it, right?
True statement.
True statement. Now, are you aware that the website contains 130 pages?
130 pages of what?
Of information, analysis, methods, how studies were selected. Have you even read the website?
Yeah, I've read the website. I don't have a page count.
Okay. Well, let's go to licensee exhibit 230.
All right, let's grab that.
So this is an impeachment exhibit. Board members, you won't have this.
Okay.
Things.
There.
Down there, yeah.
You see that this contains 130 pages. They're numbered on the bottom.
Okay, yes.
It's dated February 21st, 2023.
Okay.
Correct?
Let's see. Yes.
You'd agree with me that science is always evolving. It's never static.
Correct.
And this particular paper evaluates hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19, 382 studies. Correct?
Yeah, that's what it says.
All right. Now, you write in your report, Board Exhibit 32, the fundamental ploy used to create the two forest plots Dr. Nass included in her statement to the board consists of selectively including only results from studies that appear positive and omitting any that were negative. Correct?
Okay.
You recall that?
Yeah.
Now, if you would please look at page 2. Am I correct that of all 36 HCQ COVID-19 early treatment studies, that includes negative studies, doesn't it?
I have not assessed this document. It was just given to me like yesterday, so I can't comment on its contents because I haven't had time to review it.
Well, look at it. It includes negative studies, doesn't it?
Well, for example, you can look at the Skipper study, which I would call a negative study. But what I mean there is that they ignore the negative finding of that study, and then they include one positive finding, which is the same concept.
Well, let's look at the bottom of page 2. Roy Garcia, RCT, minus
100%.
100%. That's a negative study, isn't it?
I haven't read that study. Is that study in evidence?
Objection. This is not the same list of studies that was provided by Dr. Nass and which is in Exhibit 88. This
doesn't have to be the same list of studies.
Okay. Attorney Libby, I'm going to allow the Assistant Attorney General to finish her objection. She was still talking. Go ahead, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
And to Dr. Faust needs to be given an opportunity to review the additional data in this study if he's supposed to be asked about it and to comment on it in his expert opinion. This is a February 2023 document, which is arguably well past the relevant evidence window for this particular case as well.
Okay, and say more about that, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Well, Dr. Faust was retained as an expert to review evidence that Dr. Nass provided as being the basis for her treatment decisions in 2021. And now Dr. Faust is being asked to evaluate a very recent document. He has not had time to review the studies, and the additional February 2023 documents can't be relevant to the 2021 evidence has been provided and that Dr. Nass represented she relied on.
Okay, Attorney Libby.
Well, as Dr. Faust acknowledged in my first series of questions, science is evolving, it's dynamic, it's not static. Instead of 32 hydroxychloroquine studies, we now have 382 hydroxychloroquine studies. The majority of them which show positive benefits for using hydroxychloroquine. If the question before this board, and I've heard Dr. Faust testify twice, once with respect to hydroxychloroquine and once with respect to ivermectin, that Dr. Nass was unfit because she didn't interpret studies properly, then clearly the overwhelming evidence that suggests hydroxychloroquine is beneficial to patients is indeed relevant. This is not a time-limited evaluation, and it's not time-limited because whatever the state of the science was in September, October, and November of 2021, the question is, and the discipline allegations by the board are whether or not her prescription of these drugs was within the standard of care, and they obviously were.
Okay, so that's argument there towards the end, but we're not even really dealing in a relevance realm because these exhibits were offered for impeachment, and the issues for hearing relate to her decision-making at the time she made the decisions, which this exhibit did not exist at that time. So considering it for impeachment purposes, if you're using it to impeach him, you can go ahead. But again, I'm not hearing like a lot of disagreement that would suggest you're actually impeaching his testimony. He's tending to agree with many of your assertions. So, and we started your cross-examination at 11. We're closing in on 4 o'clock. So
yeah, well, that's because I haven't been able to get my questions answered.
Well, he's not giving the answers you'd like, I understand, but we were
No, he's asking me questions.
Okay, he's asking for a clarification, which is
I've never seen this behavior in a courtroom.
Okay, well, we're not in a courtroom. The rules of evidence don't apply.
But he should be answering my questions, Madam Hearing Officer, not questions that he wants to answer.
So, Attorney Libby, this is a final warning. You are out of line in the decorum that you're using in this proceeding. Please stop interrupting and please stop using the tone that you're using. Now, in terms of this exhibit, it can be used for impeachment. Please go ahead with questions that are impeaching. Otherwise, we're going to move to the next thing.
Dr. Faust testified that one of the problems with this website is it didn't report negative studies. I showed him on page 2 a negative study and asked him to acknowledge that it was reported. I didn't ask him to evaluate the study, comment on the quality of the study, just that it was reported in this website.
And he answered your question. Please go to the next question.
I don't believe I got an answer. What was the answer?
He picked out one of the studies that showed a negative piece of information, and he explained how he interpreted that. Please move to the next question.
I didn't ask him to interpret it, Madam Hearing Officer. I just asked him if it was included in the exhibit. It's a yes or no question.
Okay, and he picked out one and said, yes, it was there, and he explained how he interpreted it. Please move to another question.
Now, if we turn to the next page, all 15 COVID-19 mortality early treatment results. Well, let's go to all 15 COVID-19 hospitalization early treatment results. Does that report negative studies?
This includes studies whose primary outcomes were negative, but then chooses to present positive findings from that for which
I didn't ask you that, sir. I just asked you if it included negative studies. Is the answer to that question yes?
Madam Hearing Officer, can we please have the question repeated in my response because I was interrupted?
Okay, so the question is, are there negative studies reported in this? So you can go ahead and answer that.
Thank you. The answer is, as far as the primary outcome is concerned, for example, Skipper was negative for its primary outcome. However, it was this.
That's not the question I asked. And that's why we're here at almost 4 o'clock, is because my questions aren't getting answered. The witness is re-asking questions and then answering the questions he wants to answer.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again not to use the tone that you're using in this procedure.
Well, I have to be able to do my job.
Okay, you're
and under
asking
these circumstances, it's not very possible.
Okay, repeat your question, please.
See, all 15 COVID-19 hospitalizations early treatment results report a negative study.
So that is, I couldn't quite understand what you were saying, but.
Yeah, I didn't either. That could be repeated, please.
Does the all 15 COVID-19 hospitalization early treatment results report a negative study?
It includes data from studies that were negative for their primary outcome by using positive.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you if it included negative studies. Can you answer the question yes or no?
Attorney Libby, I'm going to allow the witness to answer. Dr. Krause, please finish your answer.
Sorry. Again, for the primary, Skipper, for example, is a study whose primary outcome was negative. However, this document reports a secondary finding that was positive. So that is that comports with my assessment of how these lists of studies, these forest plots, are problematic.
Did I ask you any questions about forest plots?
Okay, move to your next question, Attorney Libby.
Now, another criticism is you had is that you didn't understand how HQ-CQ Meta picked out the studies. Remember that criticism?
That sounds familiar, but if you want to read me a particular line of what I said, that would be helpful.
Well, you criticized the methodology because you didn't know how the studies were selected. Remember that?
I'd like you to be specific.
So look on page 5 of Exhibit 230.
Exhibit 230, page 5. This is 5 of 130 of the document?
Right. Doesn't it say we analyzed all significant studies concerning the use of HCQ or CQ for COVID-19?
It says that.
Okay. That's telling you what studies it's including, correct?
Now that's highly inadequate. That's exactly the point.
Well, I know you have an opinion about everything, Dr. Faust, but if you could answer my questions, please.
Attorney Libby, I'm going to allow Dr. Faust to finish his answer. Go ahead and finish your answer, Dr. Faust.
What was the question?
I don't remember. I just know you were talking. So,
well, it's very difficult to answer a question when I'm interrupted and then be asked to remember the exact wording of the question when the exact wording matters greatly. So because I'm continuously being interrupted, I have to ask for the question to be repeated verbatim or restated.
I understand. Court reporter, Allie, can you please repeat the question?
Question, okay, that's telling you what studies it's including, correct?
And the answer we had?
Yes, that's highly inadequate. That's exactly the point.
Okay, Dr. Faust, did you have more to add to that answer? Yes,
I do. Simply saying we analyze all significant studies is not any information about what search terms were used, which study, how many studies met their search criteria when looking through databases of published and pre-printed research. It doesn't tell us what they considered to be significant and by what methodology they did that. They just simply state the result of that. And therefore, what I said before remains applicable, which is that we don't really know how it is these studies were selected for inclusion, and we don't really know why certain outcomes were chosen over others, because at times you find inconsistencies.
So it reads, search methods, inclusion criteria, effect extraction criteria, parens, more serious outcomes have priority, close parens. All individual study data, PRISMA answers, and statistical methods are detailed in Appendix 1. Have you ever read Appendix 1?
I've looked through this website, including at the time when I evaluated it. I don't remember whether I read Appendix 1 per se, but if you want to show it to me in evidence, I'm happy to look at it.
Sure. Page 49. Appendix 1, methods and data.
Page 49 of 130.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to read this since this is just submitted, and I don't know if this version is exactly what I would have seen when the last time I read this a year ago. So you'll just give me a moment to read it because you're giving me something that was published a month ago.
Take your time.
Yeah, I recall reading something to this effect. I'm not sure if this is the same version of what I read, but I recall reading this, yes.
Well, that describes all of the methods and data. It describes where they got their studies, correct?
It gives some information, yes, but it doesn't give adequate information because, again...
Wait a minute. Let's go from the top. We performed ongoing searches of PubMed, MedRx, clinicaltrials.gov, the Cochrane Library, Google Scholar, Collabovid, COLLABOVID, Research Square, Science Direct, Oxford University Press, the reference list of other studies and meta-analysis and submissions to the site, C19hcq.org, which regularly receives submissions of both positive and negative studies upon publication. Pretty much defines the parameters of where they looked for their studies, correct?
Hearing officer, Mr. Libby interrupted me again, and I would like everything to be read back because, again, it's hard to formulate thoughts when I'm being interrupted.
Okay.
How did I interrupt you? I was just asking a question.
You interrupted his answer to the last question. So if you could stop doing that, we would move a lot quicker. So
Well, that's because I don't need a lecture on every question I ask. I need an answer.
and he's trying to give you answers and you're
No, he's not.
So Attorney Libby, this is your last warning to use an appropriate tone in this proceeding. I've asked you many times today.
Well, I'm looking for some help from the hearing officer to have the witness answer my questions.
He's
And
giving
you don't seem
answers.
willing to do that.
He's giving you answers, but you keep interrupting him. I know it's not the answers you want, but he is providing answers. Okay.
No, I want him to answer my question. He's not answering my question, Madam Hearing Officer.
He is, and he's providing explanatory information with his answer. And I understand you're not pleased with that, but that is what is happening. And I'm going to allow him to answer questions. Every time you interrupt, we're going to back up and start over. So Court Reporter Allie, could you please ask 2 questions back and then the answer as far as we got?
Question, well, that describes all of the methods and data it describes. They got their studies, correct? Answer, it gives some information, yes, but it doesn't give that information because.
Can you finish your answer, Dr. Faust?
Yeah. So it gives some information about how this, about what they include and what they exclude, but it doesn't give anywhere near enough information on the that you'd see in something like a flow chart. Like there are this many studies that we looked at. Here's why they were excluded. Here's the characteristic for which it was excluded. That is a very important and common characteristic of inclusion criteria. On the same token, they don't tell us, for example, with these search terms, why a certain study may have been excluded based on what metric or lever that they were looking at. So they can define ahead of time why they will include or exclude a certain study, but they can't simply just say, oh, we excluded the ones that we didn't like and included these and this number. They have to give us, for us to know why everything is included and why some things are excluded, they have to give us a reason for that. And that's not given here. So when I say that we don't know when we're looking at these summaries, what it is we're looking at, it is because I'm not sure, again, if this version reflects the version that was there a year ago when I looked, but it's not an adequate readout on that give you the kind of transparency to know. There's a lot of verbiage about how they claim to select for different outcomes, but it actually doesn't necessarily it's unclear how consistently that's applied. And so if they're going to say we apply this rule and this rule was invoked for this number of papers out of this many number of papers, then yes, we would have an idea of how they selected it. But instead, this is a very surface and superficial description of a process, which does not replace an actual rendering of that process.
Did you say circus?
No, surface.
Oh, thank you. Well, let's see if we can answer that question, Dr. Faust. Go to page 21. And do you see on page 21, they describe the studies that were excluded?
I'm looking at 21.
Do you have a location on 21 just to streamline this process?
It's the bottom, it's after this second full paragraph.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a qualitative description. It doesn't necessarily tell me what rules were being applied. I have no idea what this was like a year ago when I looked at this. So I can't tell you that anything I've seen.
Well, you just said that they don't tell you what studies are excluded or why. On page 21.
I couldn't hear you because I was still talking.
Page 27.
So we're going to stop.
You think you're going to be able to talk so that I'm not going to ask you questions? Is that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question because you started talking before I was finished?
Well,
No, we're going to go back and ask the last question, have the court reporter read back the last question and the answer as far as we got.
Sorry, I'm still searching through all the columns.
Okay.
Question. Well, let's see if we can answer that question, Dr. Faust. Go to page 21. Do you see at page 21, they describe the studies that were excluded? Then there was some colloquy. And then answer, yeah. I mean, this is a qualitative description. It doesn't necessarily tell me what rules were being applied. I have no idea what this was like a year ago when I looked at this. So I can't tell you anything I've seen. And that's it.
Okay. Did you conclude your answer, Dr. Faust, or have more to add?
Thank you. Yes. So these are qualitative descriptions of reasons why studies were excluded, apparently. But this is sort of like the conclusion is given and then they back up and say why they did something. And that's not the same thing as announcing what you're going to do and then sticking to that as you move forward. So they might have a series of inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. I don't have any way of knowing, and we have no way of knowing whether those have been changed over time to reflect anything that can result in cherry picking. This is why when studies are announced ahead of time, they're very careful. It's very important that the methods be not only published, but that there be a revision history on those rules that are in place. So if you look at something like clinicaltrials.gov, it'll say, look, here is what the rules are for this study. And that was when we started the study. And if there's ever been any change to those rules, they have to announce when those changes were made and how those changes affected the study. Here, I'm looking at something from, that was just filed from last month, and I have no way of knowing whether the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria matched what was there before, nor on the website do I recall there being a history of the changes they've made. This tends to put such an endeavor at extraordinary high risk of being unreliable.
Okay, so Dr. Faust, I am asking that you not be interrupted. I am also asking you to abbreviate your answers. So this is really focused on the question at hand. Thank you. Attorney Libby, do you have another question?
Yeah, I do. Do you see the paragraph, we include all studies in the main analysis? However, there are major issues with several studies that could significantly alter the results. Here, we presented analysis excluding studies with significant issues, including indication of significant unadjusted group differences or confounding by indication, extremely late stage usage, greater than 14 days post symptoms, or greater than 50% on oxygen at baseline. Very minimal detail provided. Excessive dosages, which have been shown to be dangerous. Significant issues with adjustments that could reasonably make substantial differences. And reliance on PCR, which may be inaccurate and less indicative of severity than symptoms. The aim here is not to exclude studies on technicalities, but to exclude studies that clearly have major issues that may significantly change the outcome. And then they, that pretty much describes their criteria, doesn't it?
You read what they wrote.
And then they list studies, and they, for each study, they provide the reason that the study was excluded, right?
I'm looking at this for the first time, this version, but yes.
Yeah. And then on page 28, they do another forest plot of HQ COVID-19 studies after exclusions, right?
I see that.
And early treatment is a 63% improvement, correct?
That is what they say.
Late treatment, page 30, is a 31% improvement, correct?
Objection. These are complicated exhibits. To ask Dr. Faust to be able to respond to what these studies, what they actually say, is impossible for him at this short remove.
If the late treatment improvement as reported on page 30 is 31%, doesn't require evaluating anything. Is that what it says?
I respectfully disagree. We've spent a long time analyzing with Dr. Faust the previous version of this exhibit that's been provided, and he found numerous issues in the reliability and the conclusions that were stated in that document.
Okay, so I understand the objection, Dr. Faust. If you feel you can't answer the question without more time to review the document, you know that you are allowed to answer that as such.
All I can say is that he's reading what they say, and I have no way of knowing under this circumstances whether those conclusions are justified.
Okay, because you didn't take the time to read it?
Objection, argumentative. We've already established why he hasn't looked at a February 2023 document.
I will draw the question.
Excuse me, could we have one person talking at a time, please?
Yes, thank you for the reminder, Court Reporter Alley. Next question. Next question.
Back on page 49, Dr. Faust, looking at the bottom of the page, 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph from the bottom. Does that tell you how the forest plots are computed?
I was just reading the surrounding areas. It tells us about the software that they use to make the forest plots. Yeah.
Using Python Meta, and then they cite Dang, which I assume is the source for that particular software.
I don't know.
Are you familiar with that software, Python Meta?
Well, I'm familiar with Python, which is a suite of statistical programs. I'm not particularly familiar with Python Meta.
Okay. Is Python a reliable software program that you use?
If it's used correctly, sure.
Sure. And then it says with Simonian, and layered random effects. What does that mean?
Yeah, this is outside of my area of expertise. I don't know that.
Well, if you don't know that, how can you interpret random effects model and how those random effects are calculated?
I just don't know, the particular models that are evoking. There are subtleties through these, and generally, when you're looking at a paper, if it matters, you can dig into it. But I don't have any insight as to what this particular protocol adds or detracts from a typical model of this nature. So I just can't comment.
Okay. And do you see just below the forest plots paragraph, we received no funding. This research is done in our spare time. We have no affiliations with any pharmaceutical company or political parties.
Who's we?
The people who operate the website.
So I'm just going to back up. The question was just, do you see that? Do you see that line?
I do see that, but I don't know who we is because we don't know who we are.
Okay, next question.
And do you know doctors that advocate for the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin find themselves disciplined before boards of medicine, like the Maine Board of Medicine? Do you think that may be the reason these folks don't identify themselves, because they don't want to be shunned?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
I think that's probably true. I'm going to sustain that objection.
Well, you're aware of doctors being disciplined who use hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, aren't you?
Objection. Assumes facts, not an evidence.
Well, I'm going to allow that question.
Can you repeat the question?
You're aware of doctors that have been disciplined, like Dr. Nass, for using hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin?
I'm not really particularly aware of any particular individual. I know about Dr. Nass's case.
Dr. Nass, I'm going to ask you to refrain from making visual signals while the questions are happening. Attorney Libby, next question, please.
Are you familiar with the CARES Act, Dr. Faust?
There are many components of the CARES Act. I'm familiar with the overall act, in general.
Are you familiar with Section 505F, an amendment to the Federal Drug Administration's directing the Federal Drug Administration to evaluate the use of real-world evidence to help support approval of a new indication for a drug already approved under Section 505C?
I'm not particularly aware of that particular subsection, but if it's an evidence, we can look at it.
Are you aware that the CARES Act directs the Federal Drug Administration not to use RCTs, but to use real-world evidence and real-world data?
I'm not aware of that, and I would like to see that.
Do you know what real-world evidence is?
Yes.
What is it?
Real-world evidence can come in a lot of flavors. One piece of real-world evidence would be like a post-marketing study of a drug. In other words, let's say you have a study that a drug that was approved based on 50,000 patients, a post-marketing study that would be like a real-world data would be like, oh, look, we gave this drug to 10 million people, and we found that there were 2 deaths. And so the real-world data can be informative about small signals in data sets that were that needed to be larger than what was available during the actual randomized trial portion of a study of a drug's approval process.
Case studies would be real world data, wouldn't they?
Yes.
And Dr. Nass reports on what he calls case studies in see if I can find it. It's in Dr. Reich 151B. It is the page after section D, studies of safety and adverse endpoints with outpatient HCQ plus use.
Let me get there. Is it 151B as in boy?
Yes.
D.
D.
Section D, studies of safety and adverse endpoints. Is that correct?
Yeah, the next page, treated case series reports.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Are those a reliable basis from which to look at the use of hydroxychloroquine?
Let me read this to refamiliarize myself. Okay, I've read that.
And I believe the question are these studies that can be considered?
Yes, I think this is a good example of, it's not the world's highest quality evidence, but it could be useful to say, look, here's a series of papers that in which patients receive the drug that's being considered. In this smattering of papers, there was 8,269 patients, and of those, we didn't find any fatal arrhythmias. So that's reassuring on a safety in terms of tolerance.
Thank you. In section B, if you go 3 pages forward, it says paragraph 11, case series studies.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure where you are.
Section B of Dr. Reich's report.
Going up to B as in boy, I apologize. This is section B as in boy, outpatient studies bearing upon hospitalization.
Yes, but then page forward.
Okay.
And it would be the fourth page, paragraph 11.
Bullet point 11? No, I'm sorry. Okay. You mean bullet point, like number 11. I see case series studies of high risk outpatients. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Truly anecdotal information. Let me read this for a second. That's what it says. You want me to talk about just that first paragraph because it goes on to the next page?
No. I want you to look at the next page if you want to read it all, Dr. Faust.
Okay. I've now read to the bottom of the next page. What's the question?
So there are 5 doctors in California, one in Missouri, one in McKinney, Texas, one in Illinois, one in New York, who treated 3,303 high-risk patients with hydroxychloroquine, some with erythromycin, some with zinc sulfate, and only had 1 death. Would that be something a practitioner like Dr. Nass could rely upon?
For what reason? To suggest that she should prescribe the medication?
Yes.
I don't think it's very compelling.
Wasn't the question. The question is that something that Dr. Nass could rely upon? Didn't ask you how much weight to give it. I just asked you if 5 of her peers who treated 3,303 high-risk patients with hydroxychloroquine and only had 1 death, would that be something that a practitioner like Dr. Nass could consider in her decision whether to prescribe that to a patient?
I'm sorry, which question are you asking me? Are you asking me that she could rely on it or she could consider it? You asked me 2 different questions. I want to make sure I answer the one you want.
Consider whether Dr. Nass could consider it.
Sure, she could use this to consider that.
Yeah. And because they're physicians, one could assume that they're reporting accurate information from their practices.
Objection. Cause for speculation.
Well, I mean, it said the word assume right in the question. Why don't you reframe it, Attorney Libby?
I didn't hear your comment, Madam Hearing Officer. You said something about the...
Reframe it.
You used the word assume right in your question, so why don't you reframe it to avoid the objection?
You agree that this is something that Dr. Nass could consider?
I already answered that question.
And do you agree that because these are physicians, that we can believe that they're reporting their clinical outcomes correctly?
No. And the reason for that is that the entire purpose of research is that clinicians, no matter how well-meaning they may be, are unable to make declarations such as this because they lack the methodology to collect such data. And that is the point of medical research.
So some doctors are smarter than other doctors. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't believe I said that.
Well, you're saying these doctors can't be relied upon to report because they don't have the expertise in research. Is that what I heard?
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
What I said was that reporting on your clinical experience is not adequate.
So it's something that Dr. Nass should not consider.
I already answered that question.
Okay. So I don't know how much clinical practice you do, but don't doctors call each other and say, I tried this with patient X and it seemed to work. Have you any success with it? Yeah, it worked for me too. Don't doctors talk to each other, share information, and support each other in treatments of novel diseases?
Your question is, do doctors talk to each other and support each other? And the answer is yes. And that includes in the treatment of novel diseases.
So I think let's turn to the next page you were on. Is that a forest plot, Dr. Faust?
Is this the page that reads author and then in parentheses active medications?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a forest plot.
Okay. And Dr. Reich writes, random effect meta-analysis of the 10 study results for HCQ use and risks of hospitalization, figure 1, and mortality, figure 2, are shown on the next page. Do you see that?
I see figure 1 and figure 2 on the same page.
Yeah. And the outpatient hydrochloroquine-based treatments and risk of COVID-19 hospitalization, the meta-analysis shows improvements 56%.
It shows an odds ratio of 0.56.
And the outpatient hydrochloroquine-based treatments and risk of COVID-19 mortality shows an odds ratio of 0.25.
That is what the document says.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Officer, could I just request a restroom break?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks.
They're both still.
Okay, and while we're waiting for Dr. Faust to turn on his video, Chair Gleaton, is the board intending to end at 5 today, consistent with prior hearing days?
Yeah, I think it's been a long day, yes.
Okay, thank you. So Attorney Libby, you can continue with your questions of Dr. Faust until 5 o'clock.
Dr. Faust, I've been asking you about the new exhibit. It was licensee exhibit 230, which is the February 23rd version of HCQ Meta. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you commented that you hadn't had an opportunity to review that like you did the version that you based your report on.
I said that I had seen the similar documentation a year ago, but I don't know the differences.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the version that you reviewed all 32 hydroxychloroquine COVID-19 early treatment studies?
Are you referring to, wait, I'm trying to.
Board Exhibit 80.
Yeah, Board Exhibit 80. Let me grab that. Sorry, I apologize. Sorry, say the question again. I have it now.
Is it your understanding that all 32 hydroxychloroquine COVID-19 early treatment studies are reported in this dated October 1st, 2021?
That all 32 COVID-19 of what? I mean, there are more. There are certainly there are likely to be more studies than this.
Okay. This says that it's all 32 hydroxychloroquine COVID-19 early treatment studies. It says all, correct?
On in Exhibit 80.
Yes.
Yeah. So all the ones that they included. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't say they excluded any. It says they were all, right? Do you know that they excluded any, Dr. Faust?
Well, Appendix 1 would suggest that they did.
Well, that was the February 23rd, 2023 report. My question deals with the October 1, 2021 report. Do you know that they excluded any studies? If you don't know, just tell me you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Now, Dr. Faust, are you aware if there are any other hydroxychloroquine studies of hospitalization or mortality with early HCQ plus use in high-risk COVID-19 outpatients?
Other in addition to what?
Other than addition to the ones Dr. Reich listed in his report.
I don't remember which ones are listed in his report and which ones have, if there have been any since, but there haven't been any major changes in the literature, in my view.
So it would be fair to say that you don't know if there are any other studies in that category.
I don't remember any major ones that changed the impressions that I already had.
Are you aware of a fellow by the name of David Sackett, S-A-C-K-E-T-T?
That name sounds familiar, but could you remind me who that is?
Did he publish in 1996 an article that says clinical experience is part of evidence-based medicine?
Oh, yeah, Sackett. That sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. So you agree with that?
Sorry, agree with what?
Clinical evidence is part of evidence-based medicine.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure I understand your ultimate opinion with respect to hydroxychloroquine as it pertains to Dr. Nass. I had understood your opinion from reading the transcript of January 31st that you could neither recommend for or against hydroxychloroquine. Is that your opinion?
Recommend for whom, in what situations? I mean, I asking what my personal
I'm sorry,
practice.
Madam Hearing Officer, but AAG Willis was just dropped from the Zoom. She's attempting to log back on.
Oh, okay. I see she's frozen. Thank you for letting me know that. We'll stop right there.
My apologies. I am back in the hearing. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't remember, but I believe you were giving an answer, Dr. Faust. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just, can you refer me, let's just look, rather than guess and try to remember, can we look at my report and you can point me specifically to what you want me to opine about?
Can you read back the question, Joanne?
Yes. Question. Okay, now I want to make sure I understand your ultimate opinion with respect to hydroxychloroquine as it pertains to Dr. Nass. I had understood your opinion from reading the transcript of January 31st that you could neither recommend for or against hydroxychloroquine. Is that your opinion? Answer. For what and what situations? I mean, are you asking?
Okay. So I'm not sure where that leaves us. Did
you finish your answer, Dr. Faust?
Well, I think it just, my answer would be better if you could just show me, if you're asking me to clarify something I've written, can you show me what you want me to clarify?
I wasn't asking you to clarify something you've written. You testified, and I read you that testimony back, that you could not conclude for or against hydroxychloroquine. My question is that your opinion in this case?
Well, wait, that you're reading me a quotation out of context. I'm not, was the context of that quotation in regard to the 29 or 32 studies that Dr. Nass submitted, or was it in totality of other evidence? I don't want to answer a question about something I said without the context of knowing when I said what I was referring to.
Well, why don't you just tell me what your opinion is?
Okay, so instead of asking him about statements he previously made, ask him a direct question about his current.
What is your opinion on Dr. Nass's use of ivermectin, we limit it to hydroxychloroquine, on a patient who was diagnosed with COVID?
My opinion is that that off-label use was permitted, but it did not reach the standard of care to which her patients were owed, because in at least a couple of examples, they required a higher level of care than she referred them to. So my belief is that because these modalities that we're discussing are so unlikely to have helped the patient, that Dr. Nass caused potential harm to her patients by not referring her to a high level of care and instead simply prescribing these medications.
I didn't ask you that question, Dr. Faust. We've looked at a lot of evidence. We've looked at HCQ meta. We've looked at a lot of information that I brought to your attention during my cross-examination. And my question is a narrow one. Based on the use of, does all of that evidence suggest for or against the use of hydroxychloroquine?
For hydroxychloroquine in specific?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that that the evidence suggests using hydroxychloroquine as Dr. Nass used it.
Well, I don't know what that means. And I'm not asking you as Dr. Nass used it. I'm just asking you as looking at all of the studies that you reviewed, looking at Dr. Reich's paper on hydroxychloroquine and all of your knowledge base, from all of the relevant information that a clinical doctor for outpatient care like Dr. Nass, are you able to form a conclusion that Dr. Nass could, well, for or against the use of hydroxychloroquine?
For or against use of hydroxychloroquine?
I'm not asking you about the treatment of her patients. I'm just asking you that question. Review all of the evidence from all of the sources that you have. Can you recommend for or against the use of hydroxychloroquine to treat outpatients?
Yeah, the evidence-based standard of care does not support the use of hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19.
So the evidence-based standard of care, what is that?
That is everything we've been discussing for the past 2 days, Council.
Okay. Does that include the 382 hydroxychloroquine studies, all of which, most of which show benefit for the patient?
You're asking me to comment on a piece of data that was just entered in evidence yesterday. So I can't answer that question.
So your testimony today with respect to ivermectin is it doesn't meet the standard of care. Excuse me, hydroxychloroquine doesn't meet the standard of care.
That's right.
What is the standard of care, Dr. Faust?
What is the standard of care? Do you mean as a concept or for COVID-19 treatment?
Well, Dr. Nass prescribed a licensed drug for an off-label purpose, and there are literally hundreds of studies that indicate that it is beneficial to patients. So I want to know, is the standard of care you're referring to high-quality journals? Is that the standard of care?
Objection. I think that the witness testified that about the evidence-based standard of care specifically. So just to clarify, that was his testimony.
So I'm asking you about the evidence-based standard of care. What is it?
With respect to COVID-19?
With respect to hydroxychloroquine to treat outpatients for COVID-19.
I believe I already answered that question.
What's the answer?
Go ahead and repeat your answer, Dr. Faust.
Okay. I do not believe that hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19 use reflects the evidence-based standard of care.
What is the evidence-based standard of care?
Are you
Is it
asking?
high-quality journals? Is that the evidence-based standard?
It's a conglomeration of high-quality studies, regardless of where they appear.
And it would include all observational studies, wouldn't it, as Dr. Frieden says?
Dr. Frieden is not commenting on this topic, so I think that's not, I can't answer that.
Well, would it include all observational studies? You've already said that there are some very good observational studies. Would it include that?
It would, no, it would, you could consider that in making the conclusion, which I have, and nevertheless, I reached the conclusion that I mentioned.
So your evidence-based standard is a conclusion based on high-quality journals. That's what I understand your testimony to be.
That's one portion of it. You can have an evidence-based standard of care that's in high-quality research that exists in preprints. I'll give you an example if you'd like.
No, I don't need an example. We can conclude.
Okay, are you done your questions of Dr. Faust?
No, I have my whole ivermectin section to go.
Okay, but we are at 5, but you're saying you're about to switch topics and it's a good place to stop. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you to the parties for your presentations and to the boards for your careful attention today. I remind the board that the matter is not concluded. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other or board staff members. Our next day of hearing is not yet scheduled. And with that, we can close the hearing for today. Thank you, everyone.
Mm-hmm.